Während die Lehrergruppe ein Regionalgruppe steht jeweils Gruppe 1, dann Gruppe 5, Rusche Jahre Herrenschwimmer Zwickau. Gruppe 6 ist eine Dreiergruppe. Gruppe 8 auch eine Lehrgruppe. Gruppe 10 eine Lehrgruppe. Gruppe 11 eine Lehrgruppe. Tor 11. Gruppe 12 Lehrgruppe. Gruppe 13 Dreiergruppe. Gruppe 14 Dreiergruppe. Viktor König mit dem Wort 14. Gruppe 17. Das Variablen steht auf Gruppe 18. Sowie die Gruppe 17 und 18 der Gruppe. Gruppe 19 eine Variable. Gruppe 23 eine Variable. Gruppe 26 eine Variable. Gruppe 27 Variable. Gruppe 28 Variable. Gruppe 29 Variable. Gruppe 3 Jonas Moskott, Jonas Luisa und Hansi Waldner. Eine Hamburger. Gruppe 39 Dominik Lang, Witauer und Levi Hochweg. Eine Hamburger. Die drei Gruppen bieten nach Spielplan des Seven. Und für die vier Gruppen spielen gemäß Spielplan. Die Gruppenletzte müsste die erste Auffassung nicht schreiben. Und spielen immer Vorzug alle Spieler. Dankeschön. Die Spiele sind jetzt auch beteiligt, sind wirklich schade. Und ich wünsche allen Tagen noch guten Tag. Bitte auf Wort sofort wählen oder schreiben. Bitte auf Wort 40 sofort spielen oder schreiben.
finals. We've had 18 events of darts throughout the SDC season, but now we are here. This is the final event of the 2023 season. The biggest field and the biggest prize money on offer. I'm, of course, joined by my co-commentator, James Wilkinson, and we will be providing you the group stage and some early knockout stage coverage as well. Apologies for the short delay here in getting this stream up and working for you, but we can confirm you may have seen Rocco Fulciniti there in that first game on stream. He is in a group with Marco Haller, Liam Mendel-Lawrence, and Nicholas Burdell. Welcome, James.
Morning.
Are you excited about SDC Tour Finals today?
Well, I've woken up at 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning for SDC Tour Finals in the UK, so of course I'm ready to go and raring to watch some darting drama unfold.
Is this the earliest you've ever woken up for an event of Spears?
No, that's a complete lie. We've been up at 7 o'clock before for Spears before to watch SDC Tour events. I wouldn't get up at this time to watch the BDO World Championships, but I get up to watch SDC events because they are different gravy.
Different gravy indeed. And two of those players who, well, are the very cream of the gravy, Liam Mendel-Lawrence and Rocco Fulciniti in this group.
Indeed. Liam Mendel-Lawrence, as we were discussing, using U spares today.
Yeah.
Definitely a different set. I don't know if those are slightly... they look very similar to Gary Anderson type spears.
Yeah, he's certainly had an interesting couple of weeks, hasn't he, Liam Mendel-Lawrence? For those not aware, he was playing in the WDF World Championship. Mixed fortunes for Liam, I'd say, throughout that couple of weeks.
Yeah, Liam Mendel-Lawrence did well to pick up a win, obviously, without his own darts against Mike Gillett. I'm sure he would have been happy with that win, but not too happy with his second round performance.
No, he didn't play particularly well throughout the whole tournament, if we're being honest. But using another set of darts at such short notice is never going to be easy, is it?
No, for sure. And even averaging 80 plus with a new set of darts is never an easy feat.
It's not.
I can't see him not getting out of this group, though. I think it'll be a comfortable 1-2 finish for Liam and Rocco, but who will finish one, who will finish two, that will be decided very shortly.
Certainly will, James. We can have a little preview of the tournament now, if you like. I know we've been following the draw, and you can also follow the draw on the SDC's social media pages. We've had a little look, and we've seen the names that are here today. What names are standing out at the top of the betting or the top of the markets for you?
I said this from minute one yesterday. As soon as I knew he was entering the tournament, I don't see anyone but Stefan Belmont winning the tournament today. If I was betting on Stefan Belmont versus Field, take all my money and put it on Stefan Belmont because the Field ain't winning.
You've heard it here first. The Field ain't winning. I'm sure there's plenty of players that'll want a little say in that conversation.
I'm sure they will, but the only person to ever beat is Jochen Groudens in the SDC Tour. He's played 8 times, I believe, or maybe even more than 8 times, and he's only been beaten once. Faced match darts, but people don't like to beat him. He's too friendly. People can't beat Belly.
Let's see. Let's find out in 12 hours or so time.
How would you price
we will be finding out who our 2023 Tour Final winner is.
How would you price up a tournament King of the Oche for Belmont? So most 180s in the tournament, highest checkout in the tournament, and to win the tournament.
Well, I feel it's a really long price just on the basis that he's got to hit the highest checkout against the whole field. I feel as though someone in our group stages will hit a 2 treble bull combination. I'd give you a little flavour of 50 to 1, I think, on tournament King of the Oche.
As you said, it's not value. Sorry, apologies here. We're having some quite terrible lag at the moment. Fingers crossed this will resolve itself in time.
You can see in the background there, looks to be another brilliant setup here in Basel. Of course, our tour finals last year were in Thun. Moving across all of Switzerland to make darts as accessible to as many people in the country as it can be.
And there we see Liam Mendel-Lawrence taking the opening leg of his darting. Will his day of darting destiny arrive after that double 14?
Let's see. We've said this before about Liam Mendel-Lawrence. He doesn't tend to be someone who bursts through group stages, does he? He tends to just play within himself, I think, is what you'd say of Liam, particularly in the early parts of these events.
As you see Liam Mendel-Lawrence with a steady start to this one here, 1-0 up, but a good bit of rebuttal from Nicholas Burdell early on.
Yeah, a name I haven't come across before. Have you, James? Burdell in any other tour events that you can remember?
No, this is my first time seeing Nicholas play. But if you're going to play in the biggest one of the lot,
of course,
2,510 Swiss francs for the winner, the biggest in Swiss darting history.
I've heard that Jean-Dominique is counting out that prize money cash as we speak.
I can hear him announcing the board already. As you see David Malaya popping in the background.
Yeah, we were having a quick look on Darts Connect, of course, before we joined you on our live coverage. Some interesting results already coming in, and some interesting averages, James. I know you always like to keep a little eye on those averages. Mika Flugiger averaging 68 and losing as the seed in that group A.
He is not the seed in Group A. Seed in Group A is Stefan Belmont, and so Mika Flugiger, in my opinion, is going home.
Group A, I should have said, may not correlate to Group A. But Mika Flugiger averaging 68 and losing. Marcel Wolpert and Jacob Schaffler both averaging over 90 in 3-0 victories, respectively there.
Very steady darts there from both those players. Thomas Vilcinic, always a player to watch. He threw 3-0 in his first game. Friedel Lang, most improved player from last season, threw 3-0. Obviously, we will have the awards today.
Yes, James, we will.
We got quite irate with the SDC owners yesterday on who we wanted to win Commentators Player of the Year. They tried to take us away our choice.
Yeah, we won't give you any spoilers before the announcement of who's winning each of those awards. But yeah, let's just say there was some friendly disagreement.
Yeah, disagreed with a couple of the awards, but
yeah,
we don't have too much say as commentators. We don't own the SDC, so we have to go with what's said. However, we do want Commentators Player to be our choice, which it was. Mark has changed it accordingly.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, an interesting contender, I can reveal he hasn't won an award, but Jacob Schaffler could easily win Young Player of the Year award, James. What do you...
Great dart from Nicholas Burdell there, last dart in hand, take this 1-1.
18 dart hole, Nicholas Burdell.
I would have almost been tempted with that after going for double 14, hitting double 11, of busting it with Liam Mendel-Lawrence on 1-2-3.
Oh, yeah.
I know Liam Mendel-Lawrence is a pro, but even pros can't always hit 1-2-3s.
Or certainly the play wasn't missing double 3 with your first dart by that much. I'd really taken it on with my first dart.
No, I know.
And then bust it with the last if I had a chance.
Thomas Edet not quite coming to the party today so far.
No, we will see a whole range of averages today, won't we? From 100 plus to probably those in the 20s, if we're being realistic.
Yeah, lots of discussions over who will finish bottom of the pile. Will it be Mark and Helder? Will it be Lauren? Will it be Eggy?
Plus.
I don't think it'll be Beat Plus. I think Beat Plus is a bit too talented on the Oki to come last.
Cornelia Wirtz is always in conversations.
I think Cornelia also will have too much for the likes of Eggs on Alluri, JD Bolhander.
Interesting. Kevin Reindl, of course, might be...
Kevin Reindl straight in the legs today. Didn't win a leg the whole time he was playing in Clotten. And here he comes, straight up against Kevin Kunzelman. Some might say that he struggled because he was playing Gun Spearsman in Clotten. By Gun Spearsman, I mean me.
Of course, you wouldn't have heard our voices for the coverage of that tournament in Clun. We were participating as opposed to commentating that weekend.
How did you think Remo Valvaran got on his commentary debut for the SDC? Big props for stepping in last minute and doing a job.
Yeah. It shows that Remo cares about the SDC, loves the SDC, and obviously has played in it before, so could bring some level of experience and insight to his commentary. We don't speak German or understand German that well, so we couldn't understand what he was saying, but I particularly enjoyed his 180 calls in those knockout games, didn't you? He got particularly excited by 180s.
I did. I clipped my 180 that I hit on Streamboard yesterday with his 180, famous Remo Valvaran 180 call.
Yeah. Well, there's a job going now, isn't there, with Russ Bray standing aside this year? Maybe Remo could step in and announce some 180s on the big stage.
Of course, and you might not be aware, but our place at the semi-finals is at stake for commentary today. We are supposedly commentating up to the quarterfinals with Joel Di Ronco stepping in from semi-finals onwards.
Yep.
If you disagree with this call as well, let Mark know in the chat, and we will chew his ear off.
We will. Yeah. It's very pessimistic of Joel Di Ronco to think that he's not getting to the semi-finals as a player.
Joel Di Ronco is a steady player.
Of course, he is in the tournament today.
His co-commentator will, of course, be Lauren Fent, and we know what we say about Lauren Fent. He definitely will not make it to the semi-finals. I'm pretty sure I'd put a lot of money on him not even getting out of the group.
I'm not sure Lauren Fent knows what the semi-finals are.
I don't think he stays in the venue long enough to watch the semi-finals. Last time was even here for the tournament.
He was not there in Clutton, was he? Actually, that's a lie. He was there on Sunday.
Fabian Liemacher in a spot of bother here, as we see our first 180 on Streamboard today.
I'm not sure if you were imitating myself there or Remo Valvaran. I couldn't quite decide.
Matt was almost sacked on day one of Clotton when we were there for having too much alcohol on the premises. Whilst
that doesn't sound like me, James.
He did get an official formal warning from Mark himself for being the scriber on Streamboard 1 with a beer in hand.
We all make mistakes.
As you see,
no mistakes though from Liam and Lawrence.
Pins double 10, third dart in hand to take a 2-1 lead on Nicholas Burdell.
I've spotted a little gunge baresman in the field, James. Edin Mujanovic. Might be a name to keep note of throughout today.
He's playing against a gun spearsman as well, and Remo von Arx made his debut on the SDC Bring Your A-Game documentary.
He did, yeah. Which I hope has been keeping you all entertained. We're now 3 episodes in to the Bring Your A-Game documentary. What have been your thoughts, James, on that series and the brilliant work that Jacob Dahlman's been doing?
I think there's nothing short of excellent work from Jacob Dahlman. My only recommendation of what I'd like to see is a few more post-match interviews. I feel like we don't get that kind of, when you've won a game, the pure emotion that comes with winning a game. I feel like it goes straight from game play to them talking. And sometimes if there wasn't a load of content, I think in this last episode, it was all focused around Clotton.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen a little bit more behind the scenes, post-match reactions, or a bit more reaction in the game and kind of taking it in a game-by-game basis. But overall, thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, a thoroughly enjoyable series. And I hope you at home have enjoyed it. And if you haven't yet seen it, head on to YouTube. Search for Swiss Darts Corporation, Bring Your A-Game.
I am pretty sure that Liam Mendel Lawrence is using those signature Gary Anderson darts. You can tell by the 2 small blue rings at the bottom of the darts to represent the Scottish flag, I think. I used to own a pair myself and you were using them very recently.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because I have not looked at Liam Mendel Lawrence's original darts with those spring points, but I would suggest he doesn't like ribbing on his darts.
I tried his darts and he has quite a lot of ribbing on his initial darts. Yeah. He needs the grip, I think. Quite a grippy player.
Because given that he sort of twizzles, if you like, or if there's movement of the dart in his hand, I would have thought that ribbing would not be appropriate for someone who moves the dart.
Scoreboard not updating, but I am assuming that Liam Mendel-Lawrence is sat on tops.
Yeah, that would be a safe guess.
Otherwise, I don't know why he's gone for the balls. We see Alex Fellman back in the field for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Averaging 100 and a change. Is he a man that could upset the odds today and go far?
Well, Alex Fellman, he's almost a great representation of Swiss darts. He's a good, improving player, but he hates winning.
He just does hate winning. I mean, he's one of those players that Mika Fluger's got a leg off of Stefan Belmont.
Mika Fluger is averaging over 70 for the day, and he's left the Fish. And we'll get 6 darts at the Fish against Stefan Belmont.
I can't see Mika Fluger going through, if I'm completely honest. I think he will not hit many off this 170. I think he'll hit about 60, 46. There we go. And I think Stefan Belmont will clean up 80 in 3 or 6. It doesn't really matter. You see David Malaya desperate for screen time as normal.
Yeah.
Lingering on streamboard.
An interesting character, David Malaya. We got to spend a little bit of time with him in Clutton, didn't we? So Mendel-Lawrence, as you can see, completed that game with a 14 dart break of throw. Having too much in the end there for Nicholas Burdell. With Nicholas Burdell on 336 points at the end of that leg.
Steady enough game from Liam Mendel-Lawrence there. Don't think he'll be too disappointed with his result. As we see Stefan Belmont checking 80 and beating Mika Fluger. I thought you said, Matt, that no one checks 80. I'm pretty sure everyone checks 80.
I have officially retired that phrase. You won't be hearing it from me today.
You just said that Mika Fluger had 6.
More referring to the fact it was Belmont's first game. I thought he might be a little bit rusty. Not due to the difficulty of checking 80.
Speaking of Rusty, he's gone home.
Rusty has gone home. If you're not aware, a smaller darts event is happening right now in England.
Something called the World Darts Championships. How did Fabian Liemacher get on in that last leg to Cider? Knowing him, he would have come through it, and he did come through it. He knows when to turn it on at the right moments. He's got to beat Roman Wellinger now, who's averaging 88 in the first leg.
My goodness, I thought Roman Wellinger was Live League. He's not Live League. He's a very good player.
Oh, here's the game of the group stage we've all been waiting for, and you can see Liam Mendel-Lawrence yawning in the background, thinking that he has to play someone this slow. Rocco's not that slow, Liam. I think you throw a bit slower.
I don't know an awful lot about Liam Mendel-Lawrence, but he's obviously had to travel a considerable distance to Basel, given he lives in Germany, with his good friend Barry the Bucky Nelson. I assume he drove down this morning, would you have said?
Yeah, he wouldn't have come last night.
So potentially a 5 or 6 o'clock start for Liam this morning?
5 o'clock start for Liam. He'll have a long lunch break. Obviously, there's the period between. Would you rather be in the first group or the second group? We obviously, when we came last time, were both in the second group.
We were. I don't think it makes a difference.
You obviously have the momentum, though.
The second group is probably the one to be in, if I'm honest. Just because the day does feel awfully long if you're playing at 9 o'clock in the morning and then these two gentlemen may still well be playing at 9 o'clock at night. It would feel like an awfully long day.
So the winner of this game will get the right to be 5th seed for the tournament, so should be getting a nice little run. The loser will probably have a pretty dirty run in.
Yes, it will be more dirty. That's almost certain. And I do fear for someone like Rocco. If he comes up against anyone averaging 70 plus, I think Rocco's a little bit vulnerable.
If you'd asked me that a couple of months ago, I think I would have agreed. I don't think I agree anymore. He's been very steady the last 2 the SDC. He's getting back to his old ways. That first round of his there, 84 average. He's a steady player now, Rocco.
Do you not think that vulnerability in that game against Bless, though? Do you think that'll be weighing on his mind at all today?
No.
Missing all those match tournament darts?
No, for me, I would just say, I think he's got the mentality of I just got tournament darts against the best player, one of the best players in Switzerland. So he knows he's got the level in his locker.
As we are ready for the bull-off, which we seem to be watching in double speed. It has now corrected itself. Looks like a new dart shirt for Rocco Fulciniti.
Very fresh. I was going to comment on that.
Yeah.
It's his Swiss dart shirt in the white and red compared to his old famous Italian red, white and green.
Got a couple of nice fresh sponsors on there. Glory Bomb, of course.
First 3 darts. Couldn't ask for a better first marker. And finds breakfast. That's a question. Have they had any breakfast for today? Apparently not enough for Rocco Fulciniti. Still hungry. And Liam Mendel-Lawrence's signature treble 20 to follow it up. That dart has really jagged to the left there.
I'd make that observation about watching Liam in the WDF and watching him today as well. His old spring points, you would describe as being a dirty stack entry, i.e. they go below the perpendicular. But I don't think these darts do. They sit at sort of an awkward height, don't they?
I think that's the camera angle for us. I think there's definitely room to sit. I think his old darts, don't get me wrong, were definitely more drooped. Yeah. But I think here they're still going in at the flat entry, which is still, he can easily see enough of the treble bed if he goes low. The only reason that I tend to think that someone who's a stacker struggles to score as well and struggles to stay straight as much is because their first dot has to be below that treble 20. There is significantly less room below that treble 20 to stay straight. Whereas if you're going as an understacker, you've got all of that room above the treble 20 to find the bigger number, which is a lot easier to do. But you see, Fabian Liemacher lose 3-0 there to Roman Wellinger. Has he been slightly overrated, do you think? I mean, you and Mark are 2 big fans of Fabian Liemacher. Personally, I think he's got all the skills in the locker, but just doesn't show it enough. And for me, is slightly on the overrated side. Don't get me wrong, very good player.
Yeah.
But I think he is someone that everyone has been hyping about for over a year now when he burst onto the scene. And he's just not really done anything that spectacular since.
Yeah, I'd say Fabian Liemacher falls into a common problem of young players, which is that their darting spread in terms of consistent performance is very big. So his good game, his good level is very good, but his poor game is very poor. Whereas I'd say a lot of the sort of more experienced heads don't have that range in their average. And I think too many times do you see too many poor performances from Liemacher. Don't get me wrong, he's had good runs in tournaments, got to finals, got to semi-finals this year.
Great last 2 darts there from Liam Mendel-Lawrence to leave himself a very easy 2-darter. The Marcel Walpen, we call it.
Oh, the 58. It's you can't really miss 58. Can Rocco miss 130? We'll look at the bullseye. Ooh, unlucky.
Gives it some oohs, but it wasn't really that close, if we're being honest.
He really took his time on that checkout as well, didn't he? He was really deliberate about it. Knew the importance of it, of course. A hold of throw for Rocco this leg.
Can Liam find tops here? Big moment. Droops it low. Double 10. We've seen him hit this a couple of times already today.
David Malaya.
And Swiss Wi-Fi says, we're not going to see. He doesn't find it, which means Rocco has 25 to clean up.
Is he a 17-4 man? Yes, I thought he might be.
We know he doesn't like double 18.
Yeah. But does he like next door? Let's see. Again, taking his time.
Where's Dart Centre? I think this would be a good guide if it's just outside. That's a perfect guide. Literally just kiss the barrel. Oh, not that side.
Doesn't even touch the barrel. Again, we made the comments on Liam Mandel Lawrence's new darts, but Rocco is using another new pair of darts.
I think he's using the same
certainly
pair of
stems
darts.
and
It's
flights.
a different colour stem and flight combination. Yeah, he changes those, seems to be every day almost.
As Liam Mandel Lawrence finds himself on the madhouse. Missing 5 darts in this opening leg, Liam. I don't see Rocco missing 3 more. He does not.
I've now had the experience of playing Rocco. He's a lot better when you play him in real life than when you watch him on live stream, that's for sure. I mean, I played him when he did average 88, so not an easy game to come up against. But
what do you mean by that comment, James? How can someone be better in real life than they are presented on screen?
I feel like when I watch a lot of the group stage fodder, you watch a lot of the 60 averages of the likes of Rocco. Like he's throwing now 68 average, where we've not seen any 140s yet, any 180s yet. When I played him in person, okay, he averaged 88, but I think you don't realise that these guys average those 80s throughout the knockouts. These group stages just kind of their warm-up. And when you see these 60 averages, you're like, I can compete with that. You can, but you can't compete with 80 averages that they're throwing every game in the knockout rounds. And when I played Felix Schertz on day 1, I played Rocco on day 2, and I'm pretty sure both players throughout those whole knockout rounds were averaging, if not 80, very high 70s, and if not 80, low 90s.
Of course, we are just one leg into this contest, and both did miss 5 darts at double. So I think you're being slightly harsh on the scoring abilities of these 2 men so far.
Liam Mandel Lawrence is someone who's played at the WDF World Championships. In his first round here, he's just averaged low 70s.
He did, that's true.
He always averages low 70s in the group stage because he's one, probably not warmed up, and 2, probably doesn't completely honest care that much. If he's through the group, he knows he can beat anyone in that field. And Rocco Fortuniti, I don't think he cares that much either. / is that warmed up. I'm pretty confident, I will say at the end of this game, he will not be averaging in the 80s. One, because I think it's almost impossible unless he hits a 12 darter in the next leg, because he's already at low 70s at best. I was impressed when he gets the knockout round of how frequently Rocco can throw a 180 when he needs to. That deliberate nature of Rocco's. I had an 18 dart breaker throw, and after that I didn't get a sniff.
So how far do you think Rocco goes today then, James? You've said some mixed reviews on his performance so far, but...
Not got mixed reviews on his performance so far. I think he's a great player, and I think he will go far today. I'm saying that the group stage is not a fair reflection of how good the player is. That was my comment. I think Rocco will go far today. I think he's playing good darts at the moment. I don't think he'll win, but I think a quarterfinals is brewing for Rocco.
Quarterfinals, okay. Will be made harder, of course, if he doesn't top this group. So far, he's had advantage Rocco in this game. Another for double 12. Yes, it's in.
Does he find it?
He goes inside double 12.
I think he's taken a little bit too long here for me. Yeah.
Goes outside, okay. Perfect first dart for Liam.
Unlucky nudge that.
Does find that second treble. So Rocco, Fortuniti back for double 12. Ooh. Now things get a little bit tasty.
Does it go 1 dart in hand? Ooh, he's gone for double 1. He's going to have to be aggressive here. Because Liam Mandel Lawrence is well off the pace.
16 scored.
Sorry, my maths was poor there. I don't know why I thought it was on double 9. I think it was because that first dart at double 9 was double 12 was so poor.
Early starts not really your forte, James?
Not particularly, but also when a dart is that close to double 9 and nowhere near double 12, you would assume with the scoreboard broken that it was double 9 he was going for.
As Liam and Lawrence look to have wired double 12 there.
Yes,
103 Liam was on.
See, Rocco's on double 2 now. We do know that for sure. And
He loves the madhouse. He loves the madhouse.
Gives it booyahs and fist bumps to the camera.
He's seen the SDC documentary. He knows how it works. He knows what creates good content.
As we said, both players averaging in that high 60s at the moment.
Yeah, just to emphasise your point there, James, that players aren't made in the group stage. We've got Stefan Belmont over on board 25, averaging 76 in a 3-0 victory there. We know he's got 20 points on top of that.
I'm sure that there will be a game in the knockout round today where 2 players average in the 90s. I will go as far as to say that. I don't know which game, when it's going to come, but I'm almost certain that these players will turn it on. They're that good.
Yeah. In fact, I'd go one further, James. I think we see 100 average in a knockout game today.
I think we see 100 average for sure, but I think we'll see 2 players in the same game average 90.
Okay.
That's my prediction. Swiss Darts is getting better.
Of course, we had what was the game of, well, the best game in Swiss darting history last year. Marcel Walton, Stefan Belmont at Tour finals. Belmont just getting the better of Marcel Walton in a last leg decider.
Liam Mendel Lawrence looking to bow out here with a 3-0 loss to Rocco.
Yeah. Of course, did win his first game, Liam, so he's not in a whole heap of trouble in terms of qualification. But
It's
Rocco
gonna be
finish after 9.
Looks like it's going to be a decider in that last game between Liam and Rene.
Potentially so.
See strong player Tommy Vilchnik, someone I picked out earlier, knocked out Frieda Lang in the last Tour finals. Going through. Can we see Rocco take out a 110 finish? And defy my odds saying that he would average 80. He's got 1 dart to prove me wrong.
I think he's got a couple of darts to prove you wrong. Leaves tops. Being very deliberate on some of these checkouts, isn't he? Of course, he knew what he was left with there.
Trying his best to prove me right is Rocco. He's got 1 more dart to do it. If he doesn't hit it first dart, my prediction is correct. I said that he would need to hit a 12 darter to hit that 80 average, and he tried his best to hit that 12 darter. Alas, 13 might just be enough for him.
Still top of the shop for Rocco.
Will be lingering now down that low 70s average.
Yeah.
Even if he pins it first dart, it probably will go below that 75. Unless Liam Mendel Lawrence, of course, can put in a 180, check out 107, and then we go to the next leg and he hits a 9. I mean, that could also happen. Never rule it out.
Never rule out the 9.
And there we go, 3-0. Double fist bump booyah. Liam Mendel Lawrence not too impressed. You see, Rocco does average 80. I'm pretty sure that's not correct from Darts Connect. Either those live scorings were not accurate or we've missed something here.
James not wanting to be proved wrong there. But Rocco having 10 points on the averages, higher than Liam.
I can't see how you can go from 76 average, hit a double 10, and your average goes up 5 points.
It was a 16-dart leg, remember, James?
Was a 16-dart leg, but
very impressive performance from Rocco Fulciniti there.
Very steady. Don't think he'll be too disappointed with that. Did survive, obviously, 5 match darts in that first leg.
Yeah, leg darts. The match itself was I guess never in danger really. As Liam just didn't bring that power scoring that he so regularly does.
Any players in the field that you're not recognising, not familiar with today?
Yeah, there's a few names that I don't recognise, as you would expect in such a big field of players. Marked out a couple of players who I think could potentially be quite spicy. Edin Mujanovic. He's in a group with Fabio Pisciletti, who I'd say is one of the weaker seeds at this SDC event. If there's a seed,
is Pisciletti a seed?
Pisciletti is a seed, yeah.
What seed is Pisciletti?
I believe he's even in the top 16 seeds.
That's a crazy seeding. How's he managed that?
Well, he's been quite a consistent player this year.
How was your experience, Trav, when we went over to Clotton? Obviously, the third time we've been over for an SDC event. What did you think of it?
Just to confirm, he's the 19th seed today, James, Fabio Piscoletti. Yeah, I had mixed thoughts and mixed feelings on my time in Clutton. My darts performance was certainly not where I would have liked it to have been. I don't think I gave the best darting account of myself.
Got out of your group on day one. I think you're doing yourself slightly a disservice there.
I don't want to really mention the draw because I'm sure we'll talk about this a lot today in terms of players that have advantaged from their draw and really disadvantaged from their draw.
The SDC, I would say, is a place where the draw means everything for those players that are averaging kind of anywhere between 40 to 70s.
Yeah.
The draw is everything.
Well, when there's such a stark difference between the top 10% of players and the rest, you really need to avoid those top 10% of players at all costs.
Yeah.
And that is always going to be the case in an event such as these where they are dominated by a handful of players.
No, for sure. I completely agree. Your draw, you say good draw, bad draw?
I'm saying the draw flattered me, really, to be in a group of three with a fairly weak player.
Is Norbert Neuhauser playing this weekend? Do we know?
He isn't in the morning sessions, but I'm sure Norbert will be knocking around the venue somewhere. But I thoroughly enjoyed my time in Clutton. It was nice to see so many familiar faces. It was nice to record some content. It was nice to...
You had a blossoming new friendship, didn't you, with Joel Brighton-Moser?
Me and Joel had some strong words, exchanged about some of the coverage on YouTube. He was mostly complimentary.
Did he not call you a snitch?
A few choice words as well.
He may have used where is the snitch?
Maybe that's a Harry Potter reference he was throwing in instead. Yeah, nothing but nice things to say about Joel. I hope he has a good run today.
I think Joel will go far today.
He'll, of course, be going to Q School in January.
Joel Brighton-Moser, a very steady player.
Very steady indeed. And perhaps a little bit unfortunate not to be winning an award this year, James.
Very true.
You said no spoilers, but sorry, Joel, you will not be scooping an award today. I
know. Joel Brighton-Moser arguably deserves an award, in my opinion. But I think he needs to do what Lucas Dowman need to do, and what Frieda Lang need to do, and what Sven Hoffman, Fabian Liemacher do to deserve a big award is to win a title. I don't think we should be celebrating mediocrity.
No. Of course, Joel Brighton-Moser, I'd say a little bit more than mediocrity. Got to a final, an SDC final this year, which, okay, certainly no embarrassment.
Of course, getting to a final is no embarrassment.
Given there have only been 5 tour event winners this season.
Of course.
Very difficult to be
it's difficult to beat those top 10%, as you say, but I think he's got the ability in the locker. We saw him average low 80s against Liam Mendel-Lawrence. If he does that at the right time, he'll win.
He did crumble a little bit, didn't he, against Andy Bless in that final. Of course, he had a great run. Tour finals last year. I think he got to the quarter. Oh, no,
he didn't make a good run. I don't think he was at tour finals last year. If he was, he went relatively unknown.
I was confusing him with Stefan Hackler, my mistake.
Stefan Hackler made it to a
semi-final, yeah. I had darts in that semi-final.
Till 98, yes, it's the top 2 players from each knockout stage to go through. So Liam Mendel-Lawrence is likely to go through if he can do a job on Marco Haller in the decider. I think Marco Haller will probably have a bit too much here for Nicholas Burdell, but could be wrong.
I thoroughly agree with you. Thoroughly. I think Marco Haller wins 3-0.
Marco Haller's throw reminds me a little bit of Luke the Nuke Littler, a little bit round army.
Well, it looks like 2 round arm merchants because Burdell certainly throws. He's certainly slower than
he
Luke
is,
Littler.
yeah.
I believe Marco comes from the same strip of land of Beat as Beat Plus. They look to be wearing the same dart shirt.
They are wearing. He's plays with Beat.
Is that in Lang now?
I'm not too sure. As we see 7 missed darts at the bull or outer bull. Make that 8. How long will this go on for? Not any longer, unless Marco Haller also hits an outer bull. I like the little signature of putting that in double 6 to signify that it hit the green.
I don't like that.
Of course you don't, because you don't hit the board. How many missed darts at the board were there in your game against Norbert Noosa?
There were a few.
Mark was obviously chalking that game.
He thought himself in danger for a little while. A name that I mentioned to you at the start of the day, James, of course, there's several female participants today, is Sylvia Schlackbach. 2-1 up on Daniel Zerbrugg.
Ganz Speersman is Schlackbach.
She is indeed.
As your pick for the day is currently 2-1 down to seeded player Fabio Piscoletti.
Yeah.
Tyler Pitt, someone that always seems to do a bit of a job.
David Zing's playing some brilliant darts today. Did he come through that first game? Oh, he lost in the last leg to Cider to Beale.
I mean, Beale's a very good player. 65, a bit of a low average.
Yeah, there must have been a real bad leg, and it was the last leg. David Zing had multiple darts to win that game. After going 2-1 up on Fabian Beale.
Fabian Beale's someone who I think could go far today if he played his darts right at the right times.
I don't see him getting beyond the last 16, if I'm honest.
I think he has 80 in the locker. I averaged it regularly in Clotton.
Time will tell on that one.
I think if I watched him play against Friedlang, I'd start him a strong favourite.
Strong favourite, you say?
So, big game coming up here between Adrian Fichter and Mika Fluger in the reverse fixture. If Mika Fluger is to do a job on him, you'd say that Mika Fluger will probably go through due to that leg that he picked up against Stefan Belmont. Someone who's looking like they're probably not going through is David Malaya, losing 3-1 to Jörg Schwendimann.
Although David Malaya does have the incredible record of 16 SDC Tour events entered, 16 knockout stages progressed too.
And he also has
quite remarkable.
He also has the incredible record of 16 first round losses in the knockout stages.
In the last 64. He's a remarkably consistent man.
And that consistency looks like it's about to be undone.
Particularly as Lucas Sekinger looks to be a very good player in that group.
He will have to do a job on Michael Lang and then hope that Michael Lang can do a job on Jörg Schwendimann and that Sekinger is going to destroy everyone as expected.
He's hoping that all 3 players end on 1 win. Is David Malaya.
One of your favourites, Louis Muller, get to win over Christian de Cunto.
Yeah. Christian de Cunto, a big fan of the At-Home series.
Christian de Cunto was a fan of the At-Home series. By At-Home series, we mean Mark's Bedroom series.
Yep.
You're a big fan of Modus Live League, as we know, supporting Marcel Walpen as being your forte.
Yep.
What a rogue celebration that you had in the locker there.
Yeah. I don't quite know where that came from, if I'm honest. It was just raw emotion, I think. No, we had a good night in Portsmouth celebrating Swiss Darts' success or achievements throughout that week in Modus Super Series.
One thing that I'm quite keen to know was that celebration for the 180 seems particularly aggressive.
Yeah.
Considering he was 1-0 down at the time. Was that purely due to celebrating Swiss Darts? Or was that due to celebrating your bank account and having a slightly larger sum in it?
I think Marcel Walpen just needed all the encouragement he could get. He was playing well throughout the night, but perhaps wasn't power scoring in the way that he could. So really, it was just to celebrate his return to the big scores, which he really seemed to feed off. So,
as we see, Marco Haller, 2 darts at Dubs 9. Is he considering splitting? Don't think it would be the worst play.
The bust market surely got to enter equations here. Okay.
Double 4 and double 18, I think, are just as nice as each other,
Yeah,
really.
they're the same.
I'd probably
Same
argue
side of
that
the
double
coin.
4 is a bit easier because you have 3 darts, whatever happens, whereas double
That's
18.
a great first start from Birdell. And why is double 16?
Oh, Budell. That is useless. Marco Haller, dubs 4. Wild first dart. Not so wild second dart. And on the wire third dart.
But Birdell will not hit the big number here. You have my guarantee.
Great big number hitting there from Birdell. Can he find double 2? Just stack on top of that. Oh, the stack is not enough. Tired morning this morning, Trav. You have his guarantee he's not going to hit the big number, but he did.
I was laughing because you like to do darts impressions, don't you? Of various players. And I feel as though Nicholas Birdell throws much like your impression of how I throw when you're trying to imitate my throw.
He does bring it very low down to his shoulders. And he does look like he does not drooping as much as you do when you throw. You lean over quite aggressively.
As both players will surely enter the madhouse in the next couple of visits.
I was going to put strong money on that we wouldn't see a 30 average in this group. I think all the players are slightly too good for 30 averages. But will Birdell prove me wrong?
Got to attack this here, Birdell, unless you want to be left on mads. Does attack it and does find it.
Deep breath and good check. I would have put strong money on Marco Haller being the one getting out of this group.
Sylvia Slapback comes through against Daniel Zerbrug, averaging 67.
Games you had to win to get through that group with Alex Fellman still to play. Alex Fellman, the seed in that group, remember. No, there's no seed in that group, sorry. No seed in Linus Gross or Daniel Zerbrug.
Of course, there's 32 seeds today here, James. 32 groups without a seed.
First player that you've played in history of the SDC, Cyril Pulvermuller, is going home after losing to our hybrid Ronnie Bichelle and Michael Wadacek.
Yeah. What do you think of Ronnie Bichelle, the love child, of course, of Mark Bichelle and Ronnie Liu?
Mediocre Spearsman who loves mid-40s, low 50s.
He will obviously be a stacker being produced from those two great men.
I think isn't Ronnie Liu an understacker?
I think he's a both ways man.
Your favourite term at the moment, both ways. You say, do either of these players go both ways?
They certainly don't, no. Birdell doesn't go either way, and Haller just understacks.
Liam Mendel-Lawrence, you said he's a both ways guy.
No, I never said that.
You said we were watching a video on YouTube yesterday and he said he went both ways.
On occasions he can go both ways, but he doesn't go both ways.
Does that not mean that he's a both ways kind of guy?
No. There were occasions where the darts were going both of the two respective stacking ways.
What we mean here is obviously Stefan Belmont puts his first dart on the top white and he understacks, whereas you have someone like Jochen Grounds put his first dart on the bottom part of the Treb 20 wire and will put it on top. That is a stacker. And you have someone like Marcel Walpen who can put it above and below. That is someone who is a both ways stacking merchant.
He can go one way or another.
He's going to find it. He's going to hit the treble 20.
One way or another.
Fabian Liemacher and Mario Arnold is the decider.
A little name of someone who's come to play today, James. Roman Vellinger. I recognise that name, but I'm not quite sure why.
He's third currently on the averages list.
Feel as though Roman Vellinger has played SDC events before. Let's have a look.
As we see our first torpedo of the day, 3 scored for Nicholas Birdell.
Indeed, he has. Roman Vellinger entered SDC Tour event 12 this year, beating Thomas Holdener, Alexander Zavanovic, and Rocco Fulciniti that day, only losing out in the semi-finals to Mark Bichelle, that love child we've just mentioned.
Mark Bichelle, gun Spearsman on his day. One of your favourite players is Mark Bichelle.
Yeah. He's just a nice, smiley, good-looking bloke. And great for the SDC.
Your prediction of Marinovic? that how you say his name? See us losing out to Piscoletti. Any changes on your opinions on the player himself, Edin Mrjevic?
No change in my mind on him.
Anyone else that's coming through the cracks that you're thinking, oh, this player could make a little run?
Well, a few names that were sort of floating through my mind last night about who might have a good run today. One of them was Lucas Albert, the blonde-haired assassin. But he looks to be in a little bit of trouble to even get out of the group against Sven Hoffman and Matthias Oertel, having lost his first 2 games.
Interesting. I think my pick for someone who's going to have a deep run is, could we see a 1-2-5?
Hello?
Or could have been the highest checkout of the round. My prediction is going to be Fabian Biel. Is my prediction to go far today. When I say far, I'm talking quarterfinals. I think anyone past the quarterfinals realistically is almost unrealistic to give an outright prediction because it's going to be those few players that we expect.
It is, yeah.
Beat Hoffman is going home along with Beat Plus. They have been beaten quite badly, you might say.
Good to see Beat Plus though. I hope he stays around for the award ceremony later. We know he got a mention last year for Players Player of the Year.
Did you vote in Fans Player of the Year?
I did vote for Fans Player of the Year, yeah. It was on the various social media platforms, wasn't it?
Who did you vote for this time round?
I will not be revealing who I voted for.
I will reveal who I voted for. I voted for JD. Thought he deserved a mention for all his honourable work for the SDC.
There's no honour amongst thieves now, is there? As Marco Haller leaves himself double 1 there. Really not the player on 59 to be attacking that treble 19.
I think he's busted it.
He did bust it. He hit 20 last start.
There we go. Marco Haller takes a leg to now all level at 1 apiece. Is there a reason you're hiding your vote? Do you think they have a chance of winning?
No, I don't think they have a chance of winning.
I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm actually going to have a look now at who's fab.
My vote was a player who has won an award, James, but he didn't win this particular award. So I'll keep that name under wraps for later.
Won last season?
Nope.
Or one winning this season?
Yes.
For me, if I was going to put in a serious vote, I think it probably would be for Felix Scherz this year. I think he's done very well. Or for me, another player that I'm a big fan of is Roger Tuscher. We've mentioned this before. Is an actual stonewall of the SDC. Always helps putting up balls. Always helps throwing treble 20s, and always helps making everyone laugh as well. Good bloke, and even better Spearsman.
Much improved Spearsman as well.
Yeah.
Goes without saying. Effective little treble 12 there from Burdell.
Mark did stats last night on Roger Tuscher. Has put 3 points on his average, apparently, over the course of the year.
That's not reflective of his actual improvement, though. 3 points on his season average.
I agree.
Because previously, he was just losing games. So previously, that is a scoring average. Now he is winning 30 to 40% of all games he plays.
I think more than that. He gets out of his group consistently. I think he's near 50 to 60% win record.
It's unfair to compare what is a purely scoring average compared to what is now a hybrid of winning and losing performances.
100% agree. And this is something that we tried to explain to Mark yesterday, but he was having none of.
Yeah. 3 points really, in my mind, is more like 10.
I agree.
15.
Yeah. I think his darts have been nothing short of incredible, his improvement.
I hope he's listening back to this part of the conversation. We know he enjoyed our commentary of his game against Patrick Ganter in the last 64.
I agree. He deserved to win that one.
From Langnau, I believe, that tournament, SDC Tour event 11 or 12.
Great knowledge of that. Your favourite place in Switzerland? I didn't have over 2.5 mentions of Langnau.
Well, when Beat Plus walks by the live stream and you have Marco Haller also from Langnau,
there's obviously going to be over 3.5 mentions of Beat at some point.
As we see a gentleman there with what looks to be a morning refreshment in his hand. Edith Moisky, is that?
Shouldn't be having pints on stream. We know this here. Matt's already been warned for that.
Some may say it's a little bit early to be having those kind of refreshments.
That is not Edis Ibrahimoski.
A good friend of yours, isn't he, Edis?
Big fan of Edis Ibrahimoski, lovely bloke. As we see, 13 scored for Marco Haller.
He does look a little bit like Edis Ibrahimoski.
He looks a little bit like Edis Ibrahimoski, but I wouldn't say too much like Edis Ibrahimoski. As we see, a bullseye here for a 1-2-6 out. Oh, nowhere near.
The amount of lag between it leaving his hand and entering the board, it seemed to take an eternity there to actually enter the board.
I think you can tell that Marco Haller plays a lot of his darts with Beat Plus. Under pressure, he does struggle a little bit.
Because he's not used to being under pressure, is that what you're saying, from Beat scoring?
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder how JD is going to get on this afternoon. Obviously, potentially could be on this streaming board with Joachim Graudens. I'm desperate to have him on the streaming board. He lights up my day. Not so much yourself.
Last year we had over
We see our first foam of the day.
Last year we had over 200 live viewers for our knockout stages. I don't think JD will contribute to numbers like that this year.
Oh, great dart from Nicholas Birdell. As we see fast forward, he hits the dubs 8. We had 2 Italians in one group through, Alessandro Tocci and Zito Francesco.
We see Alessandro enter a lot of these events, don't we? A steady player. I have not heard of Francesco Zito.
Interesting to see who's going to get out of Group AZ. Very, very mediocre standard darts, but a chance for two players who are regularly in the 30s to go through.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're playing the winner of that group, you're licking your lips.
I mean, really, if Kevin Kunzelman is any relation to Mark Kunzelman,
should be a better batsman,
or coming from the same crop of sparing ability, I do worry for Kevin.
He's playing against Mike Lotzer Trebles, his darting nickname. As we see Fried Lang with 3-0 wins. Fabian Biel, my prediction, with 3-0 wins. Felix Schiet with 3-0 wins. Sorry, Fabian Biel with 3-2 against Aberdeen, of course, but 2 wins, I meant to say. Tommy Vilchnik with 3-0 wins. Roman Wellinger with 3-0 wins. Mark Bichel with 2 wins. Jacob Schaffler with 3 wins. Thomas Scramley with 2 wins. Marcel Walpen with 3-0 wins.
One name that I would just like to mention, I assume he is in the draw today. He's not playing in the morning session, so I'll have to keep this comment until the afternoon, but Frank Schröder is a name that I'm going to just have a little bit of interest in throughout today.
So, as we mentioned, 3 of those players in the group of death between Kevin Kunzelman, Mike Lotzer, and Kevin Reindor are in the bottom 4 averages.
Yeah.
And that brings your average down further.
Well, I'm going to nip this in the bud right now, James, because I know you'll mention it later. When I played Norbert Erlhaus in the group stages, my average was 10 points below what I realistically think I can average. And that's because there was no pressure to score, no pressure to win, and no pressure on the doubles. And I abused that lack of pressure and produced very poor darts. And I'm going to say it now, I averaged in the mid-40s.
Can I just ask though?
Which I don't think is a fair reflection of my darting ability
no,
or of the game.
I don't disagree that is the case. My only question is, the following day when you had 3 good spearsmen in your group, you also averaged mid-40s. So what happened there?
As I said, my experience in Clinton was mixed. And from a darting perspective, I didn't produce my best.
If you were on the leaderboard here today, you'd be pleased to know that you would be sat at 90. Oh, you'd be sat just below Beat Plus at 90.
That's exactly where I want to sit, besides Beat Plus. I always want to be besides Beat Plus. In life and in statistics.
Can we see a 115 checkout here from Marco Haller? Trebs 20. Oh, and then the spray on single 15.
We've only had an hour of darts today, James, but let's see what our highest checkout is of the day, shall we?
As we see Marco Haller setting up. Can Marco Haller take us here to a last leg at the sitter? So far, our highest checkout is from Fabio Piscoletti with a 121 and Rocco Bolciniti with a 120. We've had 10 players hit ton plus out so far. Wouldn't have put money on those being the 10 players. A very random selection of players.
A couple of ton 80s flying in as well.
No one with 2 ton 80 yet, but a handful.
No, but 20 players have hit one today.
David Zing being one of them. Flugiger being another one. Sven Hoffman. Is Yo Schwendiman a 180 merchant?
He's not a 180 merchant.
Rolf Schelling.
We saw big Rolf Schelling average 70 in that first game that he played.
He was averaging 70 after one leg. Unfortunately, did come down to mid-50s in the end, which is slightly disappointing. Currently, only one live board setup, Bearded FPV.
There was talk of 2, wasn't there?
There was talk of 2. Slightly disappointed that we couldn't get 2 across the line.
Yeah, disappointing. Sorry for Lauren to miss out on a day of commentary duties.
He's just doing the fun ones at the end.
We know he was looking forward to a day of commentary.
He will be commentating the quarterfinals, semis and finals, as we are aware, in German if you can't speak English. You have that to look forward to.
The World Championship of Darts does start at 8 o'clock if you'd rather be watching something else by then.
I, of course, will be keeping my eye firmly on SDC Tour finals. Are you getting on any of the action today at the World Champs?
I'll always be observing the action, James, on the World Darts Championships.
You predicted every single game correctly yesterday.
Thank you.
Must have won lots of money from that.
You might think that. You might think that. But I went chasing a little bit extra value. A real high value leg here for both players. Marco Haller really needs to chase the value.
Doesn't need to chase any more value. 2 big numbers is enough.
Of course, if Marco Haller does win, it would set out a shootout in that last game with him and Liam and Lawrence to go through.
If Marco Haller goes chasing too much value of those Treb 20s, he might end up spraying and cause himself to lose the leg, which is why you don't want to chase too much value.
Against a man scoring 7, I don't see the need to chase the value that aggressively here from Marco Haller.
Just keep it big.
No need to go on minus 2.5 or 1.5. Just win the game is all Haller will be thinking.
See, if you'd asked me before this game, I would have put on either 3-0, 3-1.
I'd have gone minus 1.5 Haller. Yeah,
I
would. I'd have chased value.
And it wouldn't have come in because Nicholas Burdell is a ruthless.
He's going to follow up his 7 with 3. There it is. Yeah. Booyah. Booyah from Burdell. As his standard has really dropped off in this last leg and a half. 21 darts thrown and 160 points scored.
Nicholas
Haller has had a very good leg himself.
He has
by
indeed.
comparison.
Can Burdell burgle a leg, or will it be too much?
It's his 7th lot of spray in a row. That's his 8th lot of spray in a row. Does end the spray with a single 20. But I think Nicholas Burdell's race and tournament is already run. It is if this hits double 20.
Ooh, a bit of wild spray.
A bit of wild spray.
There's some more wild spray.
Luis Camacho playing in the morning session.
Yeah, I saw he lost his first couple of legs today.
Did he? Well, he's in trouble against Julian Muller.
How's he getting on? Did he win that opening stanza? I saw he averaging 50-something after a few legs.
Did get the better of Loris Schaufer. and in that reverse fixture against Julian Muller.
But Laurie Shaw playing later today. How do you think he'll get on?
Laurie Schaub, yeah, he's a player you particularly like, isn't he, Laurie Schaub?
Young player, very young.
Back in Birdell's favourite section, the single one.
Disappointed that we've got no Ant Schude this weekend, as we see his fifth. If he was going to actually be drinking these straws, he would be quite there right now, because I think that is his fifth of the game.
I am disappointed by how quickly Birdell.
What are you doing?
No.
What are you doing, Marco Haller? What are you doing?
You've just seen Nicholas Birdell live in single 1 and single 5. Yet he chooses to leave the madhouse.
Oh, that is the most criminal thing I've ever seen.
Birdell really can't keep straight.
What has happened to Birdell?
He's fallen off a cliff.
I don't know what has happened. Oh, ruthless dub to one hitter is Marco Haller. Must get the practice from playing Biat Plus. Booyah for Haller. As we see Rocco not even waiting 2 minutes to get on the dartboard.
But we will be waiting a couple of minutes. We'll have a quick refreshment break and be back in a second.
Die Anmeldung für die Gruppe 33 bis 24 ist offen.
Three 0 Rocco Fulciniti. What a game. Oh, so it's not quite started yet. Bit of early prediction here. We've got a bit of lag going on.
If anyone would like to bet against Rocco Fulciniti 3-0, I'm pricing it up 1 to 10, the 3-0. 8 to 1, any other outcome in this game.
I'd have a bit of money on the 1 to 10. I think that's a bit of value.
Of course, Simon Whitlock was at a similar price last night to beat Paolo Nebrida 3-0.
You wouldn't have got on that one, would you?
Went to a last set decider, of course.
You surely wouldn't have gotten that one, would you? Surely you would have just gone for Whitlock to win, or just not try and chase the extra value.
Maybe. As Rocco is throwing first, and we've got a gun Spearsman in the background. Can we talk about that? How good the guy in the blue shirt will be at darts. Oh my goodness me, Bedell.
Couldn't get out of treble one and single one, and now he's living in Trebs 12.
Some turnaround from Nicholas Bedell.
Rocco, just you could see right while the others were playing, he was just frothing to get straight back.
He was, yeah. Just wants to get on with his business, doesn't he, Rocco?
He just wants to throw Trebs 20s and Trebs 19s and have fun.
Tell you, he is having fun. Nicholas Bedell on the treble 20.
He's living in and around the treble 20. What's happened to Bedell? He's averaging 93 after 6 pairs.
Perhaps just needed some refreshment and a little sit down. Not much of a sit down, of course, because he did play in our previous game, which went all the way to a last leg decider.
We were discussing about some of the players that play in the SDC and how we think they'd get on in some of the London leagues, weren't we, the other day?
We were.
Some good players in the London leagues. You've got Baval Patel, who's making his debut at the Ali Pali this year, playing against Willie O'Connor. If you want to have a bet on that, I give you my advice that it will probably be 3-0 to Willie O'Connor and potentially 9 legs to 0 because he's not that good, but he's all right. Some other players as well that we think could get to a deep run in an STC event. I'd like to see how they'd get on against the likes of a Walpen or a Blesser.
Yeah, it's always exciting when new players enter the SDC, isn't it, for the first time? We had quite an exciting weekend when Liam Mendel Lawrence made his debut. Of course, he won on his debut weekend. We were expecting Dennis Nilsson to play in the SDC for the 3rd time today. But unfortunately, he has had to withdraw at the last minute. Disappointing from Nilsson.
As you'd rather be Fulciniti, 17 dart legs. What were you about to say about Rocco?
I was about to say I was about to say about Dennis Nilsson. He'd just rather be beating players like Gary Stern than participating against the best, like Stefan Belmont. But
he supposedly has COVID, but I think that's a ruse, a Bradley ruse for not wanting to show up. I think he is. He's just counting his cash from his World Champs semi-final appearance.
I think in the WDF they pay out £7.50, is it, for the semi-finals?
I think they pay out 0 because I think Paula Jacklin steals all the money.
I think Paula Jacklin and JD would get on well. They'd run a good darts organisation together.
I think there would be nothing provided for the players.
No cash and no trophy.
No, but you'd get told that you're on board irons a few times. I wonder if JD is aware of who Paula Jacqueline is.
Almost certainly not. Luis Camacho putting in a 12 darter there. Double jugging Laurie Schaefer in the opening leg.
Do you reckon that, what do you think is more likely? Stefan Belmont dishing out jugs today, how many he'll dish out, or what do you reckon is more Nicholas Birdell's strawed visits?
Ooh, good question. I would expect throughout the day, straw number...
This would be seven or eight?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Just on time from Nicholas Birdell.
I tell you what Birdell's first start hits, I think is a good indication of what he's going to hit for the...
He's a ruthless follower, isn't he?
He does like following darts.
He's the tight grouper, yeah. I'll give that to Birdell.
No, I wouldn't say grouper. He just follows darts very well.
True.
If you lead him on a rocky path, he will continue down that path.
Whereas you're the opposite. If you put a really good dart in Trev's dart, I think this could be filled the bet. Or yeah, it's the opposite of yourself. If you put one like on Trev's 20, the next dart could be single 4. It also could be dubs 2. Like, we don't know where your second dart is going, but you have always one good dart in the locker every visit. That's why I say you're the most ruthless bullseye hitter for your level. For a mid-40s Sparesman, I don't think I've seen a more ruthless bullseye hitter.
Well, I was watching a little bit of the bull-offs from Nicholas Birdell, who's now deciding to start on 18s by the looks of things.
I think that was just an accidental bit of spray. But yeah, Nicholas Birdell, mid-40s hitter, and you're much more ruthless on the bullseye than Nicholas Birdell.
Well, he was closer to the trebles ring than the bullseye in that bull-off against Rocco.
Tops, maybe?
No, treble 20. He'll stay here.
Okay, tops, Rocco.
You have my personal guarantee. Oh, we just sort of floated that in between, just playing the Faddies game.
He's playing the Faddies game. Lots of players here playing the Faddies game.
Yeah. In the group stages, really, it's the play. It is the play to keep things fat. So Rocco gets the second leg wrapped up and one step closer to landing the 1 to 10 shot of 3-0.
I think it was 1 to 50, to be honest, and in play it's about 1 to 100.
When Nicholas Birdell had 2 treble 20s in, he gave you a glimmer of hope if you were betting on any other outcome market.
I think 1 to 500 now.
Oh, suspended. Yeah. I don't quite know how to assess Birdell as a darts player. I don't get the impression he's particularly experienced, do you?
No. The one thing I will say also as well that must be slightly frustrating for the players that are playing in the afternoon session is I've seen someone like Andy Bless, I've just seen him in the background knocking around. He can't practice until the games are finished because there's games going on every board and you don't get an opportunity to practice.
Yeah.
So, and you know that there'll be games lingering right until the bitter end.
You do, yeah. There are, of course, 3 or 4 practice boards set up in the communal area outside, but that's...
Of course, for 128 players, you can't have 4 boards for 128 players.
It's not a lot of practice boards, no.
Rocco Fortuniti playing some of his better spears here. He seemed ruthless at the moment.
Yeah, he's had an interesting season, hasn't he, Rocco? And I'm sure his reflections at the end of today's event, no matter how well he does, will be that of mixed success.
Ooh, didn't expect him to adjust there to the Trebs 20.
Yeah, a mixed season for Rocco, as we say.
What do you think of his spares? They don't seem... Can't tell how grippy they are. They look quite... They've got lots of indentations, yeah. But it almost looks like quite a smooth barrel outside of that. We see Fried Lang get through his first ever group at SDC Tour finals. Obviously went out last year in the group stage, despite being a seed, to Tommy Vilchnich.
Really? Lost to Vilchnich in the group stage?
He lost to Vilchnich in the group stage, and he lost to someone else as well.
Who we now know is a very good player, Tommy Vilchnich.
Always been a good player, Tommy Vilchnich. Can we see another Ton Plus checkout for Rocco Fortuniti? Breathes deeply and is considering tops or 18s. We know he's not a huge fan of 18s from the 9 missed match darts against Andy Bless.
He's being really deliberate here. I mean, a player of Rocco's experience, he knows exactly what's left.
You're on 56. Oh, and he misses a big number. He's left Favs as well. He's a ruthless tops merchant. Why are you leaving favourites? Maybe because he's so far in front of Nicholas Bedell. But
so Bedell, what I expect to be his last 3 darts. Can he sign off with a signature 3 scored? And take this one with you, Nicholas?
Can he finish a breakfast? That would be quite nice. Oh, no, a bit more. He likes to droop to the right a little bit. That's one thing. And I think that's because he comes so low on his shoulder.
Yeah.
It's like similar to what you do. You go very low on your shoulder on your right-hand side and it causes it to droop right.
Recently, in my darts crisis era, I'm hitting a lot of 18s as well.
Yeah.
Accidental 18s.
So he's not hitting 18s. It's Rocco Pulciniti as he goes through in this group as top of the pot. He's finished above Liam Mendel-Lawrence, regardless of what Mendel-Lawrence does in his last game, and will take that 5th seed spot very nicely.
So St. Nicholas has been left with an empty sack. 0 legs from Nicholas Bedell there, and that will end his SDC campaign. No wins, bottom of the group.
As we'll be back very shortly for the last group stage game between René Soler. No, not René Soler. Marco Haller. Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Stay tuned. The winner goes through in 2nd place.
We seem to have a stranger playing the last group stage game against Marco Haller. Do you know who that is, James?
No, there's some very tall man who's taken Liam Mendel-Lawrence's spot wearing glasses. Maybe he's trying to emulate his icon, Stephen Bunting.
I don't really know where to look, if I'm honest.
I tell you who does know where to look, because he's got full 2020 vision, is Liam Mendel-Lawrence. It does make, I'm a player who plays with glasses and sometimes contact lenses. It really does play with your depth perception, because when you've got glasses on, when you've got contact lenses on, there's different points in your vision. You don't know how far to bring your dart back, because you've essentially got an extra couple of centimeters between your eye vision and your lenses, not your lenses, your specs. So it plays with how far to throw back, because when I don't have glasses on, when I wear contacts, it tends to come closer to my face than if I have glasses on. I can't bring it that close to my face because my glasses are there. So it's almost a different depth perception. So I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see Liam throw the worst average that he's thrown of the group so far.
Interesting, in a game that he really needs to win, then, that he would make, okay, maybe not a radical change, but a slight change that will obviously affect, well, his depth perception, as you say, and his treble line hitting.
We've had a few players that have tested the waters of wearing glasses, not glasses. Alan Chuck Norris being the one that comes to my mind, and a lot of them will.
Gary Anderson, of course, being another very famous example.
Yes, but all players are very famously known for saying how much of an impact it has on their game. It will take points off your average, and you can see from the first 9. Okay, it's only been 9 darts, but Liam Mendel-Lawrence living near low 50s is not where you expect it to be. I would expect it to come up. So I think he will average in this game at high 60s is where I'm
saying 75 is the spread. I don't expect Haller to get close. I mean, I wouldn't offer 1 to 10 on the 3-0 here, but I think Haller gets darts in a couple of legs to win, but I don't see him converting the small opportunities he'll get.
I would take 1 to 5 on the 3-0.
I think that's the right sort of area for the price it would be.
Great dart. Can you find another?
No.
Matt Travis once again proved incorrectly. Lots of false statements so far this morning, Trav. My favourite personally being the one where you said Badell would definitely not hit the big number, and he hit the fattest big number of all time. How can you not back Badell to hit single one? It's his favourite segment on the board. Ruthless. That's a droopy dart at Treb 16. They always say when you make changes to your equipment, the hardest thing to hit is your doubles.
So that means this is going in then, James?
It's one thing that we noticed against Rocco as well. He missed lots of darts of double. They say if you change your darts or you change specs, anything like that, you will find your treble 20 because you're so used to throwing at it.
That's actually quite an interesting point, because in that game in the GF World Championships, when he did use a new pair of darts, it was actually his scoring that suffered. His darts at double, okay, besides his winning darts where he missed 6 opportunities to do so, it's actually scoring that proved the weakest element of his game. The amount of Russell was absolutely wild from Liam.
I would say Liam is not a scorer in general, though. Anyway, I know he's a regular rustler on the SDC tour as well.
That's a little bit harsh.
I would say out of the big players who win titles all the time,
Growden sprays the most by far.
I would agree with that, but Growden doesn't win all the time. I'm talking about your players that have won multiple titles this year. I think Liam Mendel-Lawrence will have the lowest overall average. I think his averages overall will be lower than Bless, it'll be lower than Walpin, it'll be lower than Belmont, and I think it's not even going to be close as well. If we have a look at the tour leaderboard for this season, we can chint.
Let's see if it's statistically any different.
It's not correct. Actually, no, this is not correct. My apologies. Yeah, so he's lower. He's 6th on the list. Okay.
He's basically on a par with Marcel Walpin, isn't he, throughout the season? They're both slap bang at that 80 mark.
He's 1.5 points below. He's quite a considerable distance below Belmont, quite a considerable way below Groudens as well.
But quite considerably above Andy Bless, 5 points up on Andy Bless.
True. Andy Bless hasn't played, I would say, his best darts this year. I would be interested to see how he'd compare to Bless last season.
And that's a massive surprise for me. Just filtered it on that 180s there. A bigger 180 hitter than Andy Bless.
think he's played more tournaments than Andy Bless, is what I would say.
A big 180 hitter than Jochen Grounds as well, who we know has entered almost every event this season.
Jochen Grounds has entered almost every event. I am surprised about that because I would have said Jochen Grounds is a ruthless 180 hitter. Obviously, Grounds has had those issues with his injury. He's got that, I think it was just some kind of like stomach issue or like it was on his hip or something near there.
Yeah, we did have some comments, didn't we, on our YouTube feed last time saying there was a little...
Must be on 89. Scoreboard slightly incorrect there and slightly behind. Not checked 89. Don't know what Hilaire's on, but I'm assuming he's still just... Can't follow up with a second treble 20. Apologies, we're receiving some lag here in the UK.
Of course, this is our final group stage game, isn't it, James?
Yeah, as we see Liam Mendel-Lawrence on at 8.
We see the wonderful Tommy Vilchnich in the background there.
Got
with his Dynamite shirt on there as well.
On the tine and the weir for Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Can't get close with that going in. Think you'll find this second dart. Sorry, I meant second dart from now, so the third dart.
Stackers love twos would be my observation.
Well, that is a wild dart from Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
Stackers love twos, just as a general statement. I'm going to throw that out there.
Stackers' favourite segment is dub 16, I'd say. They love it.
They love dubs too.
I think that Robert Owen does not like a segment more than dub 16 because they droop to that way as well. Thrown away last dart there.
Found a treble 17.
He did find a treble 17.
Okay, a stacker has missed twos.
So I will say I've been ruthless on Madhouse on this board. Is it me or is Madhouse feeling massive? We've seen almost every player in the group apart from Rocco hit it.
This is the lucky Madhouse.
Not Richie Edhouse, who's playing at the Worlds later this week. Although Matt Travis will recommend you probably bet on Richie Edhouse.
I'm not sure I've quite assessed the form that deep into the tournament just yet, James. I only look one day ahead. I don't
You
get
bet
ahead
on
of myself.
Mike Decker in the outrights, which I think is quite a rogue bet. Did you have anything on Mike Gillett against Liam Mendel-Lawrence?
Nothing of value, James, no.
What did you bet on that game?
I noticed there was significant market movement in that game when it was revealed he was not using his own darts. But I didn't touch it.
You didn't go on Mike Gillett?
I didn't, no.
You didn't go on Liam either? Not supporting the SDC with your value spotting?
I didn't spot any value in that game.
You did bet on him in the next round though, right?
I did, yeah.
On him or against him?
On him.
So it's like that's 2 losses from 2 on your bets on Liam Mendel-Lawrence. We know famously you bet large sum of money against on Robert Owen to beat him in his Euro Tour debut. But Liam Mendel-Lawrence proves to be a gunge batsman when he needs to be.
It was nice to speak to Liam Mendel-Lawrence, wasn't it, in Clutton?
Lovely bloke.
He had a little bit of time for us.
Lovely fella and underrated.
Speaks good English.
Speaks very good English.
A gentle character, isn't he? Much like his demeanour on the hockey. Very quietly spoken. So it's looking like Sylvia Schlappbach will be going through alongside Alex Fellman. We identified her as a player earlier.
As Marco Haller follows his comrade and hits a torpedo of his own. How is the group of death between Kevin Reindl and Mike Lotzer going on?
Should we have a look at that leaderboard? I suspect Mike Lotzer will still be at the very foot of this table. He is not at the foot of the table. Kevin Kunzelman has taken that mantle.
So who is through out of the group? That's what I want to know.
Can you remember which group it was, James? It's probably the group with very few games completed.
There's a group above that's only had 3 games completed. What's happened in that group?
Here we go. Mike Lotzer in a strong spot with 2 wins. Lots of wins indeed from Mike Lotzer.
Kevin Reindl with his highest average of the tour so far, 42.
Wasn't enough to earn him a leg, though, was it?
Let's see, Liam Mendel Lawrence. Oh, groups. What is there? Is there something wrong with the double 12 segment here? Both players that have gone for double 12 on this board have drooped it significantly towards dubs 9. Marco Haller potentially his last 3 spares in the SDC Tour Finals, and maybe the SDC full stop. Mendel Lawrence, single 1, double 4. Oh, sorry, he hit single 7 last time. Why do I think he's on? I keep thinking that he's on 9 because he's so wild on that dubs 12. And there we go, game shot and the match. Liam Mendel Lawrence through in second place, where we will see him later on this afternoon in the knockout rounds. Excited for that one and excited for the next lot of group stage fodder we're about to watch.
We will have an update very shortly from the SDC team, whether more games will be featuring on a streaming board 1. Of course, it's a brilliant opportunity for players who don't regularly feature on YouTube and on the live stream to get some airtime, to get some coverage, and to get our observations on their games. Join us back shortly for the next lot of coverage.
Die folgenden Spieler in der Gruppe wählen: Thomas Vogt, Valentin Thaler, George Vogel, Pascal Auswert, Bruno Francesco Di Bello, Ivo Moore, Mario Mussa, Stanislav Risto, Roland Martens, Roman Rudi, bitte beim Test melden. Die folgenden Spieler haben 2 Minuten Zeit, sich ein Test zu wählen. Thomas Vollmer, Valentin Thaler, Pascal Auswert, Buono Francesco Ribeiro, Mario Costa, Stanislav Risto. Now, Gruppe 37 ist eine lange Gruppe. Gruppe 36 ebenfalls eine lange Gruppe. Bord 45 ist eine Dreiergruppe und steht auf Bord 17. Gruppe 49 spielt auf Bord 1. Gruppe 53 ist eine Dreiergruppe. Gruppe 44 auch eine Dreiergruppe. Gruppe 57 Dreiergruppe. Gruppe 48 eine Dreiergruppe. Und vor 63 auch eine Dreiergruppe. Bitte spielt immer ohne große Pausen, damit wir den Zeitplan einhalten können. Die Dreiergruppen bitte gemäß den Tablets. Und bitte bei den städtischen kein Alkohol. Die Grundmeinung und bitte noch kurz warten, weil die Morgengruppe noch am letzten Spiel dran sind. Landesspieler und Basisspieler 200 Führung regelmäßig im Spielraum auf eine zurückschrittliche Performance. Nicht schöner, biblisch, oder spielen sofort.
So welcome back to afternoon session number 2 of SDC Tour Event Finals 2023. Earlier this morning, we saw Liam Mendel Lawrence finish second in the group behind Rocco Fulciniti, both sailing through into the knockout stages as you'd expect. And here we have our second group of the day, Jochen Groudens, John Dominique Bolhander. And we'll just find the last 2 remaining players in that group. If Darts Connect will allow. It will be Nando Schlegel and Thomas Kolnlein. 2 names I haven't heard of, 2 Swiss players. We will see how they fare against one of our tournament favourites here, Jochen Groudens. Certainly not the man from the Philippines. As Groudens lays down a statement of his intent there, missing double 18 for 15 darter. We have some real big hitters featuring this afternoon. If you thought this morning was a little bit dry of familiar faces, we have Sven Geiger featuring as our number 2 seed. We have Sebastian Jacobi, Thierry Asparagus, Marcel Guga, Marco Obst, of course, your man on screen, Jochen Groudens, alongside several other good players, Hagen Sent, Lucas Dahlmann. The list goes on. We can give you a quick summary now of who will be progressing from the morning session, which of course featured 32 groups. So 64 players already progressing into the knockouts. 64 more will join them this afternoon. Stefan Belmont and Adrian Fichter from Group A. Mika Flugiger going home 4 games, 4 losses. Wait. Yeah, 0 losses. I had to double check. Mika Flugiger did not win a game in the group stage. A 3-dot average of 63 was not enough. As the sneaks closer here. Groudens missed that dot for 15, has now proceeded to miss 9 more for his first leg of the day. David Malaya cannot continue the streak of getting out his group in every SDC Tour event. Jörg Schwendemann will sneak through at his expense behind Lucas Sekinger. Louis Muller and Nicholas Vergner from Group C. Sven Hoffman and Matthias Oertel from Group D. Lucas Albert going home. No wins for Lucas. As we watch again, Groudens on double T. And now leaves himself the madhouse. So Groudens on double 1. There we go. No messing about. This time for Groudens. John produces a wry smile. Big Rolf Schelling going home as well. He had the highest 3-dot average in that group behind Bruno Bossart and René Turkatz, but will be going home. Fellman topped the group, and as we said, Sylvia Schlappbach will be qualifying in second, ahead of Daniel Zerbrug in Group G. No issues for Michael Waracek. He tops his group, along with that love child we mentioned, Ronnie Bichel. Marcel Walpen flying through from Group I. 3 wins for him and a 76 start average for the day so far. Steady stuff from Marcel. A couple of other selected names going through. Thomas Schramley topping Group J. Jacob Schaffler, very impressed with him from Group K. Mark Bichel tops Group L. Felix Sheets, no issues. Felix topping Group Q. Fabian Beal, player that James had his eyes on. For a deep run today, we'll top the group. David Zing qualifying in second. No issue. 3 games, 3 wins in Group U. Times before already. The outcome generally beyond any doubt. But it'll be interesting to see who our second and third players are in this group and what they can bring. As we say, very, very little known about some of these players featuring at SDC Tour finals. And that certainly includes the 2 men we'll see, Nando Schlegel and Thomas Kolnheim. Looking forward to seeing how they get on. So Nando Schlegel has featured before, I am finding, and was in a group with Jochen Groudens back in 2022, over a year ago. And he lost 3-0 to Jochen Groudens on that occasion, fairly unsurprisingly. And his averages don't suggest he's going to put on much of a show for Groudens in that one. But those averages can be misleading. And our 4th player, Thomas Kolnheim, let's see if he's played before. Indeed he has. Thomas Colnline. Oh my goodness, okay. Thomas Colnline has entered Q School and has played on the Challenge Tour this year, beating Manuel de Vrede, a name you might remember from Tour finals last year, who overcame my co-commentator James Wilkinson that day. Thomas Colnline beat him 5-2 in the last 64. So potentially a good player, Thomas Colnline. Let's see if there's any more data available on Thomas. Yeah, PDC European Q School. He averaged 78 as his Q School average. First 9 of 85. We've got a good player on our hands here. So interesting to see how Thomas can get on against Jochen Groudens. As Groudens checks 116 and wraps up a very, very comfortable 3-0 victory over Jean-Dominique Ballhander. But the real man we are here to watch, Thomas Colnline. Stay tuned for his first action in the STC. Just like that, we are ready to go. Thomas Colnline versus Nando Schlegel. It's Thomas to throw first. His first start in the SDC is a treble 20. As we said, expect some good things from Thomas. Played in European Q School this year and has played on the Challenge Tour as well. Just shows he's wanting to really improve his game of darts. Scores matched there by Nando Schlegel, both opening with 1-2-1. He's got that distinctive European-style throw, hasn't he, Thomas? He's wearing the undersleeve, as you can see, which we've commented that a few people in the SDC have worn. We know that Michael Waracek has worn wrist support and sleeves before. Kovacs, of course, in the European circuit, another that springs to mind. Of course, there's no danger of this venue being cold. There's been darts in here for over 4 hours today already. As the venue's warming up, so too are darts. And it's Conline who started really well here. Every visit there's been a treble. He's left a finish after 12. He's shown enough for me already to suggest that'll be a game against Jochen Groudens. Nando certainly exceeding expectations for me. As Thomas just sets up tops when he returns. And there'll be 3 darts at tops for Thomas for leg 1. And there it is. A very, very distinctive throw from Thomas. It reminds me of a couple of professional players. Just going to watch a little bit more before I commit my cards to who I think he throws like. He certainly throws very good. Just to the wrong side of the wire on that occasion. As Nando looks to get his first leg on the board. As mentioned, Nando's played a couple of times on the SDC circuit. No stranger to these events. He played in Tour Event 4. He's also played in Tour Event 16, the last event of last season, where he got out of his group and played Marcel Walpen in the last 32. He didn't get a leg off Marcel that day, but that is no embarrassment. He beat David Zing in that group stage game, so we know he's got capabilities as Nando. It's about whether he can produce it consistently to amass victories over potentially 2 better players, Thomas and Jochen, in this group. As Thomas now starts to pull away in this leg. Tops again for Thomas. So Nando trying to get down to a finish. Rightly goes back upstairs, but can't leave that 2-darter. Can't leave it handy. As Thomas goes inside 5s. Okay. So 1 in 5 for Nando. We get a dart. Treble 18, the shot's still alive. 2 lots of Russell to complete that visit. So we saw Grounds have a little bit of trouble on the doubles. Will the same fate become Thomas? One dart at tops first. Nando, oh my goodness me. Goes inside the treble ring for a dart at tops. Wow. Possibly a distraction for Thomas as Thomas busts first dart. So Nando on double 7. That's a good dart at double 14 and a great dart at double 7. Finds it, levels up the game to 32 darter. Bit of modesty creeping in there for Thomas. Gives him a little fist bump. It's really frustrating me whose throw he imitates. I hope James can shed some light on this answer. If any of you think he reminds you of somebody throwing, I would like to hear who it is. Please let me know on YouTube if you have any thoughts on that or have seen Thomas Conline play before. Thank you to all those, of course, on YouTube watching along and live on Schaffhausen TV, as we are always streamed for these tour events. Hopefully some of those who have watched our coverage before have been inspired to play or are here at the event today. Thanks to all those watching along on YouTube. Still quiet for the group stage games, but we'll expect that to liven up this afternoon as we see some of our big hitters facing off. Let's see how some of those big hitters have started their afternoon session. Christoph Schumann 2-0 up on Joel DeLonco. Maybe he should stick to the commentary box rather than gracing board 11. Maurizio Castrovinci, after his signature role in part 3 of SDC's documentary, is live on board number 15 against Luigino Gasparina in an all-Italian shootout there as well. We see Sven Geiger has already won his first game 3-0 in the group stages. Someone who might sneak radar a little bit today, maybe not being taught at the back end of the season. But he's here today to remind everyone just what he's about. As Nando is getting more darts at double 15. Reminding Thomas that he's in a game here. Thomas was expected to be comfortably the better player. Not quite how things have worked out so far. It's Thomas on double five. Finds double five. Had to win that the hard way. But does hold throw. Good 100 there by Thomas. Been impressed with his scoring in this game. His doubling has left a little bit to be desired. But as we say, it's his first game on the SDC. It's his first game at the venue. I expect his performances will improve. We saw some below par performances from Liam Mandel-Lawrence, it has to be said, amongst others. But certainly on the scoring stakes. We know that Thomas has got gears to work through. So Thomas for tops to wrap up the victory, and there it is. Nando gave him a fight in that game, gave him a test, but in the end, Thomas did come through and had too much for Nando Schlegel. And no rest here. We are back for our next group stage game. And it is the game, potentially, of the group. The one that will be the most influential in deciding who finishes where. Both men on one win so far. Thomas Conline, Jochen Groudens. And this is an exciting one and should be our highest quality game of this group. Let's see. So it's Thomas with the darts. And of course, we've mentioned already, group position is so important in these big tournaments. I believe Groudons is I'll double check, the 3rd or 4th seed of this tournament. So effectively ensuring that he won't play one of the big 7 or 8 seeds in this tournament until that quarterfinal stage. Just a real advantage if someone can, top this group instead of Groudons. The only man with a chance of that really is Thomas Conline. But a good start from Groudons, who was stolen the darts in this first leg. We'll try and keep you updated as best we can. Can see that Darts Connect has not responded so far. Good last treble there from Thomas. I was thinking in the break who Thomas Conline's throw reminds me of. I have not reached an answer on that. Noel Maligdem is the possible selection. Although I don't think that's a brilliant comparison. No, it's the release that has only similarities with Noel Maligdem. I will wait on that. Jochen Groudens, double 16. Fine as double 16 for an opening leg break. And starts ton 40 on his own throw. Already making life very difficult for Thomas. And darts like that won't help his cause. 36. Groudens piles in more pressure. With another ton 40. But hold up. Thomas firing back, 135. Looks to be 60 hits. I'm trying to keep a note of these scores for you. Groudens will find himself on 161 when he returns. But the scores may matter not. With Thomas Schlegel missing the big number twice there. Will be 120 for Groudens when he returns. As we can see, Fabrizio Bologna on the second board there. Okay, presumably not 120 left for Groudens, starting on the 9th. I might have inflated one of his 20s into treble 20s. Very possible for a stacker when you can't see where his darts have entered. So let's see, treble 18. Okay, was taking on another treble 18. Now I'm lost. I'm fairly sure Conline won't. Conline was going for tops and finds tops and breaks straight back in what seemed like a leg where Groudens outscored him. Darts Connect must be telling no lies. All I know is this game's level at 1 apiece. So game back on throw, and Jochen Grauden's back in the trebles. Now joined by James Wilkinson. He returns. Hasn't been sacked just yet. Joel Duronko's not replaced him.
I was listening to some of your commentary while I was down at the coffee shop getting a coffee quickly. Listened that you name dropped me in my game against Manuel de Vrida.
I did, yeah. Thomas Conline hammered Manuel de Vrida at Q School this year. Or Challenge Tour, sorry, not Q School. Just goes to show the strength of him as a player.
Very good darts. I mean, I averaged 75 and couldn't get over the line against Manuel de Vrida, losing 4-3 in that encounter. The only reason I've come back so promptly is because I was hoping I would be watching a certain John Dominique Bolhanda. How has the man got on so far?
How do you think he got on against Jochen Grauden's, James?
I think he had 0 darts at double and lost 3-0.
He actually did have darts at double.
No way.
He did lose 3-0.
Oh, would that be the biggest upset of all time if he was to get a leg against Jochen Grauden's?
Quite possibly. But there was a lot of smiling going on while he was losing. A lot of smiling.
Who do you think's the most likely to smile while they're losing? I know you're not a fan of it.
Lucas Dahlmann likes smiling while losing, particularly to other young players.
Who do you think's the smiliest loser?
Mark Michel.
Mark Michel's the smiliest person, but not when he loses necessarily. I think Marcel Walpen likes to smile a lot when he lost.
Walpen tends to only lose big, high-pressure games, semi-finals, quarter-finals. Therefore, I'd be very surprised if he was smiling. Grauden's looks to be on a combi here, which might be the bullseye. It's double 2. It was 68, and he goes treble 20 inside, single 4 and double 2.
How is Jochen Grauden's getting on at the moment?
Well, this is only his second game, James. He beat Jean-Dominique 3-0, of course. This is his second game.
If Jochen Grauden's was playing at the World Champs today and he was drawn against Sandro Erik Sossing, how would you price that one up?
Sandro Erik Sossing would be 4-6 in that game, I think. Of course, I can't proclaim to know too much about Sandro Erik. I did see that he was 18th on the Asian Order of Merit this year.
Interesting.
Grauden's obviously being, I think, 2nd on the SDC's Order of Merit, James. You might know. Can you confirm, James? Order of Merit, SDC this year?
SDC Order of Merit, I will get up right now. I'm pretty sure Stefan Belmont is 1.
Yes.
Sven Geiger is 2.
Ah, okay.
Won't be Jochen Grauden's because Jochen Grauden's has only won 1 title.
Of course, he does participate in almost every event.
Titles get you money. Jochen Grauden's is in 4th place.
4th.
I dare say that if Liam Mendel-Lawrence was a tour card holder, he would be in 5th.
Possibly even 3rd or 4th.
Jochen Grauden's on the Sunday Order of Merit, is in 5th. And on the Saturday Order of Merit is in 3rd.
That's exactly where you'd expect Grauden's to be. He's not quite in the top 2 or 3 players, is he? But he's in that next tier of very good players.
That's also excluding Marcel Walpen, who obviously missed the first half of the season.
Yes. And Belmont, who by choice has not played the majority of events.
No, Belmont is still in 1st despite not playing any events. Because he wins every event he plays in, and that's why Field loses to Belmont today.
We will see.
Strong value on Field.
I was saying, James, we've maybe had a little slow start to the day, but it seems a lot of big hitters are out in force this afternoon. A lot of big players, a lot of big groups with a couple of good players in them.
I'm excited for the return on board 31 of Rock Bespathew.
Who is Rock Bespathew, James? You might have to explain that one.
Rock Bahor. He's the smiliest bloke while he's losing. He is a lovely fella, but
I think Jochen Grauden's was on 1-3-2 there, James, and I think he's gone bull, double 16 bull.
Oh, as we see Conline take out a 52 combi.
So we're going in last leg to sitter with Thomas to throw.
Conline. I think Groudons has the ability to hit 15 darts, whereas I don't think Online does. Groudons is taking the piss a little bit. He doesn't care.
Yes, that was an embarrassing moment, really. I'd say Conline is now favourite for the leg, especially if he fills the bed. What a time for your first 180.
1, 2, 3. Not quite enough.
Already an important game, this, because you wouldn't want to finish second in this group.
No, you wouldn't want to finish second in any group, really. There's a ton from Jochen Groudens.
Because there's always a chance that a good player will top a group from an unseeded group that is relatively unheard of. So,
do you know one thing I've noticed? Is that the flights of Jochen Groudens almost match the shirt of Thomas.
I hadn't particularly noticed, but I can see them both in shot now. Yeah, the purple. Yeah, that makes sense.
These, to me, I can tell which professional spares he's using. Can you tell me?
The Asp.
They're not the Asp.
Oh.
No. I am 99.9% sure that those are Luke Humphreys spears, just with not the accentuated flights and stem combination.
Really?
I will double check now in shot. But those, to me, are definitely Luke Humphreys spares, yes.
They look like Target. I thought I can see the Target logo on them. And I know that Luke Humphreys is not a Target player.
I'm 99% sure those are Luke Humphreys spares.
I was actually saying, James, his throw really reminds me of the professional players, but I can't quite think who it is. The release is reminding me of Noel Maligdem. I know it's a little bit laggy here and you can't quite see, but
he doesn't have the full volume. He doesn't go all the way back. He's very in front of him, which very few players
quite
have.
Pushy, isn't he? He's quite.
They say that there's two notoriously pushy throwers, and those are Daryl Gurney and Devon Peterson. Is he on 95 here? Is he going to go for the ball?
I suspect Conline is on a double here, or a 2-dart combination.
He's not far away, whatever he's on. Okay.
He's looking at double. He was on 80.
You
know what I say about 80?
Oh.
Why is double 5?
So Jochen Groudens for 25 and to beat Thomas Q-School Coline.
In what will really decide who tops this group. Double 8.
Oh, Jochen Groudens.
Conline 3 more at double 5.
Tour event 13 winner could lose. Oh, no practice spears, Thomas. Can't be throwing them away. As we see Joel DeRonco getting underway. Commentator against the Kreshmer. Benjamin, sounds like Benjamin Platnummer almost.
He did lose his first game to Mr. DeRonco. Will Thomas Conline be losing his first game as well? Oh my goodness, it's not in Groudens.
It went further away, Jochen. He's a tight grouper, but can he group inside?
He can't.
That's a useless spare. Useless spare. Nando.
So plenty missed from both. Oh, okay.
A bit of laughter, a bit of camaraderie.
Not sure about that at 2 legs apiece. Both that on a double. But Thomas now, double 5. This will not be inside, I can assure you of that.
Great guy. Can he just cushion in off of that one?
Off those 2. He can. Finds double 5 and causes quite an unlikely upset. In Group 4, our number 4 seed, Jochen Groudens, has lost to Thomas Conline.
Is that the biggest upset of the day so far?
I would say so, yeah. I don't think any other big seeds have lost games today. Sven Geiger, we know, won his opening 2 games.
Hans-Peter Schweitz has just lost a game there. That's quite a big upset.
Marcel Walpen, as we know, was playing this morning. Didn't lose a leg in his group stages. Stefan Belmont did lose a couple of legs. We know he didn't lose a game.
How was Joel the Bomber Brighton Moser getting on?
Of course, he's playing this afternoon as well. My good friend Joel. He's just getting underway against Mark Hoffman after beating Alessandro Neifler in his first game.
Neifler loves to turn up to these events and loves to lose, doesn't he? Rarely see that man pick up wins.
That comment could be made about quite a few players.
Oh, it could be made about yourself.
Nando Schlegel perhaps being one.
How do you price this game up between Schlegel and JD?
It's 1 to 50, Nando Schlegel.
He's wearing his signature fat guy's clothing.
Nando Schlegel has gotten out of a group before. We know that is not true of JD.
Tight grouping for Schlegel. JD doing his signature smile when throwing. JD has such a nice throw. I say this all the time. Apologies for the slight delay. We were making our lunch, but we're back with Nando Schlegel against JD Bolhander. And he's just followed it up with a 6 scored. Okay, a bit of Russell spray there from Nando Schlegel gives Dominique Bolhander an opportunity here to capitalise. Great big number hitting there from John Dominique. 19, 19 and 17. Good little last minute switch. Schlegel feeling pressure of the J. As I have a quick look around the boards to see how we're getting on. We've obviously got Zaki Juli's made a return this week after dropping out, knowing he had to play the Gunge Beersman that was myself in SDC Tour Event 14. Marco Obst, the winner from SDC Tour Event 2, is back again. He's 2-1 up on Matthias Numia. There's some other unknown players in here as well. Like Enis Medic is 1-all at the moment. Joel Di Ronco 1-all, averaging 69. Yannick Galudi 2-1 down and will be feeling the effects of that game against Jochen Klemm. Jonathan Feldhaus is 2-all with Cedric Sommer. Sommer obviously famously took down my co-commentator Matt Travis in a 3-0 spaffewing over in SDC Tour Event 14. Ivo Fura back again, a former finalist, 1-0 up on Yves Stouther. Claudia Dono 2-1 down. Conor Steiger 2-1 up. Angela Heinreich 2-0 up. A very famous figure on the SDC circuit and a big fan favourite as well. Hoping that she can go far again today. And our man, Roger Tuscher, currently 1-0 up on Laurie Schaub. This game really deciding who goes through that group in second place. Roger Tuscher currently averaging 64. And I'll tell you who's struggling, averaging 70, 1-0 down, is Thierry Asparagus. He's now 2-0 down to Joel Glor. And this is looking very gloom and doom for the Asparagus. Barry the Bookie Nelson 0-0. Adrian Pfister 0-0. Getting underway. Hans-Peter Schweiter 0-0 against Patrick Ray. That should be a great game there on board 32. Meanwhile, here JD really needs some trebles to keep himself in the leg as we see Barry the Bookie Nelson go 1-0 down to Felix Solner. The averages in the second half of the day have been significantly better than the first half. Some great spares going around these boards at the moment. We've got Hagen Sense about to get underway against Danielle Gazioli. In the second half so far, we've got... I think I've read this correctly. Sven Geiger has lost 3-0 to Patrick Killenhofer, who's just averaged 94. Killenhofer has won his other game 3-0 as well, averaging 90.18. Whoever Patrick Killenhofer is, he is a good player because Sven Geiger has only just scraped through against Enes Medic as well. In the return fixture between Enes Medic and Sven Geiger, there could be some interesting encounter.
Who is Patrick Killenhofer?
And
That's what I want to know.
How's he gone under the radar? You told me Sven Geiger would won his first 2 games 3-0. Classic guesswork there from my co-commentator Tappy Mathis. You see JD trying to take out a combi of 169, which can't be done anyway.
I think I actually preferred when Darts Connect didn't work for these two players. As Nando Schlegel hits big 1 when going for tops. How many big numbers do you think JD hits here, James?
2.
An incorrect prediction from James Wilkinson there. Of course, the spread was 0.
The spread
The spread was 0.5.
It was 0.5, yeah.
Another.
Dubs 4.
Just don't go inside, Nando. And that's the fattest inside I've seen.
You see, Roger Tuscher is on his way out of the tour finals. Slightly disappointed for him.
That's a shame. Did he have a tough group?
He's got Sebastian Jacobi and Laurie Schaub in a 3-man group, which is near
Of all the people who deserve good draws, I'd say Roger Tuscher deserved a good draw today.
He did, indeed. He started off his second game against Laurie Schaub very promisingly. Some other good names around. Georgios Douklatis is playing some very good darts. High 70 averages from him. Laurie Schaub, who we've already mentioned, is a relatively young batsman himself.
We've got the Swiss flag next to Georgios, but potentially a Greek or Italian player.
I think one of our highest seeds that could be going home so far is Thierry Asparagus, who's lost to Stefan Martin Fent.
Okay.
And he's also lost to Joel Glor. So Thierry Arpagaus is the highest seed to go out in the group stage.
No Martin James Backman today.
No, what a disappointment that is. Adrian Eckert, we know, is a steady enough Spearsman, and he's going through out of his group. Marcel Guga, another one who's moved over from the SDA, hasn't quite taught the lesson to WDF fodder Thomas. I've forgotten his surname because he's so forgettable. Can you remind me?
Young
Hands, that's the one. If you read an SDC article saying that Thomas Younghans has played at SDC, we do not support WDF fodder apart from Leonardo Lawrence.
He pushed the eventual winner, Chris Landman, quite close though, didn't he, in that game? You may have been watching.
Yes, but we all know that there was only one good player in that tournament, and that player was Andy Bartons. You would argue that there was two good players.
Gary Stern as well was there, yeah.
You're a big Gary Stone fan. Obviously, Lucas Dowman going about his business in a normal, casual fashion, winning 2 games against Steve Lauper and Conor Steiger.
Is it just me, or Lucas Dahlmann and Conor Steiger seem to be in the same group all the time?
They love it together.
They love being drawn together, yeah.
It's JD's draws.
JD's over 100 points ahead here. Plus these, one big number. Make that 2.
No, it's one big number.
Silly. One big number.
Dominic Ferrero is a player that I picked up on the other day. 79 average so far.
Yeah,
he was there
in Clutton, wasn't he, when we were there? You identified him as a good player.
Hagen Sense averaging 81 in a group stage game as well.
That's a tough group, that is, with Edith Ibrahimoski and Frank Schroeder. 2 good players there. Frank Schroeder has not... Okay, no, he's not won a game.
JD opts to leave the big fish, missing the board after hitting 1. I guarantee he'll be smiling when he steps up to the board here.
JD loves getting 1 dart into the fish. We do know that.
Look who's playing today on board 19. Remo Valvaren. 3-0 Yannick Ludi, the man that 3-0'd you. Although you may be a better commentator, he is definitely a better Spearsman.
Yannick Ludi, one of the only men in the SDC who can stack both ways.
He can't stack both ways.
Ferenc Clench is also a very steady player. You like Ferenc Clench.
He can't stack both ways as JD's warming up his tops hitting prior to the end of the leg. Joel Lironco is home. Well, he's not at home. He's commentating later on this afternoon, but he is metaphorically home because he is out of the tournament.
Good.
Oh, he's not necessarily. Yes, he is out unless he can get 2 legs against Christoph Schumann. That's the only way he stays in competition. Patrick Gans with a loss to Daniel Burkhardt.
Good steady player, Daniel Burkhardt.
Yeah,
he was on live stream in Clutton in the same group as Marcel Walpen.
One of your favourite players, Timo Marti. 2 3-0 wins for the Mark Dog. A clash of the titans between Felix Solner and Barry Nelson about to come up.
I tell you what, Barry Nelson's a much improved player since he's been playing regularly on the SDC.
I would agree. Did Fabian Liemacher make it out of the group?
Fabian Liemacher did, but Mika Flugiger did not.
We know about Mika Flugiger. As I said, that he lost his game and he had to beat Belmont. I remember you saying at the start of the day that you thought he was going to go through despite losing his first game and he still had belly. As we see, Rock Bahor 3-0 in Cornelia Words. That was a scoreline I didn't expect. Joel Stauffer 3-1 in Hans-Peter Schweiter. Still up there with one of the best names on tour. The nickname, obviously, The Master. He's taken it from Owen Bates.
Yeah.
The Master Schweiter.
JD, will he go 5 bull here? Okay, doesn't. Does do the maths, double 18. Oh, on the weir.
He's quite a ruthless dubs 18 hitter, JD. He is. He's ruthless around that area of the board because he can 3-pit right slightly.
He's not.
He is ruthless on that area of the board, trust me.
I would price this up at 20-1. This going.
He doesn't like 9s. Oh, yeah. He loves 9s. He doesn't like 9s. He loves 9s. Oh. Roger Tusha showing more of the form that we know of him. I know he lost that last game to Laurie Schau, but averaging 58, 59. That's where we're expecting him nowadays, really, isn't it?
Yeah, mid to high 50s is his range. John Dominique's probably 5 points above what I'd say his range is.
Who is currently sat at the bottom of the leaderboard? This is the question that the fans want to know. And what is the highest check so far of the
We
day?
know that Patrick Killinghofer is at the top of the leaderboard. Kevin Reindl.
Kevin Reindl currently 0.47, but Mauro Licatelli has still got games to go, so he's got a sniff there. Thomas Edet's just avoiding. Kevin Kunzelman actually getting through. It was either him or Reindl. One of the two of them has made it out of the group, and which one was it? Is Reindl the first player, do you think, who could potentially finish bottom of the overall leaderboard in terms of averages but getting out of the group?
Just goes to show that averages do not necessarily win you games.
So Kevin Kunzelman is third bottom on the outright order of second bottom on the outright order of merit in terms of averages, but he is through the group. Quite incredible, really.
It's quite incredible, yeah.
What do we think the highest checkout is so far?
139, I think, is the highest. What do you think it is?
I'm going 150. It is 150. There's 3 ton 50 pluses. Jacob Schaffler, I'm not surprised about it. Benjamin Bergen with a 152.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that.
Heidenser with a 157.
Given that Benjamin Bergen's 3-dot average is 53.
And Reno Valvaren with a 136. Booyah! The commentator. JD doing his maths here. I would say straight JD. Ooh. If not obliged, with a bit of Russell spray. The one thing you can definitely take credit from this is he's avoided the jugular in all 3 legs so far.
Yeah, I mean, Nando's not a ruthless jug enforcer, I wouldn't say, is he? I mean, his scoring average is probably in the 40s as well.
For anyone who is also absolutely excited for this, JD did film an episode of Forfeit Darts with Mark and Helder, and it's one of the best clips I think I've ever seen of JD running like a gazelle towards the dartboard.
Yeah. One of their sections was leaping darts, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll ever see the light of day, that episode, but
Mark and Helder will do his best to ensure it doesn't. I will do my best to ensure it does, as JD will do his best to ensure that the 156 goes, but it doesn't.
Which would put him joint top, of course, of highest finishes of the day.
JD, the only thing with his, I think the issue with JD's throws is grip. There doesn't seem to be any grip on the dart. He's got a very nice languid follow through, but there's no grip on the dart, which just means it's just going anywhere. Do you not agree? Like, watch here. His arm is good. But
you're right with the eyes. I've never quite noticed the JD eyes before. I mean,
there is no grip on that dart.
I think he throws quite similarly to how I throw, in the sense that he balances it on his thumb and middle finger. And when you don't grip it with your second finger, it's difficult, I suppose, to control with your middle finger.
Very rogue way of going this. Treb's 11 for Dubs 14.
I like it.
Good guy.
Just don't go inside would be my advice. He doesn't. That's fine.
JD's actual. You would agree that his actual like throw itself is not bad to watch. It's just the grip on the fingers. Like his elbow is at a good spot. His dart goes to the same spot every time. I don't think it's a bad throw, and I say this every time about JD. I think it's the grip on the fingers, though.
I think the grip is one of the most difficult things, as Nando wraps up victory there on double 14. I think the grip is actually one of the hardest things to change in the game of darts. I think it's relatively easy. It's easier to change something like your backswing or your follow through to extend it, but I think it's very difficult to change
your grip,
how you naturally grip a dart.
It's all about confidence, your natural grip, isn't it? Really,
it is. Yeah.
So we check the scores around the boards at the moment. Stein Geiger's got a big counter coming up with Nicholas Rombach. If he loses, he is to go home. However, I think Nicholas Rombach doesn't really average above the 50s. Joel Di Ronco already going home or to the commentary box. He's 1-0 down on Christoph Schumann. Any other games that are jumping out to you at the moment? Any other averages that are missing?
Matai Plipic, Roland Meyer. That could potentially be a good game. Expecting good things from Plipic today.
Good.
I'd like to see him go to the last 32.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Who would you most like to see do well today? Who would be one player you're like, oh, I want to see him play good darts today?
Ooh,
I'd like to see Paul Caggy do well. He loves his spares. He's currently 1-0 down on Fabio Barone. Hasn't won. Paul Taggy has not actually ever won a leg in SDC. Has he won his first one today? Let's have a look. No, he's not. He's got Marco Obst in his group and Matthias Numier.
I think this might sound a silly answer, but someone who I want to see do well today is Marcel Walpen. I think it was cruel on Marcel that he missed so many SDC events and sort of been ignored from the conversation around Order of Merit, best player in Switzerland, etc. So I think he deserves to have a really good run today. Obviously, he's had all the successes in the last couple of months with Modus and I guess featuring in the World Cup and on the Euro Tour. So I think it'd be a nice conclusion to 2023 if Marcel Walpen was to get to the final today. And of course, I am his biggest fan from the Modus Super Series. We know that.
Yes, the ironic celebrations of when you won your bet that have gone viral. So it's an interesting start today. It's quite a strange atmosphere when you've got 228 players rather than 128 because you've got an extended group stage. Some good darts though from quite a few players, but you can tell the real difference in quality from those first 9 averages. We're seeing Lucas Dowman consistently up there around 92 and change. You got Walpen above 90, Patrick Kilhofer as above 90. The thing that I've noticed about Patrick Kilhofer, which I think is significantly different, is his first 9 averages 90, but actually his 3 dart averages above that, which is so rare. I'm going to take a short break quickly before we come back to the last 2 group stage games. Stay tuned. Welcome back to SDC Tour Finals. We're live here from Basel. It is the penultimate group stage game between Nano Schlegel and Jochen Grounitz. The winner of this game goes through in second place in this group. You may be thinking, Jochen Grounitz through in second place in this group? Yes, Jochen Grounitz through in second place in this group because it has been topped by another player. Tell us about the other player, Trav.
Thomas Colnline, James, is the other player you're thinking of. Played at Q School this year, European Q School. He's also participated on the Challenge Tour as well.
Are you sure it's not JD that's going through top of the group?
Given that he's never topped a group or even qualified from a group, I can assure you it's not JD.
How would you have priced JD to qualify out of the Kevin Kunzelman, Mike Lotzer and Kevin Reindl group if he was to make that?
Ridiculously, he would probably have been favourite to top that group.
No, Mike Lotzer's got a bit too much quality for JD, I think. Because he hits lots of trebles. JD hits
lots of doubles.
True. It's an interesting one. Jochen Grounitz on 149. Can we see the third highest finish of the day? Fourth highest finish of the day, even?
Yeah, Groudon's average will be a little bit deflated, I think, when we look at this. When we look at his average throughout the tournament, because he missed an awful lot of doubles against JD Bolhander, an awful lot. In the very first leg, James, he was on for a 15 darter.
I'm surprised he's not gone for ball there with his opponent sat on 334.
Yeah.
But I suppose
maybe he's a little bit concerned about his doubles. Yeah, maybe he's a little bit concerned about his...
I'm not a fan of fist bumping when you've just averaged 27 in an opening leg.
And his last start frame was a miss of the board there.
Yeah. It's a good tight ton, that, though.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at who's top of the 3-dart averages. Who do you think it is after basically all the games have been completed? We got one game probably for each of the seeds left.
Yeah.
It is that man, Patrick Killenhofer. Yeah. Swiss player, which I'm quite surprised about because I would have thought we'd have known who that would have been. Rocco Fortuniti and Stefan Belmont in the 80s, and then no one else above 80.
I don't think you can look too much into that flag representation, James, because Patrick Killenhofer is... I've lost his name. Who we know is a German player, yet he has the Swiss flag next to his name.
Sandro Erik Sossing?
Not Mr. Sossing, no. I will come back to this. Thomas Colnline, a winner of this group, in fact, James, is a German.
Do you reckon that was done by John Dominique himself?
Possibly, yeah. He possibly codes in the flags. That's probably his level of competence within the SDC.
Would you think JD's got a sniff of winning any awards this year? I know I voted for him for fans player.
I certainly hope not. As you said, we shouldn't be rewarding mediocrity or not winning. And I sometimes think JD embraces not winning, which I don't really think should be rewarded, James, no.
We've got 3 Filipinos at the World Champs this year, obviously. Sandro Erik Sossing.
Yes, we do.
Paolo de Breda and Lawrence Ilagan.
Lawrence Booyah Ilagan.
I was wondering if they were going to be, the Filipino compatriots were all going to be watching the games today, but they'll probably be keeping an eye on Sandro Erik Sossing.
No, I suspect they'll be watching John Dominique Bolhander on stream after this. After Sandro Erik Sossing has lost 3-0 to Lee Evans. The second best darts player called Lee in the world, I dare say.
Who's the best?
Lively Cox is the best.
Is he the best Evans, or would you say David is better?
I'd say Ricky Evans is the best.
Lee Evans, a former live league Spearsman as well. How do you reckon Jochen Grouders would get on at Modus?
Group C is where I see Jochen Groudens finishing in Modus.
He's gone bull 1 bull, but he's not managed to secure it. Can Nando Schlegel pick up a treble in his last visit? No, he can't. Will Groudens go 10 bull or will he go 20 tops? He's going 20 tops. Double 10. Doesn't quite finish the job yet, but we think he will likely finish it off in the next visit. One more chance for Schlegel to get another treble. No, just finishes with some breakfast. And there we go. Jochen Groudens finishes the job on Nando Schlegel as we await the last game between Conline and our man, Jean-Dominique Bolhander. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Finals. We're here for the last group stage game before we enter the knockouts. There will be the award ceremony in between the two lots of group stage, between the group stages and the knockouts. So stay tuned on social media to hear who wins those awards. And I'm sure that there will be a video later on the SDC YouTube channel. We already know who's going to win. We agree with some of them, disagree with others, but at the end of the day, the decision is the SDC Darting Committee. Headed up by Markin Helder and Exxon Aluri. John Dominique here has started with 2 lots of visits, combined average less than 20. Thomas Conline with a 95 average so far. I can't see any other outcome here apart from a 3-0 unless JD can find some miraculous 2 treble visits, which by the looks of things are going as well as Sandra Erik Sossing's debut at the World Championships. 3 visits, averaging still less than 20 at the moment for JD. Trav, you're not JD's biggest fan. Do you think he can do something a little bit special today and turn up with a win against Conline?
In a word, no. I don't see him winning the game. I don't see him winning a leg. I don't see him getting any darts at double.
You're not... I think there's some certain animosity towards JD that you have, which I'm not quite sure I understand. JD is a fun-loving darts spearsman who loves the game and wants to be involved in the game. And to me, I think that's a sign of a great sport.
Okay.
What is your rebuttal to that? Just a quick one on JD's legs this go, though. He has missed the board 4 times already this leg.
In 15 darts?
In 15 darts, missed the board 4 times, yeah.
Okay.
As we
Thomas Conlan has that little smile about him that just sort of knows that JD's missed the board 3 times, 4 times.
Yeah, he's now on double 12. JD could be double jugged here. Sorry, finish what
I think 3.5 jugs might be the play. Just throws that last dart away really carelessly. As he is a careless man.
There, as we see, Thomas Conline with the opening leg. JD's scoring average of 28. Not a huge fan of these fist bumps when JD's scoring average is 28.
I think they are being initiated by Thomas, though, rather than by JD. Double in format, have I not been told? Or
he looks away in disgust there.
No, we know JD does a lot of work for the SDC.
Yes.
And is a heavily involved character within the SDC.
Do you think following this match he'll be straight on to check the result of Sandro Eric Sosting, or do you think he's not that interested in Filipino darts?
I think he's very interested in Filipino darts. We know he's good friends with Noel Maligdem and Lawrence Alagan. We know they've watched him participating in the SDC before. So I feel as though he will return the favour and return the compliment and watch Sandro Eric Sosting's game.
He competed in the longest ever streamed game on SDC history.
Really?
Yeah, it was between him and Felix Franco. We commentated.
I've tried to forget most of his games for good reason.
Ruthless treble 20 from JD.
First treble of the game for JD. It's good to see.
And he's in front on this leg, giving it a bit of a booyah. JD, when he's confident with something that he's just done, he walks very quickly to go get a sip of water. I don't know if you've noticed that.
I don't think JD does anything quickly.
If he hits a treble 20 watch, he'll walk back to his water very quickly.
What if he hits 3 big numbers? Is that...
It depends.
That's 3 big numbers?
I don't think he'll be too happy with that. You can tell by how deliberate the walk is.
See how quickly he's walking. Moderate speed.
Moderate speed, that one.
More Russell from Thomas Conline. Man averaging 14th highest today.
I'm really interested to see how Killenhoffen gets on against Belmont and some of the other big names in the latter part of the tournament. I can't see him going out that early if he's averaged that high in his first 2 games.
Should we see how he's got on at potentially Q School and Challenge Tour?
Do you not find this a very interesting stat that Killenhoffen's first 9 average is 91, but his actual average is 92? You never see that really in professional darts.
No, you don't. That's right.
I would like to know what his checkout percentage is to secure that. It must be very, very high.
It must be over 33%. In fact, probably nearly 50%.
Well, there we go. Checkout percentage, just missed it.
Oh my goodness.
It is at 67%. 6 darts out of 9 have been checked. He is currently the highest on the leaderboard. And look who is second with 3 out of 6. It's our man, Remo Valvaren. Can Conline get a 140? He's teased that checkout twice. He's teased it, but JD's got an outside sniff here if he can hit a treble. At least 3 big numbers required. Okay, he'll take that. How do you back the chances of JD checking this out, Trav? Do you think he's got a sniff?
No, is the answer.
You don't even know what he's on?
He won't be checking it regardless, James. That doesn't matter for JD.
He's on 80. JD, what route is he going? Go treble 16 route on 80. There's 56 left.
I can reveal a little bit of news about Patrick Killenhofer.
Let's just wait to see if JD checks that 1 dart at tops to check 80. Ooh, close on the weir.
So Patrick Klingelhofer did go to Q School this year, got to the 2nd stage of Q School, and also was in the qualification for the German Super League.
Interesting.
Which was the best 24 players in Germany who qualified.
As we see JD 3 darts in hand to get a leg off of Thomas Conline. doesn't check, goes inside on sevens.
He lost in the semi-finals to Andre Velga. So he was 2 wins away from participating in the German Super League.
So he is German player though, right?
German player, yeah.
As you see, another Filipino compatriot of JD's go down in Sandra Eric Sossing, 3-0 to Live League Evans. And this is likely going to be our last leg of group stage darts, I dare say. JD is just toying with us, moves over to try and find another double one. Can't quite find it. Have you enjoyed the morning commentating on SDC Tour Finals, Trav?
Tour Finals always fill me with a nice sensation. It's the best event of the year. It's the SDC's signature event. And I hope the players, and certainly me, myself, I'm excited for it. Obviously, you see a lot of weaker players in the group stage, inevitably. And a lot of the games that we're going through throughout the boards, it's really weeding out the weak at this stage, isn't it?
It is indeed.
But no, I'm excited. I'm full of anticipation about who's going to scoop that 2,500 franc top prize.
2,510 francs.
And be declared
the biggest prize in Swiss darting history.
And be declared really the best player in Switzerland.
Yeah. So where can you find the scores? You can find those on Darts Connect. We'll give you a quick rundown of the scores that are currently live at the moment. So you've got Michael Grosjean 1-0 up on Mirko Milic, Joel Brighton-Moser 1-0 up on Antonio Polisena, Roman Rudin 1-0 down to Rasti Sagath, Sylvian Eckhart 1-0 up on Patrick Schroeder, Rock Bahor 1-0 up on Cornelia Wirtz, JD, as we can see here, 2-0 down to Comes Conline, Daniel Burkhart 1-0 up on Patrick Ganter. Good game, that one there going on. Patrick Killenhofer completes his hat-trick of 3-0 wins. As we see Christoph Schumann lose 3-1, averaging 54. Crazy game there. Claude Goodell is 2-1 up on Gasparini. Carl Gricic and Falco Hooks. A tight game there. That's 2-2. And Stefan Otterly against Benjamin Bourset. 2-2 as well.
Manuel Sutter playing a bit like Alan Sutter. 2-0 up on Johannes Fischer.
Nice little bit of commentary there, Trav.
I spotted what might be my favourite name in the whole tournament, playing on one of the top boards, James.
Okay.
And it is this man here.
Rasti Sagath.
Yeah.
It is a very, very nice name. It doesn't quite beat Hans Schweiter.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. But
the Master Schweiter.
Rasti Sagath is a name that I hope we get to see him at some point today.
Disappointed we're not going to get a chance to commentate on Thierry Arpagaus.
Yeah, he's had an interesting season, hasn't he, Arpagaus? Obviously reaching the final in Tour Event 1, but never really threatening that same level since, has he?
How's our man Yannick Ludi getting on? Is he officially out? Or is he still knocking around, fighting? He's still fighting with that 3-2 win over Jochen Klemm.
We know he's a fighter.
He has to go and beat Ferenc Krench.
That's a 4-5 evens game for me.
Interesting.
You're really utilising the bull here, Conline. Perhaps in defiance of Bolhander's lack of ability.
He couldn't, could he? Oh, ooh, that was close. Oh, Bolhander almost teasing us for the 152 outshot. That would have been the moment of the year, and I would have changed my vote for moment of the season. As you see, Conline, 3-3, and he finds 3-3. JD Bolhander just takes home the one leg today, but I'm pretty sure he'll be happy with that. And he'll be smiling while he goes to announce scoreboards and who is screaming the last 128.
We'll find out who's on board irons very shortly.
Stay tuned, and we'll be here for the last 128. Keep an eye on who's going to qualify on Darts Connect, and we'll give you a roundup shortly.
Es ist doch für meine Spieler die Gruppenletzte eines ihrer Taufphases schwieriger. Zwei Stunden, gell? Kollege Stopp. Hey,
Passt.
vielen Dank,
Cool.
gell?
Danke vielmals,
Und
gell?
jederzeit willkommen, wenn du wieder Wand hast.
Eine riesen Freude gewesen.
Die andere Seite, oder?
Ja,
Wenn du
voll.
wieder etwas Neues machen willst. Du sagst, aber melden.
Auf jeden Fall, auf jeden Fall. Aber es ist auch, ich sage jetzt mal, nicht wirklich vieles nicht gegangen, gell? Danke mir auch für das Verständnis.
Gab's nicht?
Und einen schönen Feierabend, gell?
Danke.
Aber die sind ja noch immer noch am Abgaben.
Sind wir nochmal am Fragen?
Ich habe gesagt, gell, wird bis morgen Mittag noch nicht fertig.
Nein, doch, doch. Das ist jetzt da unten, jetzt geht es.
Hä, was weißt du nicht? Ist es mal oben gewesen?
Auf der LKW da oben. Jetzt. Gestört. Ich bin wieder eine Wand. LED macht mich auf.
Hey, ciao, pass.
Hey, ciao. Hey. Am wenigsten keine Bereinigung. Für Südlohn, aber ich sage, wegen von Retail Delivery, beide den West. Ja, wenn du noch nichts machst, dann ich bin wieder auch. Du direkt erst mal. Ich und Abgabe ja, jetzt haben wir nicht. Wenn ich das haben, weiß ich ja, das ist völlig mit der aber so, soll ich auch sagen, ich kann auch nicht fragen. Was hörst du jetzt auch nicht? Wir sind noch Bundesland los, jetzt von Spanien, man sieht die Stelle auch nicht, reinigt sie jetzt, genau. Oder was wir schnell auch nicht, die müssen wir jetzt holen und weiter. Das haben wir nicht, sie wollen, ich warte, wenn ich gut sehe, das ist zwei Frisch. Ah, okay. Aber morgen, so mit mir, das würde vorstellen, sind Abstimmungen, genau, gewisse Gruppen, bis die Antworten sind, die Teile des Schlüssels. Und dann ist es so Störverständnis für die Zwillinge, Staat, vier Sachen. Dann bringt die Darsteller und es wird auch versammelt und es ist eine ganze so. And I'm just to do this single video. John, 15 of those. So, wir haben das ist verrückt. Wie sie leisten glauben. Es freut uns riesig, dass wir so viele Leute mit einer Reformheiser haben. Und es zeigt auch, dass eigentlich das Interesse groß ist, zum Hektarkurs gehen. Gut. Ganz kurz einfach nur für die SDC. Wir haben jetzt wirklich da turbulente Monate hinter uns. Es ist auch für uns sehr schwierig, als Müllkämpfer in der Vergangenheit seit Jahren für das Spiel auch etwas anderes will, als das wir geplant haben. Und wie gesagt, wir sind eigentlich ein junges Team, das sich überall, weil es natürlich machbar ist und eine Privatsieger in der Schweiz delegiert wird. Also, ganz kurz zum Überblick über den jetzigen Moment. Das hat viele Kategorien von der. Wir fangen mit dem Moment of Resistance und werden dann die Sponsor, also die Hauptsponsor und die Werbung System darstellen, oder die Original besonders. Genau. Also, für den ersten Award sind nominiert im Moment of Resistance. Ja, das ist ja nicht. Gut, beziehungsweise ist es so, kann der im Moment halt mit Abwendungen mitleiden, aber in der Werbung ist verfolgen, wie ich auch schaffen sie und auch einen heftigen Freudenspruch gemacht, dass sie riesig Freude hat. Und du hat Felix Schirz. Ja, wir sind alle Meinung, wer Freudenspruch gemacht hat, kann alle mitführen. Was war das? So, in der nächsten Kategorie haben wir auch, so dass wir wieder wirklich bin, der Ambassador, der eigentlich im Namen von der SDC uns am besten vertritt, ist für uns persönlich einfach auch sehr wichtig, weil wir rufen alle, die auch für uns verlängert da sind, und unendlich. Action und Dominik! Ihr etwas, aber gerne was eine 15.
Es ist vielmals, dass ihr so vorher hört und wir sagen mal schön, wenn wir die stattfinden, dann der alle zusammen. Dankeschön. Herzlichen Dank.
Und ich habe das schön Beispiel. Jede Regelung trägt sich ganz und sind jetzt ganz genau behandelt. Nicht kaum wo sehr viel ist, jeder, wo das nur Dankeschön sagen. Und sehr offen, euch und sehen und busy, Gott auslegen. Danke vielmals. Und dann haben wir die Mädchen. So, jetzt kommen wir zu einem Wort, wo für mich auch wichtig ist, wie das Zukunft ist. Wir haben es früher gelernt, die Jahre während der Season. Alle Gründenker wollen, wenn sie so weitermachen, eine gute Zukunft für die Lassen, vor allem in der Schweiz. Das internationale Markt ist natürlich auch wie es definiert wird. Bescheiden auch, wenn man es tut, und das da, und vor allem, wenn man alle früher wirklich tun, sind. Kunde, Jahrklärer, das ist Fabian Rinnacher. Hast du etwas, was ich alles sagen? Ich habe ja noch was. Das ist dann nicht. Daher. Genau. So, the next slide, the most improved of the season, da ich den wir machen. Schön Partners und Lukas Dahmen again. Applaus. Und du mir Lukas Dahmen. Danke. Applaus für Lukas. Der Erfolg für ein möglich ist, wenn wir zwei Kommentatoren, wo auch in der Schweiz sind, mitgespielt haben. Sie haben ihre Lebensspiele ausgewählt, wo sie eigentlich die ganze Saison schon gut gelernt und mal begeistert. Und so haben wir eigentlich drei Spieler, die wir da nominiert haben: der Ben Schiers, Roger Tuscher und der Andi Press. Und umgekehrt der Roger Fischer. Je veux dire, gut, und das ist ein Wort, wo ich persönlich am meisten halte, der System. Statistik geführt, der wirklich über die ganze Saison, wo eigentlich gezeigt hey, er hat verdient, ist Spielsaison der beste Spieler gewesen. Und wir haben die Titellage gehabt, von letztes Jahr, was erwartet und leider nicht geschafft, oder die Investition, aber auch sich vielleicht geändert hat. Und trotzdem haben wir auch diese Saison drin. Würdige nominiert, das ist ein Lagerhaus, durch den Ring und den Schiff. Großer Applaus für die Möglichkeit. Das ist sehr präzise. Stimmt, nein, ich glaube, wir werden eine gute Basis haben. Wow, da ist er genau. Danke. Gut, eigentlich nur ein sagen. Ich würde das mega spannend schon genau festgelegt sprechen. Die über bestimmt, eine Stunde und 10 Minuten. Das riecht dann genau, dann haben wir noch Leistung. Jemand hat diese technische Aufnahme und dort und ich will auch darstellen, was ich selbst sage. SDC, ganz geil, für jeden und wirklich meine Anruf, so werden sie noch, die gab aber weiter im nächsten Jahr. Egal, was man für den Länder spielt, wenn man sich weiterentwickelt verletzt hat, sind wir in der Schweiz ist das die beste Plattform am Markt. Das war's dann. Aber wir werden es und jetzt werden wir so, aber wie gesagt, wir haben zwar Quatsch studiert, wir denken irgendwann, sagen wir schon heute, zum Beispiel der Spieler der Saison zu wählen. Wir haben da seit gestern, glaube ich, Mitarbeiter Umfrage gestartet. Wir haben für euch persönlich, glaube ich, der beste Spieler der Saison ist und wir haben da auch drei Nominierungen, die auch knapp ausgefallen sind. Und der dritte Platz, der lag, wenn man steht am Bild. Knapp hinter der Spitze und knapp vor dem dritten Platz ist der Felix Schiers. Und gut, der war Fans, Play of the Season. Manfred Rhein! Die Worte sind abgestellt. Ja, das ist ein Bild, ist so ein großes Ende. Jetzt mal, aber hey, hast du viel mal, ja, Schiedsrichter, ganz gerne. Ja, ich kann mich nur abschließen, was also, ich war jetzt das Jahr wieder da und dank dem SDC, SDC macht da wirklich eine absolut tolle, geniale Sache und das bin ich aber wirklich viel weitergekommen. Ich weiß am Nachhinein über das Arbeiten, ich kann es immer wieder anschauen, also es wird absolut genial. Facilmente riesce a lavorare in chiesi, alla tavola su tutti und riesce a soffrire. Merci, Good. Und für die User-Assistenten, aber ganz Dank, ein großes Dankeschön an Jakob für die Publisierung. Danke. Ja, alle, ich glaube, es ist viel aber bisher auch für die Serie. Nun lebt aber an sich selbst eigentlich wirklich und wirklich immer wieder bekommen und das macht auch für die aus, die Leute sind. Und ich mache das erste Mal, deshalb auch gar kein Grund mehr da, wenn ihr arbeitet, ja, auch sehr, ja, ich habe auch ein bisschen mit dem Privatregeln hier, oder wenigstens sagen, weil Ja, ja, so war es Gemeinde. Wie gesagt, es ist gar im Abbau ohne Helfer und auch hier sind wir würdigen, darum würden wir gerne das Wiederkriegen starten. Das ist wirklich gestern Abend. Wir haben leider, wo es eine Mannschaft war, rechtzeitig losgefahren. Es ist trotzdem Verlass gewesen. Ich glaube, wir haben da angeschickt, für den Schaffner und rechtzeitig haben wir wirklich beruhigend anfahren und wir haben nichts zu geben aus. Beispiel. Und dann großes Dankeschön an Sie. Und das werden wir machen. Rosa Fischer, Antonio Polisella, Toni Maisano, Tino Morti, Hans Kahner, Toni Kober, Andreas Schulz und Bernhard Koch. Ja, das heißt, wir können das Stellen, wir werden tun, dass wir wissen, was ist Leute. Gut, und dann natürlich zum nächsten Punkt, wir haben da einen Hauptsponsor. Das ist MyDarts.ch. Ohne der, dass es nicht alle möglich da ist natürlich Geld, wo wir auch Leute vorher so eine coole Wand oder auch eine coole Board zu finanzieren. Und wir haben jetzt auch Neuigkeiten, wo Menschen natürlich werden uns. Wir sind seit über 3 Monaten schon in der Besprechung gewesen. Da ist auch wirklich privat von mir unsere Entscheidung getroffen worden, die wir machen tätigen und auch für Entscheidungen und für die Zukunft rufen, wenn wir doch ein junges Team sind. Wir eine neue Entwicklung haben im SDC und das wir haben Stefan Felder. Ja, es ist für die Gründer, die wir zusammenwerken, ein riesengroßer Erfolg. Ja, los reden, ich denke mir so, das ist irgendwie, ja, muss ich ja mal in Lebenslauf. Und uns ist die schon, nächste Saison sagen, ich glaube, sie die Frau Ley, wenn sie hier hat, schließt sie recht mit mir, da Fortschritt machen da, was wollte ich, mit dem Niveau, und ist es, nicht mehr welche Cello, wo die andere Gruppe machen, die da, wo die Kultur anfangen, wo die Kinder, senso quando si possono parlare in ambito di lo scrittore così, come no, il caso è che va un libro più che non si vede da un perché poi pure però con due perché non è sempre scrivere sul piede perché poi non so che sono parlato o forse no io ci vuoi nascere c'è which is a real life problem. Wir haben diese Betrachtung der Unleistungsgender und Tablets oder Pause, je nachdem, was du nach dem Augen mit dem Film ist. Danke für die Verfügung. Well, I think I got the culture, we set up the tour and we set up the on. How can we?
Oh, shit, I didn't say. What?
weiter mit dem letzten 32. Wort 82 beziehungsweise Jugendwort. Stefan denkt, den ich schätze. Schreiben die Fälle und Komma so. Wort 2. Luftsättiger Habitätsweisung. Schreiber Manuel Sucke. Wort 3. Nikolaus Bürger Nicola Hartwig. Schreiber sind Jenny Movic. Wort 4. Sven Hoffmann Antonio Polisena. Schreiber Roger Fischer. Wort 5. Roger Jarni Karl Rischer. Schreiber Matthias Walter. Wort 6. Bruno Bossart Julian Skater. Schreiber Frank Hartmann. Wort 7. Alex Hillmann Benjamin Bodensee. Schreiber Peter Wess. Wort 8. Michael Jacek Gabriel Dates. Schreiber Mirko Maruch. Wort 9. Marcel Hilton Barry Ness. Schreiber Paul Kegel. Wort 10. Martin. Schreiber Claudio Feller. Wort 11. Jakob Schäffler Daniel Borger. Schreiber Dominik Borger. Wort 12. Fachwissen Benjamin Kretschmer. Schreiber Wolf May. Wort 13. Roman Wellinger, Alain Steiner, Schreiber Steve Lauper. Wort 14. Tommy Wildschmidt, Janik Lilly, Schreiber Claudio Robben. Wort 15. Gagan Silic, Zapi Zuli, Schreiber Florina Schenk. Wort 16. Patrick Wagner, Jürgen Graubenz, Schreiber Frank Schröder. Wort 17. Felix Schierz, Daniele Galazioli. Schreiber Niklas Rombach. Wort 18. Fabian Biel, Matthias Müller. Schreiber Oliver Lutz. Wort 19. Harmut Schenk, Patrick Schröder. Schreiber Clemens Page. Wort 20. Matthias Appitz, Thomas Stieger. Schreiber Mike Berdes. Wort 1. Frieder Lang, Matthias Böttwitsch. Schreiber Schleuse Rocken. Wort 21. Johannes Grün, Maurizio Casolucci. Schreiber Daniel Witzecker. Wort 22. André Christen, Jonathan Berghaus. Schreiber Manuel Bergona. Wort 23. Tommy Piscitelli, Matthias Nobel. Schreiber Ross Ledery. Wort 24. Rocco Fulciniti, Michel Grosjean. Schreiber Mauro Leccelli. Wort 25. Mark Nutze, Angela Hartwig. Schreiber Michael Fuchs. Wort 26. Joel Raffloff, Konrad Christen. Schreiber Jakob Werner. Wort 27. Alessandro Lucci, Joel Lohr. Schreiber André Fisker. Wort 80. Hansi Leitmeier und Michael Meister. Schreiber Thomas Wiesler. Wort 30. Dominik Lang, Fabrizio Barone. Schreiber Cornelia Wiatz. Wort 31. Rodinei Sven Herrmann. Schreiber Hans-Peter Schiffler.
Hello and welcome back to SDC Tour Finals. We're here for our last 1-8 game. All the group stages are completed in that morning and afternoon session, and now we are ready and raring to go. This game is an absolute classic. It's going to be sure to have mixed doubles, lots of treble 20s, and I would suggest a mid-70s average from either one of the players. The man throwing with the ponytail currently is Matija Pripic. He is a Croat who is using the signature Croat colours on his flights, using thick pentathlon flights, and Frieda Lang, the man in the black target shirt, who we know loves to miss a big number, but also loves that treble 20 bed. It's going to be a cracking game, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. For me, I'm pricing it up at Frieda Lang at 2-5, Matija Pripic 2-1. I've changed my decision on earlier.
Okay.
Frieda Lang's group stage performances, backed with the averages we've seen from Pripic, I'm going to go Frieda Lang to win this one 4-2.
Well, interesting, James, because we've just been watching a little bit of Darren Penwell against Jules van Dongen in the break there. And you told me that you always side with the tighter grouper. And Matija Pripic, no doubt for me, is the tighter of the two groupers here. His darts will be closer in and around the treble 20 than Frieda Lang's will.
I disagree more with that.
I don't think he hits more trebles than Frieda, because I think Frieda has a better one dart scoring ability, like a clutch one dart ability. But for me, this game is 4-5 evens. I think Pripic wins.
Okay. Interesting thoughts there. Both commentators disagreeing with the outcome. The one thing I think we can both, with JD scoring, this could be a bit of a slow game to get going.
Yes, it will.
But it's a bull off to go. They're both getting ready to go. Frieda Lang he's a nervy player. He cares about the game. We know he's got those 80 averages in the locker nowadays. He's looking fresh trim today.
Yep.
I'm sure he's got the camera out for some footage today as well.
Yep.
Is this the time that Frieda Lang can really make a statement? Let's have a quick look at how his draw would line up if he was to get through this one. So if he wins this one, he has Johannes Gumic and Maurizio Castronovinci, who I think both players would be a nice, easy one.
You couldn't really ask for a better quarter to be in, could you?
No.
If he wins that, he'll perhaps play Fabio Piscoletti in the last 32.
19th seed, and really strongly back him there. And even if he one, that would be his quarter-final matchup.
Yeah.
I think that will be a bit too. Actually, no, is that last 16 or the quarter-final? I think maybe last 16.
Last 16,
yeah. But maybe a step too far. But you never know. Fabian Biel over 3 legs could do a job on shit.
Yeah,
so you can't think that far in front.
No, absolutely not.
And I even think Frieda Lang will think that he on his A game could do a job as well. Some friendly phrases through as well. Maurizio Castronovinci and Johannes Gumic.
The game that really caught my eye, James, Marcel Wolpen against Barry the Bucky Nelson. They've met before. Barry's taken him close before.
Remember, we will have 2 lots of 1-8 commentary rounds. So because there's 32 boards, we'll have another person on this board momentarily as well. We don't know who that's going to be yet. But having a quick look at the draw, my prediction will be... let's have a look.
Fabian Liemacher, Florian Gisler, maybe. A fairly even matchup there.
No.
To say.
Oh, that game. Marco Obst against Ivan Mujanovic. Or even this one here. Liam Mendel-Lawrence and Marcel Guga. I know we've seen Mendel-Lawrence already, but Guga's a good player. As we see Frieda Lang win the bull off, and let's get going. I'm excited for this one, Trav.
I'm excited for this one, yeah. A real even game between 2 players who, at their best, I think are real dominant scorers.
Just seen as well Sebastian Jacobi against Luis Camacho in that bottom half. To be honest, I would say that's a good game, and even Benjamin Bergin in that new
Patrick
Kingelhofer.
Yeah,
that would be a classic. I'll tell you what's also a classic is Frieda Lang going straight into that treble 20, something that we're very used to seeing nowadays.
Yep. If you haven't watched SDC's documentary, Frieda Lang, of course, appeared in episode 1.
Yeah,
there was a lot of coverage of Frieda and his band. And his mindset, his mood, his approach to the game of darts, and it's good to see Frieda talking so positively about playing and about performing.
Pavement graphics on Instagram. If you're looking for any video content to be filmed for you, I'm sure Frieda Lang could help hook you up. Just follow him on Instagram.
course, based in Freiburg in Germany.
Don't know where Pripyat is based in Croatia. Or I'm assuming he's probably not based in Croatia currently.
Feel as though he is, James. Do you remember when he wished Marcel Wolpen well? He was certainly living in Croatia during when he posted that comment. Posted best wishes from Croatia.
His areas around the treble 20 have been good, Pripyat, but one thing I do slightly disagree with your comment earlier is around the grouping. I don't think he's the best grouper. I think he's similar to what you said about Frieda Lang, in which the darts are very good at finding a treble 20, but they're not the tightest. If I'm Frieda Lang, the one thing that I would recommend to him, that we spoke about this yesterday when I was playing one of my league games in London, is longer points. If you're not a player that groups tightly, and if Frieda Lang doesn't put his finger, you notice how he doesn't have his finger at all on that point.
No.
Get a longer point, he'll be able to group tighter. It's definitely worth trying at least. I don't see the reason why he wouldn't try it. It will help him group tighter. I think it could put an extra 10 points on his average.
Potentially, James. We've got some really interesting games in progress here. One I'll just highlight, Stefan Belmont 1-0 down to Dennis Schnetzer. Schnetzer put in an 17 darter there in the opening leg.
What about the one on board 9? Barry the Bookie Nelson, 1-0 up on Marcel Walpen.
Yeah.
The knockout games are always a bit of a fierce start because you don't want to lose first round, and it's so easy to lose.
Frieda there, a bit criminal, really going inside tops, inside tens, with Pripyat a little bit out of the reckoning here. Treble 18 would leave the ball, does hit treble 18. One dart of the ball for Pripyat.
A bit high there from Matija Pripyat. You can tell what he thought about that from his look there.
Frieda Lang, double 5. I'd say this isn't one of Frieda's preferred doubles, but finds it second dart expertly.
Uses the guide very nicely there.
Good strong start from Frieda there.
As you see, Stefan Belmont showing why he is Switzerland's number 1 and why he is going to be the man to beat as he follows up that Dennis Schnetzer 17 dart leg with his own leg of 15 darts or less. Sven Geiger against Ronnie Liu. That's an interesting game. You'll feel hard done by if you're Ronnie Liu and you've got to play Sven Geiger if you've topped your group.
Yeah.
Some interesting games going on. Daniel Burkhart 2-1 up on Jacob Schaffler. Do you think Schaffler could go home?
Potentially. We saw Burkhart just practicing on our live stream board just before this game. Good player. I do really like Burkhart as a player.
Great opportunity for the two players on board 25. Two weaker players, I would say. Angela Heinreich and Mike Lotzer.
Yeah.
Both have been comfortably in the bottom half of the averages, but both finding a game against each other in the last 1 to 8. Fabian Beal is in a rush to get into the next round. Him, Mark Bichelle and Roman Welliger all 3-0 up in their respective games. Roman Welliger averaging 95 after 3 legs. Incredible spares.
A couple of really big numbers flying about. The one that still catches my eye is Dennis Schnetzer against Stefan Belmont. Again, averaging over 100 in this leg, Dennis Schnetzer. Really applying the pressure to belly in the last 1 to 8 round.
Darts Connect is not currently loading. This will be due to Wi-Fi issues in the venue. Nothing we can do here. They won't be uploading to Darts Connect. And one thing to keep your eye out on is Marcel Wolpen is 2-0 down. Marcel Wolpen 2-0 down.
It's like decider in one of these first to 4 contests. Do not be surprised if he does that again.
All Barry Nelson will need is 2 18-dart holds to throw, and we know he's more than capable of that. Even still, it could even just be a leg from Marcel Wolpen where Wolpen puts in a 21 and it might not be enough.
Really wouldn't want to go 3-0 down and staring down the barrel of 4 legs in a row required.
You don't want to stare down the barrel of 4 men coming to collect money from your house, which Barry the Bookie Nelson might enforce upon him. He can win 2 more legs against Marcel Walpen.
I get the impression Frieda is ahead in this leg on the Pripyat throw. Pripyat has not been putting in regular trebles here.
Odd to know what the scores are at the moment.
I think Frieda's quite comfortably ahead, James.
I'm going to suggest that was a dart at treble 18. Then why the route at 19 next? I'm unsure what he's on. That's a good first dart for Pripyat. Good tight sun.
Yeah. I'm guessing Frieda's on this sort of 60 to 70 range now. Let's see. Maybe 118. Oh, okay, no. Still on the scoring section.
Maybe we've missed a double, and maybe it could be 2 legs into this one. Let's see if we can see on Darts Connect. Let's just watch the end of this leg, because Barry Nelson's on 137, Marcel Wolpen on 106. Barry Nelson were to clean this up, I think, in 6 darts. I think then that could be leg 2.
Could be curtains for Wolpen before his days really started.
See, Frieda Lang's just missed a dart there at 76, with Matija Pripyc just setting up tops there by the looks of things. And Barry Nelson has left tops after 21 darts. You'd think that wouldn't be enough against Marcel Wolpen. Marcel Wolpen is not going to check out. So Barry Nelson has 3 darts here to put himself within 1 of victory of Marcel Wolpen, as we see Frieda Lang go 2-0 up, and we see Barry Nelson go 3-0 up, and Marcel Wolpen on the cusp of exit of SDC Tour Finals. This would be a beyond disappointing day for Marcel Wolpen, and could be up there with one of the most disappointing days of his career.
After all the highs he's had in the last 6 months, there's a lot. Pripyc just missing out on the 180 there.
There's a lot of players who have played unbelievable darts in the group stage. Jacob Schaffer in the top 5 or 6 in the group stage, 3-1 down to Daniel Burkhart. Daniel Burkhart not really having to do too much, only averaging 63. Could send him home very quickly. As we see, the first few players get through those knockout rounds. Joaquin Groudens, Mark Bichelle and Michael Wodacek all through. Roman Welliger with the average of the round at 90.
Exciting stuff from Roman Wellinger. And exciting stuff from Frieda Lang here. He's played really well in this game. His grouping's been really tight. There's been a real lack of spray as well. He's stayed incredibly straight.
As I said, Frieda Lang to me was comfortable favourite going into this one. I think his game has seriously improved on what it was previously, and I've been a bit disappointed with Pripyc, to be honest, as well.
James, I've been really disappointed with Pripyc. That group stage where we watched him against, I think it was Sven Yelera and Jochen Groudens were in that group. He played incredibly well, took legs off Groudens in the group stage, and beat Svenja, who was averaging mid-60s. Yeah, it hasn't been the same Pripyc today from what I can remember him throwing.
Looks like Marcel Wolpen is going to get a leg back against Barry Nelson, but Barry Nelson keeps in touch.
Not going away, is he?
Barry Nelson will just be thinking an 18-darter on throw. He's going to have 2 opportunities to throw for the match against Wolpen, and I think 18 darts from what Marcel is throwing will be enough. Marcel Wolpen, of course, will just be thinking, don't let him get a dart at a double to win.
Yeah.
Anything can happen if someone gets a dart at a double.
Keep the power in your own hands, yeah.
Exactly. Barry Nelson's not doing anything particularly special as well, which is something that's slightly disappointing.
No, just low 70s.
Frieda Lang out on 100, because those were 3 very fat darts.
And Daniel Burkhart beat Jacob Schaffer on board 11.
Incredible, as we see Matija Pripyc put in 2 treble 20s, 1-2-5 there.
Good visit from Pripyc. It's a shame, James, that Darts Connect is only not working for this game.
It is disappointing, as we see Frieda Lang.
Double 19. Could he have split that?
I don't know what Matija Pripyc is on, but he's on a single-double combination. I think that was for double 18. I think it's a bit wild. I know it's for tops, and there he finds a second dart. Great adjustment there. Incredible darts there. How is Mr. Wolpen getting on, Trav?
Did see there that Felix Sheert has wrapped up a comfortable 4-0 victory, as Wolpen does get a leg back against Barry the Bucky Nelson. 3-1 to Barry now. And will have the throw in the 5th leg.
Maurizio Castronovinci not in a good way at the start of his game. 2-0 down on Johannes Gumic. And our man that we said might go through as the seed who could face these two, Fabio Piscoletti, on the way out. 3-1 down to Matthias Neumeyer.
That excellent game on board 32. Stefan Belmont, Dennis Schnetzer. Schnetzer still averaging in the 80s. Won't go away. It's with throw so far. 3-2 Belmont. Gallagher's turned that game
Barry
around.
Nelson getting on, because you claimed it was 3-1, but I don't think Marcel Wolpen has checked yet. No, we assumed he'd checked. He hasn't checked. And Marcel Wolpen is on 4. He needs to check double 2, or Barry Nelson will have 3 darts to eliminate him from SDC Tour Finals. I think this would arguably be the biggest upset in Swiss darting history. And he hasn't checked Marcel Wolpen. Barry Nelson, 3 darts in hand to beat Marcel Wolpen 3-0.
4-0.
4-0, sorry.
How's your nerves, Barry? He's a relatively methodical player, isn't he? He's a very calm, steady player, which I think will advantage him in a scenario like this. Throwing for the game, 3 in hand.
Huge moments here for Barry Nelson. The delay is making me think he's not checked it, and the nerves have got the better of him. But Marcel Wolpen's not got an easy check out.
Not a guarantee, double one. We've seen it hit on the stream board multiple times today, but his double one is big on every other board.
That lean from Matija Pripic, a very like Eastern European throwing style, finds that double, finds that treble as Marcel Wolpen finds that double. 3-1. Barry Nelson will be kicking himself.
And Frida Lang has found nothing but trebles in this game. Really impressive stuff from Frida. I'm very curious to know the averages, because this is as well as I've seen Frida play.
Yeah, for those that don't know what the score is, it's currently 2-1 to Frida Lang, as far as we're aware. And Frida Lang is up in this leg, and they're straight back into the treble. Second dart a bit rushed, maybe. You shouldn't be having a dart after your first one's there that low, I think, of the treble 20.
His eyes just scattering around the board here, it seems. Little flick to the scoreboard. Potentially in double-ing range.
I think this is about to go to 3-2 with Marcel Wolpen and Barry Nelson. If Marcel Wolpen was to lift the title today, there would be big question marks. And I'll tell you what there's not question marks over is Frida Lang's doubling. 42 check up there, ruthless 10 and double 16. My score prediction was 4-2, but Frida Lang finds that treble 20 with more regularity. I think it will be 4-1. Any interesting results from around the boards?
There's a couple going into last leg deciders, James, as we approach the business end of these first 32 games in our last 1 to 8.
19th seed Fabio Piscoletti is out of the tournament. He joins several seeded players who have dropped out here. Jacob Schaffler being another.
Sven Geiger did get the better of Ronnie Liu in the end. After going 1-0 up, he lost the last 4 legs in a row. Geiger averaging 75 in the process there. Waracek also sailing through.
My man to watch is Roman Wellinger. He is playing some unbelievable darts today. And I tell you what, how is the nerves of the young man Jacob Laurie Schaub as Julian Muller pulls it back to a last leg decider. Schaub was 3-1 up in that one.
As we see, Darts Connect has now updated for us here. You can see those averages. Frida okay, still in the mid to high 60s. I'm a little bit surprised at that.
Barry Nelson, strong favourite now to knock out Marcel Wolpen. 70 left for Marcel Wolpen. Sorry, for Barry Nelson. 194 for Marcel Wolpen. Trav, do you think he'll get over the line?
The bookies hit 4 trebles in his last 6 darts. Wolpen on 139. He should have 6 from here at least.
He's going to have 6 at least, I think. Marcel Wolpen.
My advice to Barry, just keep them big, keep them fat. Make sure you leave 32 here. Or tops, okay.
How is your nerves, Marcel Wolpen? Is this where you show why you're one of the best 2 players in Switzerland right now?
Needs to really call from the bank all that experience. Okay, he has left tops. It's a tops off. And is one of our top seeds about to fall by the wayside?
Are the boys back in town, or are the boys going home?
Oh, the bookie's bust it somehow.
The bookie's gone bust.
Maybe inside on double 10, into double 15 perhaps.
Marcel Wolpen surviving 6 match darts against Barry Nelson.
And still with work to do, remember.
As you see, Frida Lang here on 56. Oh my God, Marcel Wolpen has missed 3 in hand. Barry Nelson will have his 7th, 8th and 9th dart against the number 5, I think.
You intuitively one seed.
Frida Lang misses through it. 2 darts there to win this one. And Barry Nelson missed another 3. 9 darts missed by the bookie to send Marcel Wolpen home. You see Pripic going bullseye route on 94. Bullseye to stay in the match. Oh, and he's just put it too high up.
As a stacker, that's a great guide for the bullseye there. It's just on the low side of the 25.
Frida Lang's been very good on double 5 so far. Can he find it? He has found it. 2nd dart. Great darts from Frida Lang and a very deserved 4-1 win.
Oh, absolutely. I was disappointed with Pripyat throughout that game, James. Frida just did enough, didn't he? Played very steadily. I think he'll be slightly disappointed maybe with his scoring consistency. A few good 140s, then followed up with a couple of just big fat numbers.
I'd be disappointed if I was the one thing that I will say about Frida Lang's game is I think it's improved significantly. The only thing I was slightly disappointed with, and a few things that I would be a bit more wary of, is board management. That 56 is no need to go inside and inside on tops and tens.
No.
And when you're on double five, he's not attacking it first dart. That first dart is high, and then he's going for a second dart. What happens if that second dart doesn't drop in? It's not always going to drop in. And if it goes inside, you've wasted a dart. And sometimes I think that just needs a bit more thinking and a bit more tweaking, because you wouldn't see that from Walpen. You wouldn't see that from Belmont.
You wouldn't. My only comment on that game is we know that Frida Lang thinks very highly about his game. We've seen some sort of anecdotal evidence that he's averaged sort of 80, 90, 100 in his practice games at home. I think don't be too disheartened by a game like this, Frida. He's won the game. He's done enough. He's kept Pripyat to, just odd shots at ball here and there. Although the average isn't brilliant, he sailed through. He should feel confident and was never really under threat there.
No, I agree. Someone who is under threat but currently holding on in is Marcel Walpen, surviving 9 match darts so far, but is still 3-2 down on Barry Nelson.
Wouldn't have to throw in a last leg decider, of course. So Barry Nelson still holds the aces. But will Marcel Walpen's kings come up trumps?
Lots of games currently sat at 2-all and 3-all. Conor Steiger, Matthias Pitts at 2-all. Bruno Bossart and Julian Skipper, all as Bruno Bossart goes 3-2 in front. Give us some more results, Trav?
Yeah, Angela Heinreich sailing in the group stages, also a 4-1 winner over Michael Glojon. We've got Fabrizio Barone coming through our last leg decider against Dominic Lang. Any of the games that catch your eye there that are finished?
And Stefan Belmont and Dennis Schnetzer. Dennis Schnetzer losing with an 81 average. Can't feel too hard done by there. Let's have a look at
it makes you wonder, how didn't Dennis Schnetzer top his group? Let's see, who was the seed in Dennis Schnetzer's group?
Patrick Ray beat him in a last leg decider.
Certainly upped his game for the knockout stages. Put 10 points on his group stage average. But it wasn't enough against Stefan Belmont.
How is Marcel Walpen and Barry Nelson getting on? What I want to know.
Okay, Walpen in control of this 6th leg.
104 for Walpen, 167 for Barry Nelson. He's checked 104 for a 21 darter. Right, how is your nerve, Barry Nelson? Missed 9 darts, was 3-0 up, and it's now 3-all.
Walpen is now the favourite for the game, but only slightly, I'd say.
I would put strong money on Marcel Walpen winning this deciding leg.
If I gave you 1-2 Walpen,
I would put money on it.
You'd be piling in.
Piling in, yeah. Because the nerves have got to Barry Nelson. He knows that he's had his opportunities, and unfortunately, this is the sign of a weaker player. And it's the mentality of if you ask Barry Nelson before the start of play, I'll give you 9 darts to beat the best player, the second best player in Switzerland. You're chewing someone's hand off, and you're saying, "I'll hit that."
Yeah.
When you're actually in the situation, hitting it is a completely different ball game.
Yeah. And once that tide of nerves has set in, there's very little you can do to break the shackles of that feeling. It's all absorbing, isn't it? Once you start to feel the nerves.
Also, Walpen is just not playing well, though. That's one thing I will say. I was saying that Barry Nelson will need an 18 darter. To be honest, I think a 21 darter would do.
I actually think a 24 darter might win this final leg. Both players have started 1 treble between them in the first 12 darts.
Marcel Walpen 50 points in front. Okay, Marcel Walpen has now stolen the spears. There is 11 points between them. He'll be praying, Barry Nelson, for a bit of spray from Walpen, but I just don't see it. And there's a treble. Barry Nelson will need 1 or 2 trebles to stay in this leg.
Barry's now in that horrible spot. He's 80 points behind already after 9 darts. As you say, James, without a treble here. Okay, does find a ton.
But Barry Nelson, I think I would like him to win for the story and for the entertainment that it would bring. But I think I would also like Marcel Walpen to win because it would make the end of the tournament so much better and the quality would be better.
Yeah.
So for both reasons, I actually don't mind who wins this one.
Yeah.
I think I would feel a little bit hard done by for Barry if he was to lose this one.
I think even if Barry loses this game, he should learn a lot from a game like this. He should learn a lot about himself, about his strengths and weaknesses, and what he can do to improve next time.
He's praying for no trebles from Walpen here. If Walpen hits 1 or 2 trebles, I think the game is up. And he's had spray. He's not even hit 3 big numbers.
Now a ton from Barry, and he is right back in the game. 197 Barry, 128 Walpen.
Barry cannot hit 3 big numbers here, and he hits a ton. 97 is a doable outshot. He's just got to hope Marcel Walpen doesn't leave this that handy.
You just don't want Walpen to be sat on tops when you have to check 97.
128 Marcel Walpen, 97 Barry Nelson. Marcel Walpen throwing.
Of course, he will start on the 18s. Could leave himself 25 hit. Finds one big number. He's obviously gone 18, maybe treble 5, single 5. He's left 90.
Or has he gone 18, treble 20, and then gone for the bull and it's bounced out?
Well, he's only scored 38, James. He hasn't hit any trebles.
No, I think he's gone 18 and 20 and then missed the board, or like hit the bull and it's wide out.
Barry Nelson, 97.
He
might have got a dart there.
He's left tops. We don't know if he's had 1 or 2 darts. All we know is Marcel Walpen's got 90 to stay in the championships, or Barry will get a further 3 darts. What did he get it? What do you think?
I think he goes treble 18.
I think he'll go treble 20.
I just can't see him finding this. No, I think he leaves a double, but just hits 3 big numbers.
He's got the treble 20 and he's missed 2 outside of double 15. Barry Nelson has 3 more darts to send Marcel Walpen home. Can he do it? He's missed. He's got it. Barry the Bookie Nelson has sent home Marcel Walpen in a last leg decider. The 10th time of asking. What a result. How do you see that one?
Last year's number 1 seed and semi-finalist Marcel Walpen going home in the last 128. I really didn't see that coming.
That is incredible. It's hard to believe that, really.
That section of the draw will now be blown completely open for someone like Barry to have a real deep run. Brilliant performance by Barry. He was shaky in those 3rd, 4th, 5th legs. But in the end,
I don't think Barry's actually played that well. 68 averages is very mediocre darts, really, if we're talking about it. Like Marcel Walpen averaged 67, and even that last leg decider, you expect someone of Marcel Walpen's qualities to have an 18 or a 15,
or a 21. He couldn't finish in 21 darts.
You said 24 darts would win it in that last leg, and Trav, boy, you're not regularly right, but you were this time.
I could feel the nerves from here. What a game that was. We're only halfway there. 32 more last 128 encounters coming up, and our last couple of games just getting finished. Yannick Ludi, Tommy Vilchnik, Matyra Pitts, Connor Steiger, and Bruno Bostart and Julian Schaper. Our remaining games.
Yannick, the stacker Ludi, is 3-0. He's taken that game against Tommy Vilchnik to a last leg decider.
You have my assurance that Yannick, the both ways stacker Ludi, will break Tommy Vilchnik in this last leg.
I said before I'd put lots of money on Marcel Walpen winning that last leg decider at 1-2. How wrong was I? Can stack attack Yannick Ludi attack the Vilchnik throw, or will Vilchnik just have a bit too much for him?
Oh,
this is what I expected.
This is how I expected Walpen. Exactly the same.
40 for Vilchnik. Stay tuned and we'll be back to summarise the last few results of this round, and we'll follow up with the next round of 128s.
Weiter 32. Wort 3. Hat Benedizione. Schreiber in Schnitzer. Wort 3. Johannes Victor Michael Schreiber Provinzenhausen. Wort 4. Georgius Lovistosa. Schreiber Roland Martin. Wort 5. Sebastian Jacobi Julius Caraccio. Schreiber Antonio Rexena. Wort 6. Martin Stefan Francesco Zitto. Schreiber Richard Bauer. Wort 7. Adrian Eckhart Franco Tobetta. Schreiber Julian Staffer. Wort 8. Andreas Redner Kevin Kutzelmann. Schreiber wegen den Bodensee. Bühnenwort. Margaret Cooper Yemen Lawrence. Schreiber Roman Löffling. Wort 9. Marco Obst, Edi Mujanovic, Charlotte Stefan-Felder. Wort 10. Marco Gerber, Federico Messi, Charlotte Timo Martin. Wort 11. Claude Vogel, Steve Wilkinson, Charlotte Jakob Schäfen. Wort 12. Patrick Gebert, Eugene Solari, Charlotte Wilhelm Kretschmer. Wort 1. Lukas Dahlmann, Andreas Heiler, Schreiber Ole Steiner. Wort 13. Dominik Ferrero, Benedikt Schreiber Lange Lilly. Wort 14. Tizian Knüppel, David Zicht. Schreiber Zapfen Zuli. Wort 15. Aaron Setz, Christian Schmutz, Schreiber Patrick Wagner. Wort 16. Thomas Müller, Vöglein, Philipp Hehlen, Schreiber Daniele Selezioni. Wort 17. Erland Filovic, Miroslav Blattmann, Schreiber Matthias Müller. Wort 18. Peter Wagner, Viktor König, Schreiber Harald Scheller. Wort 19. Florian Wixler, Fabian Wimacher, Schreiber Matthias Topic. Wort 20. Christoph Schumann und Niederberger, Schreiber Maurizio Casinici. Wort 21. Patrick Lampler, Tom Erik, Schreiber Jonathan Feldhaus. Wort 22. Ivo Vogel, Nico Seifeld, Schreiber Fabio Piscitelli. Wort 23. Felix Söllner, Simon Richter, Schreiber Michael Shaw. Wort 24. An Bonifixel. Schreiber Rhein Lotze. Wort 25. Stefan Winterling, Silvias Körper. Schreiber von einem Kiste. Wort 26. Konstantin Bauer, René Delgaz. Schreiber Alessandro Dolci. Wort 27. Thomas Lechinger, Thomas Victor, Schreiber Juri Victor. Wort 28. John Magnusson, Matthias Jörgel, Schreiber Dominik Hebreis. Wort 29. Roman Rudi, Luis Müller, Alvar, Dominik Lang. Wort 30. Rob Bauer, Jörg Schweggener, Schreiber Rodi Loy. Wort 31. Patrick Gray, Adrian Pietro, Schreiber Fabian Hens.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Finals. We're here for the second half of the round 1 to 8 games. We are here to watch Lucas Daumann by the looks of things. Lucas Daumann is about to play.
I didn't know he was playing a man from Wolfsburg. So it's very much like a Wolfsburg football club.
I recognise this man, and I'm going to tell you his name very shortly. He's he's actually done quite well in some SDC tours in the past. It is, of course, Andres Hyman. That's who it is, Andreas Hyman.
I'm going to call cheat on that, James, because I've never heard of Andreas Hyman.
He's a big social media man. That's how I know. I've seen him post some things on social media about the SDC, about how he's got on in different tournaments and things like that. And I'm assuming
we're all Team Hyman in this game then.
Well, that's why I'm assuming Mark's put him on Streamboard against poster boy Lucas mid-70s Daumann.
Yeah.
Should we just summarise the results that have happened so far?
Yeah, let's do that.
Go who is playing who in the knockout.
Preview some last 64 games.
So you have Stefan Belmont against Lucas Skeginger, Nicholas Wergler against Sven Hoffman, Roger Hertig against Bruno Bossart, Alex Fellman against Michael Waracek.
That's the game of the round for me already.
That's a great game. Barry Nelson against Thomas Scramley. Barry Nelson obviously overcoming Marcel Walpen. Then you have Daniel Burkhart, Mark Bichel, Roman Wellinger against Tommy Vilchnich, Drogan Simic against Jochen Groudens. Felix Schertz and Fabian Biel is the game of the round for me. That's an unreal
We're getting
game.
some tasty last 64 games here.
Patrick Schroeder against Matthias Apist. Frieda Lang against Angela Heinreich against Rocco Fulciniti. I think that's going to be the end of her.
Yeah, she did well to beat Mike Lotzer, but
Joel Rappo against Joel Glor. Laurie Schaub against Fabrizio Barone. How is he still knocking around Geiger? Fabrizio Barone has managed to burgle his way through. I don't know how.
he averaged 35 in one of the group stage games.
How is he still going? And that's a great game for Sven Geiger. I think Sven Geiger now is in a his section of the draw is very nice. Even if he gets to the last 16, it's Rocco Fulciniti, which is, to be honest, a pretty good last 16 game to get.
I'd say Geiger, much like Walpen, hasn't been playing particularly well today, but if just a couple of nice draws and your fortunes can soon change.
So now that the award ceremony has been completed, we can announce some of the winners that we've been told. One of which is Lucas Dowman for the most improved player. This was one that you and me had quite a few disagreements with Mark over.
Yeah.
I don't want to be rude to Lucas because he's a great player and a great friend of the SDCs and of ours as well. But for me, Roger Tusha should have won this award. And for me, it wasn't really that close. I don't know what your thoughts on it were.
I completely agree with you, James. When Mark first asked us for our opinions on commentator's player, most improved player, and all the other awards, one name stood out in particular for me for who should win an award. And that was obviously Stefan Belmont, player of the year, and Roger Tusha as the most improved player. It's no exaggeration, and Mark would be too candid or embarrassed to say that Roger Tusha couldn't play darts 12 months ago, couldn't play darts. Like, he would be aiming for 20s and hitting 12s, missing the board, hitting bull. It's no joke to say that he now is one of the favourites in any group that he's in to get out of.
I wouldn't want to draw Roger Tusha in a group right now, whereas back in the day, I would have said that he was group stage fodder.
3-0, just guaranteed.
Yeah, and Mark's gone off percentages to say, okay, Lucas Dowman's gone from averaging 70 to averaging 80, which is great. Roger Tusha's gone from averaging 50 to 55, but Roger Tusha's gone from losing average of 50 to a winning average of 55, and that is so much more respectable than Dowman's. If we're being completely honest, Lucas Dowman was the poster boy 2 seasons ago on the SDC of winning every event. He's gone from winning every event to now not winning.
Being happy with quarterfinals, and losing to Belly,
Great player, and don't get me wrong, I don't want it to come across like I am slandering him for being terrible, because he's unreal player.
He has certainly improved in the last 12 months. Let's get one thing right. His game has progressed. Much like the standard of the SDC as a whole has certainly progressed.
Yeah, and young player of the season as well. We disagreed with that one slightly. Fabian Liemacher coming through. I personally think it should have been Ansh Sood. That was my recommendation, to have a player who's never played competitive darts before, going from never playing competitive darts to having matched darts against the best player in Switzerland, for me, is an incredible achievement. Whereas Fabian Liemacher, has he pushed to last year? He made a semi-final last year and averaged 88 against Marcel Walpen. I dare say he's even come close to those numbers again this year. Is it deserved? I'm unsure.
Yeah, I think maybe we're confusing players' general ability, and Fabian Liemacher has been very good for the last year and a half while he's played on the SDC. Of course, Ansh Sood was unknown 12 months ago.
Never played a competitive game of darts.
No one could find out anything about Ansh Sood 12 months ago. But now there's a whole host of data on him and his games, and he has set an incredible standard for a newcomer to the SDC.
Agreed. Some very much award winners that we did agree with. Stefan Belmont for player of the season.
No doubt. Moment of the season, Felix Schertz winning his maiden SDC title. Good for Schertz. Good year for him.
Yeah, I think that was correct, in my opinion. And then obviously SDC ambassador Angela Heinreich getting that one, and I think her result.
Yeah, great to see her winning a knockout game today as well.
And for women's darts, it's just incredible. Obviously, she won it with her partner Dominic as well, both of whom have that SDC branded car. Of course, as we see Lucas Dowman with a pop at 140, he's not going to get a dart, but just will want to keep this nice and high on the 20, and he does.
Are you a little bit surprised, James? I know we've just talked about Lucas Dahlman winning the award there. Are you a little bit surprised that we're watching this as a last 1-8 game? Do you really see Hyman winning a leg in this game?
No. And I think there are so many other games that we could have got, which I would have preferred to watch. Sebastian Jacobi against Luis Camacho being a standout one. And there was one other one, Marcel Guga, Mendel Lawrence, or Marco Hobbs against Edin Mujanovic.
Should we just have a look, see how those games are unfolding?
Yeah, let's do it.
Just in the second leg here of Lucas Dahlmann's game.
Apologies there
Bless you,
for the
James.
sneeze.
Let's have a look. Of course, all our remaining 128 round games are getting underway.
Fellow commentator Reno Valvaren is 1-0 up as well.
Patrick Ellert wasting no time going 3-0 up on a man from 4-0 up, correction, averaging 80 and putting away Engin
From Liechtenstein.
Kulali 4-0 in no time.
From Liechtenstein. Very rare that you have a player from Liechtenstein. You always like to bet against players who are from these smaller nations.
I would have come up trumps there, wouldn't I?
You would have done.
With Ellert winning 4-0. Fabian Liemacher, that said, most improved players, playing Florian Gisler, currently 1-0 up. Interesting game here, James, between Rock Bahor and Jörg Schwendemann. How'd you see that one going?
Obviously, you can now watch more darts on the second stream board as well. Currently on the other stream board, you have the pleasure of watching Liam Mendel Lawrence against Marcel Guga.
Wonder how they got first pick of the round action, James.
Mark does like to punish us sometimes.
He does. He's a cruel master, isn't he?
Although I would say watching Lucas Dahlmann is a bit of a pleasure. I just wish that we were watching him against someone who also averages near the 70s.
Yeah, Andreas Hyman, very much like Wolfsburg, he's just very mid-table. Very mid-table.
On the other board, you had Stefan Belmont against Dennis Schnetzer, as he regularly does, and is averaging in that high 70s again. I don't think it's really going to go much more past what we're seeing at the moment from Dahlmann. I think he's going to be very steady around this high 70s average, and he's going to continue to win this game. As we see Fabian Liemacher 3-0 up on Florian Gisler, Christoph Schumann 2-0 up on Dominik Niesenberger. As we've had our viewership double in the last 5 minutes.
Booyah! Each doubling of the viewership will receive a booyah.
Every halving of the viewership means that one of us will have to leave. This is our last tournament we'll be commentating on as Mark moves to pastures new on German-speaking commentary moving forward.
I feel a little bit betrayed, James. I've already handed in my notice once for SDC commentary, and it feels like now it's being forced upon me. No, we do understand that audience of the SDC and the player base and the fan base, it is predominantly European and German speaking people. As we see Scott Mitchell wearing a tie in the background there.
It's Benjamin Bergen with the tie in the background. Incredible. Quite a gun sparesman is Benjamin Bergen. How is he playing? I think I remember he had quite a tough game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he's playing Patrick Kingelhofer.
Yeah.
Who is a very good player. But that tie is enough to intimidate me. I'd feel pretty threatened playing a bloke in a tie, wouldn't you?
I would indeed as well. As we see Luke Littler watching on that game.
Good to see he's had a haircut and a clean shave for the world, Luke Littler.
We'd see him lingering around Switzerland for the STC Tour finals rather than at the Ali Pally, but each their own.
It would be the easiest $2.5 he's ever made, I think.
Oh, it'd be beyond easy for him. Belmont, that's it.
It's an open invite, Luke, if you do want to play at the next SDC event or finals, as it is to any player in Switzerland or Europe for that matter.
What is Lucas Dahlmann on here? I wonder. We've had another delay in the Darts Connect finding its roots. So Lucas Dahlmann doesn't seem too happy with that. If treble... Oh, he was on 47 and was going 15 double 16, but instead it hits treble 15 and busts.
It seems like we are getting some updates through now.
So he is on 47. I'm almost certain of that. And I think he'll go big 15 up to double 16, and I think he will not find it. He goes 7 for tops, hits 37. As we see, Andreas Hyman on double 10 needs to find this last dart in hand, and he doesn't. And I think if Lucas Dowman can pin this double 5, then this will be firmly game over.
Firmly game over indeed.
And he finds double 5. And there we go, 3-0 Lucas Dowman. And I can't see any other outcome now, Trav. Can you?
I can't see any other outcome. I couldn't see any other outcome after the first 3 darts were thrown in this game, James. Not to be too pessimistic about the game, but Lucas Dahlmann is too good for a player of Andreas Hyman's level.
I agree. As we see Marcel Guger on streamboard 1 against Liam Mendel Lawrence. We're currently trying to check 70. What are those spears? What are those spears that Marcel Guger is using?
I certainly hope that Lauren is laying into him. They're about 3 feet long.
That is the most ridiculous set of darts I've ever seen. That surely isn't the best use of your time or effort.
To say he's such a little man, he uses very large darts.
How is he 1-0 up at the moment? Liam Mendel Glasses is back in full force. As you see here on streamboard 1, Lucas Dowman is 1 leg away from his encounter in the last 64. Any updates to who's come through in this second half?
Marco Obbs laying down a marker, averaging 92 and change against Idan Mujanovic.
Didn't you say he was going to go far today?
A player, yeah, who I quite like the chances of until I saw that draw. Thomas Conline, who we saw in our group stages, of course. Good numbers from him. 4-1 victory over Philip Helen. Andy Bless sailing through 4-0 as well. And Christoph Schumann by the same scoreline.
We see Dowman on the cusp of going through now. 82 left for Dowman to win. Does he get 82?
Only a matter of time for Dowman. I think he'll go treble 14 to leave his favourite tops.
I think he'll go for the bullseye.
I don't think he will.
On way bullseye. He does go bullseye. Proven correct once more. Treble 17 on 79. Interesting. Suppose it does leave double 14. Trav shaking his head in disgust in the North London living room flat.
It's been a game pretty full of disgust as Hyman attempts double-double and then misses the board. Quite fitting that his last dart might be thrown out of the board, I think, in this game.
As Lucas Dowman is on double 16 for the win. Can he find it? He does. And there we go. Game, set, and match. 4-0 to Lucas Dowman over Andreas Hyman.
And under 0.5 smiles from Lucas Dowman comes comfortably in. And so does the under 0.5 legs for Andreas Hyman.
Stay tuned for the last 64 encounters that are coming your way in 10 minutes.
geht's weiter mit dem Top 94. Rapport 2. Stefan Bernhard, Lukas Seckinger. Schreiber Benjamin Jürgen. Ort 3. Nikolaus Würgler, Sven Hoffmann. Schreiber Johannes Fischer. Ort 4. Usche Herbring, Bruno Rossa. Schreiber Louis Rosser. Bühnen Port. Michael Loracek, Alex Fellner. Port 5. Barry Nelson von Treble. Schreiber Francesco Zito. Port 6. Palermo Kart Mark Pixel. Schreiber Franco Pobetta. Port 7. Roman Williger von Wirilski. Schreiber Kevin Kutzeler. Port 8. Adam Zigic, Jochen Graudenz. Schreiber Marcel Luper. Port 1. Philipp Schierz, Fabian B. Schreiber Philipp Mujalovic. Port 9. Frank Schröder, Patrick Schröder, Entschuldigung, Matthias Appens. Schreiber Marco Werner. Port 10. Friedermann, Johannes König. Schreiber Steven Wilkins. Port 11. Albrecht Hinten, Matthias Domer. Schreiber Winky Kolamo. Port 12. Rob Fucci, Angela Harris. Schreiber Andreas Halmer. Port 13. Joel Wappen, Joel Blanc. Schreiber Benny Gode. Port 14. Logisch Schau und sie Waldheim. Schreiber Zink. Port 15. Fabrizio Moroni, Sven Heimer. Schreiber Julian Stutz. Port 16. Port 17. Patrick Lebenhöfer, Michael Wagner. Schreiber Philipp Herr. Port 17. Georgos Luis Camacho. Schreiber Silvan Pickard. Port 18. Martin Stefan Feld, Adrian Pickard. Schreiber Viktor Pien. Port 19. Andreas Wegner, Bernd Lorenz. Schreiber Florian Christoph. Port 20. Marco Obst, Victor Lustig. Schreiber von den Niederländern. Port 21. Claudio Jod Uwe Marigena. Schreiber von Kent. Port 74. Lukas Thaler, Dominik Fellner. Schreiber Nico Salbrecht. Port 23. Tizia Friedburg, Zels. Schreiber Sigmund. Port 24. Thomas Zöllner, Herbert Fulovic. Milot Milice. Port 25. Reno Warnwelle, Fabian Rimassa. Schwimmer Stefan Beton. Port 26. Christoph Schumann, Patrick Dor. Einer Konrad Baum. Port 27. Ivo Flur, Victor Schreiber Thomas Richter. Vor 28. Andreas Silvia Schlopper. Schreiber Sebastian Jacobi. Vor 29. William Bergplatz Thomas Teschner. Schreiber Luis Müller. Vor 30. Matthias Görtel Roman Rudi. Schreiber Jürgen Schwenning. Vor 31. Rock Norman Andrea Fierker. Schreiber Telefon Green.
Good afternoon and welcome back. And we have a cracker for you. A last 64 game between Fabian Biel, your man on screen, and the award winner, Felix Shearts. Now, two players who were probably thinking this morning they've got a good crack at going deep in this tournament, but it will end for one of them in the last 64. And who will that be, James? How do you see this game going? What's your thoughts on this as a matchup?
Well, we said before that you and me have both played 10 legs against Fabian Biel. It was we played 11 legs against Fabian Biel. It was 10-1. I think the odds for Fabian Biel to win are also 10-1. Felix Shearts to me is probably at 1-16 on this one. I do think Fabian Biel's a good player. He uses those Gary Anderson Noir spares, which I've tried and tested myself. And Felix Shearts will just have a little bit too much for him.
Do you really see it being that one-sided? Can you not make a case for Biel to get 3 or 4 legs in this game and really take it deep?
Well, now that he's just lost the bull off, I'm even more in team Felix Shearts. I just think Shearts is going to average mid-80s, and I think Biel will just average 70s.
Of course, you've played both men, played Shearts in Clutton as well. Did you think any differently approaching the two men? Did you have more opportunities against Shearts, or were they both just a little class above your level?
If I'm being completely honest, against Felix Shearts, although I won a leg, I played significantly better. I played Fabian Biel twice in the group stage the following day, and if I'm honest, in the first, I lost him 3-0 in the opening group stage game against Fabian Biel, but he had the throw, threw really well on his 2 holds of throw, average 79, I think. And I missed 3 darts at double on my throw. I didn't feel like I was out of that one, but the problem is if you don't win the bull off and then he holds into 18
just
darts,
first to 3 as well.
It's
Yeah.
first to 3. And then the second time I played Fabian Biel, I knew I'd already finished second in my group. So for me, that game was redundant. I knew I was qualified out of the group, but I'd already because his average was higher than mine against the other opponent, and he'd already beaten me 3-0. Even if I was to beat him 3-0, it was irrelevant. So to be honest, went into that one not really caring and just wanted to get off the board as soon as possible, throwing away darts. And against Felix, I played relatively steady, averaged high 70s. Even 3 legs into that one, I was averaging in the 80s. But in the 80s, I still felt nowhere near him. So that's when you know that someone's different gravy. I just think Felix gets it too good.
Biel is nowhere near Shearts in the opening leg here, leaving tops after 15. The one thing I'd say, I don't know how closely you've been watching this leg, James, but how quickly is Shearts throwing? There's almost no care and attention between any of these. I was watching, he hit a couple of 135 and a 140 in this leg, but they were thrown away almost. Shearts generally on the doubles is really composed and really methodical, but look at the time between darts here. Okay, fines double 10, but just keep an eye on that tempo of Shearts. That seemed a little bit quick for my liking.
I think it all depends as well. The one thing I've noticed is different players throw different levels against different style of players. Like, I wonder if Fabian Biel, because he knows that he's playing someone who is of such good quality, like Felix Shearts, if that will impact his average. Because I know Fabian Biel from playing him twice that he is a high 70s man. That's where he sits for me, around that 78 mark.
Yep.
That's where he was for the whole week in Clutton, the whole weekend. Now, Felix Shearts should be a mid-80s man. But the fact that Fabian Biel knows that he has to put that extra 5 on his average, does that take its toll?
So you think it's more likely to bring his average down than take his average up?
Because I think he's thinking about it. I look at his mannerisms now compared to how he's playing against Felix Shears against how he played against me. He thought that he had me, and he knew it was going to be a close game when we played. It turned out it wasn't a close game, but he thought it was going to be a close game, and he was pumping himself up. He was giving it fist bumps after every visit. He was there, like, fully zoned into the game. Here, to me, his face looks a bit resigned.
I think he's too good a darts player to be resigned to his fate, as I know Shears has just gone back-to-back 180 and followed by 100 on the Beal throw, of course. I think he's too good of a player to be resigned to his fate, surely. I mean, he's, as you say, he's a very capable player in his own right. He can average in the 80s, of course he can.
I'm just purely basing it off of what I'm seeing.
In a short format game, I'd be surprised if he is feeling like that. Another fairly rushed dart on tops there for Shears. Significantly lower the target.
Fabian Beal focusing an awful lot on that scoreboard.
Wonder if he's on a... Ooh, I wonder if that was an effort at tops, maybe.
I think it was, and I think that's 117 hit. So he's going to come back for tens, yeah. But I think Shears is going to have first poke at 5.
Look at how quick he threw that second dart at 5s. That really didn't look right.
Wow, that was really rushed.
It's a single 12. Does find it. Levels this game at 1 apiece. And a few early warning signs for me about Shears' game. I know he's scoring well, and he's found that first 180, of course, but
I don't think he's even thinking about the game. I think he's pretty confident he's coming through this one. I think that's why he's throwing quickly. I don't think there's any concern. My one thing with Fabian Beal is his demeanour to me does not look right. You're focusing on Shears, but I'm looking at Fabian Beal. He did not throw, when he played against me, any 26s. He's almost seen Shears hit a 180 and gone, I can't win this leg.
Yeah.
That to me, the mentality is not there for Beal. And it is just the facial expressions and everything just don't look like... I'm purely basing off of how he was when he played you and how he played me. He was there. He controlled the hockey. He had that persona that this is my game to lose. Here, I just think he's like, this is my game to hold on.
Yeah. Interesting thoughts. Yeah, I guess you can experience that scenario. I mean, the only time I've really felt that is when I played against Marcel Walpen. I knew I wasn't really in the contest. Every other game I've played in the SDC, even against Beal, I knew I wasn't the better of the two players there, but I knew I was in the game. I mean, I knew I could hold throw in 18-21 if I was throwing well. I did win that one leg between us at Fabian Beal, by the way. Thought I'd mention my little triumph there. But little it was.
Wasn't our best run, was it, in Clotton?
It wasn't.
Neither of us got really going.
No. So, Felix will return for tops.
Missed lots of darts to double so far.
He has lots on tops as well. Has not been ruthless on this target.
I dare say if I played how I was playing against Felix Shears and he was missing these many darts at double, that I'd have a sniff.
Yeah.
I don't think he's playing that well.
No, I don't think... To say he's hit 2 180s in 3 legs. I know he hit 4 180s in the first 4 legs against you, James, but in between, there really isn't a lot from Shears, I wouldn't say here.
No, a lot of spray. His first 9 against me was something that I just was like, wow, that's really impressive. And do you know what it is I really like about his throw? It's the flight of the dart. Shears has this signature spiral.
Oh, yeah. I'd say him and Andy Bless are the two on the SDC that I think the power they release from the hand and the sort of curvature of their darts is absolutely textbook. The way they fly through the air. As we see Ryan Searle taking a break from Ali Pali in the background there.
Yeah, the owner of course, MyDarts.ch.
Yes. Of course, is increasingly interested in the SDC now, isn't he?
He does seem to love the SDC and what it offers.
And loves these tour final events, of course. He was a big presence in last year's event.
Here we go. See, we're looking at the average now between Shears and Fabian Beal. When I played both players, their average was significantly higher than these. And I think in Clotton last weekend, it was higher overall.
You didn't give Beale a sniff, James, but this game's about to go to a best-of-3 contest for all money here.
Beale still needs to clean up. He still needs to hit his double.
He does.
I said at the start of the game that I think Beale is a good player, and I said in the group stage section that Beale is one that I think could go far today. I just don't think he has Shearts' ability, and I wasn't preempting this draw. I still think Shearts wins, even if it's a best-of-3 game.
Things certainly become shaky for Felix, and I think he's been very complacent throughout the first half of this game. And there's no room for complacency when one leg will decide the outcome of this game, potentially, if it does indeed go to 3-3 with throw.
Fabian Beale, one thing that I've noticed with him when I played against him is he is ruthless on doubles, did not miss 3 in hand at any point. There was only one time where I thought, oh, okay, I've got a sniff here, is when he ended up on 3, because he was on double 6, went inside. And I thought, he's on 3, I'm probably going to get 3 more here. 1 double 1, 2 darts, expertly checked.
Now there was a chance there for Beale. Shearts won't come up trebleless too many times in this leg.
Steady, son. Shearts is one player that if he finds that first die, always back a signature second, don't you?
You would, yeah. You certainly would. With the angle and the power of release.
Bit snatchy there from Beale. Oh, 40 points. Gives Beale a sniff, you know. Be interested to see. Shearts is not guaranteed to get through this one.
No, I think Shearts is making very hard work. Inflicted upon himself. Yeah. I think Shearts is bringing this pain on himself.
How are we looking at the other boards at the moment?
We know it's Stefan Belmont on German board Stream 2.
You mean German stream board 1?
We're stream board 1, James. We're the original streaming board. There has been a second streaming board, if you did not know, in German.
Luis Camacho about to go out 3-0 down currently. Huge visit here.
Harry the Bucky Nelson, 3-0 up on Thomas Scramley. His journey is not ending just yet by the looks of things, the Bucky.
Scrambling for a way through to that next round.
Our man Remo Valvaren needs to stop commentating and play more spares. He's 3-0 up on Fabian Liemacher, knocking out that young player of the year.
This is a huge moment here. Important 2 treble visit there. Fabian Beale correcting something on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
116 rather than 118.
Okay, quick correction there. 1-3-4 hit by Shearts.
That should be 28 left if I'm not mistaken.
So let's see. Beale, 1 treble needed and finds it with a dart at tops. Ooh, flirting with danger.
Felix Shearts can't watch.
Rightly steps back here, Beale. The tops.
And finds tops. Shearts did not watch but will have heard the booyah.
He gave it that double fist bump and Beale. Wow!
Surely we
now
can't
throwing
lose,
for the match.
We can't lose Shearts and Walpen, can we? Before the last 32, that would be ridiculous. And you would have had good money on that.
And starts very nicely. Last start treble.
Shearts needs 2 trebles here. Great first guide. Can he just find it?
Again, the tempo of that last start was all wrong from Shearts. He threw that far too quickly.
This is ridiculous. Oh, Beale's in again and again. Oh, rushed a little bit, I would say. A little bit too quick for me.
I don't blame him with the momentum, though. He's got 2 trebles in and he's throwing for the match. I don't mind his confidence.
Oh, Shearts is sprayed again. Shearts could be out.
Shearts needs a little miracle there.
Wow.
Needs a big miracle now.
180 minimum required. Can he find just a treble? No, he can't. 25 scored. I think that is game over.
Fabian Beale, who you declared a 16-1 shot pre-game, is about to turn the tide on Felix Shearts.
Some crazy results going on as well, because we look like we could be losing another seed in Michael Wodacek. He could be on his way out. 3-2 down to Alex Spellman. Both players averaging in the 80.
Rocco Fulciniti averaging 100 against Angela Heinreich after 3 legs. Will we see our first 100-plus average of the day? Oh, as Fabian Beale perfectly sets up double 10. Missed the dart at tops there, of course.
Shearts knows he
but it
needs
will matter not. And Sheert, beginning this game, how he started it by throwing darts away. Rushed from Sheert.
Beal is ruthless on 10s. Oh, okay.
Oh, all right. He
Wants to
will be
bust
back.
it.
He will be back.
Has busted. As we see Barry Nelson through 4-0. Oh, shit. Needs the treble. Can't leave a finish. Another 6 to come. My bad. Sorry, Alex Fellman is 3-2 down on Michael Wadacek. Michael Wadacek, 91 to send home the world champ.
Double 10 for Beal. And there it is.
Oh, my God. We've lost Felix Schiert's belly in the background. You just see him smiling slightly there. He's quite content with that.
And Felix wants nothing to do with that game and nothing to do with that outcome. A self-inflicted loss from Felix Sheert. Far from his best.
Tour finals does crazy things. We have seen Felix Sheert get eliminated. We've seen Marcel Wolpen get eliminated. Felix Sheert averaging 69 as we see our first ton-plus average of the day from Morocco apiece going into a last leg to Sidda. Both players averaging 80 or just shy of 80.
You have my assurance. Oh, no. Feldman started 140. I was going to say Michael Wadacek wins this last leg decider. But I have changed my mind after that 130.
Alex Fellman is a gunge batsman when he wants to be. Is he going under the radar? Could he go and triumph today? He's no mean feat to beat.
Brilliant game there on board 26. Patrick Gans averaging 80, locked in with Christoph Schumann at 2 apiece.
What are the other results looking like so far this round? Can you give me a summary?
Yeah, we've had a couple of games completed already. Stephen Belmont, a 4-0 victor, of course, on that second streaming board. Barry Nelson, 4-0 victor over Thomas Schlamley. Rocco, as you mentioned, averaged 101.9 in a 4-0 victory over Angela Heinreich. Marco Obst, 4-0 over Enrico Rosling. We then had comfortable victories for 3 Germans, Patrick Ellett, Lucas Dahlmann and Hagen Santz.
5 Germans through so far. 6 Germans through so far. 1 Scot and 3 Swiss.
Of course, Thomas Colnline, who we saw in our group stage coverage, really increasing his average, going through the gears now. He's Thomas.
Sorry, I counted that as a Swiss player going through. That's another German player going through, of course.
Remo Valvaren completes the job on Fabian Liemacher.
Is that all the award winners crashing out apart from Lucas Dahlmann?
Stefan Belmont, of course, still there.
Of course, yeah.
Roger Tusha. Oh, no.
Michael Wadacek is holding on here. He has just managed to claw his way back into this leg. Only 20 points now behind Fellman. Fellman with 1 big number. With 2 big numbers.
Andy Bless and Sylvia Schlappbach are 3-2. This could be heading to a last leg decider. Could Andy Bless be on his way out as well?
No, Andy Bless is too good for this.
Against Sylvia Schlappbach.
As we see, Alex Fellman just needs the Shanghai finish to finish the job on Michael Wadacek. Treble 20.
And Andy Bless does come through, checks 88. A brilliant day from Sylvia. She can be very proud of her efforts.
Wild dart double from Alex Fellman, but he's coming back for 3 more to book his place in the last 32. Michael Wadacek leaves that Shanghai finish, but is it too little too late? Great died on the wire for Fellman. Oh my, can't get any closer if he tried. He's not found it. Michael Wadacek has 3 darts at 1. He's got three darts to check 120 and book his spot in the last 32. Does he complete it, Trav?
Does he get a dart at tops, James?
No, first dart single 1.
I still think Wadacek wins this game.
Fellman's already missed 4. Will he miss 3 more?
I think he will.
He's quite a ruthless double 10 hitter. We know this. The fact that Darts Connect has just told me the result, I know the outcome of these spheres.
It's a last dart in hand find from Alex Fellman. A great player Michael Wadacek's been this year in the SDC Tour. He can hold his head up high. He's had a great year on tour. And I hope he's back stronger in 2024, Michael Wadacek.
Laurie Schaub is quietly going about his business as well, as he always seems to do when he comes to these tournaments.
Jochen Grouden in trouble, 3-2 down now to Dragan Simic, who starts with a 180.
What is happening today in the
Are we seeing
SDC?
Groudon's, Walpen, and Felix Sheets all eliminated before the last 32?
This is incredible stuff. Can Dragan Simic finish the job on Jochen Groudens?
One Austrian, of course, is already out, but will Dragan Simic be flying the flag for Austria?
This is the craziest round in STC history, I would say. Incredible stuff.
That could be the title of our last 32 game.
3
Craziest
fatties.
round in SDC history.
Interesting here. How is it going to happen? What is going to happen now? That, as we see Remo Waluaran on streamboard 1
Good to see.
with the fire, Mika Flüger.
So Groudon's really needs a score here. He's 60 points behind Simic and only finds 3 big numbers. Simic now in pole position to knock out Jochen Groudens.
Huge moments ahead. 96 points stand between Dragan Simic and Darting Destiny in Switzerland. How do you see this one going?
Jochen Groudens didn't have the best time of it at Tour Finals last year. Is he about to have another poor run at the SDC's biggest event? He's on 164. Okay.
Takes
Takes a big chunk out of that. Leaves himself 35.
Dragan Simic, how is your nerves?
96. Fancy him to get at least 1 dart.
As we see Sven Hoffman and Beat Hoffman in the background.
Like father, like son there. Or Sven Hoffman is still in the draw. And Groudens misses 3. Does not convert 35. So Dragan Simic will get 2 darts now.
This is
that
huge.
Notorious 58 checkout that brought Walpen all that success in the Modus Live League. Will it work the same for Simic?
Can Dragan Simic get rid of Jochen Groudens? Or Jochen drag him into a last leg decider? It's not smiles for Simic.
It's Spaffy for Simic.
It is indeed.
He has missed 2 darts at double top to knock out Jochen Groudens.
He still will have the throw in the last leg decider.
Yeah.
Do not get mistaken.
Yeah. Simic is still favourite for this game. And Groudens misses 3 more darts at double.
Wow, wow, wow. What is happening here on SDC Tour Finals Day? Walpen out in the last 64. Sheets out in the last 32. Jochen Groudens out in the last 32. Dragan Simic, second dart in hand, pins double 5 to send home the giant German.
I'll correct you there, James. He didn't even make it to the last 32. This is the round of 64. We won't be seeing Jochen Groudens in that last 32 tie.
As we see Christoph Schumann eliminated by Patrick Ganter, another upset there. We are losing seeds left, right, and centre. It's incredible, really. And a player who lost earlier on today as well. Sven Geiger is 3-1 up on Fabrizio Barone. Not playing well, but is sneaking his way through. I actually think Sven Geiger's got a very good sniff of going all the way if these big players keep getting eliminated.
Laurie Schaub locked in a last leg decider there against Hansi Waldmeier, a name I haven't even heard today. He's very much flying under the radar.
Someone we've not really spoken about all day, Mark Bichel.
Mark Bichel,
Bichel is still in and is fighting. He is 150 points away from the place in that last 32 rounds.
Stacking his way into the semi-finals this year. Last year, of course, we had Stefan Hackler, who was a rather surprising name on the semi-finals list, you'd say.
I am very keen to preview that next round. Should we have a quick look?
Let's have a look.
Let's see who's got who now.
Of course, there will still be 16 games remaining. And at the very top of the billing, it's Sven Hoffman, our 2023 Young Player of the Year, playing Stefan Belmont, our 23 Player of the Year. 2 award winners going head-to-head there. Roger Hertig against Alex Fellman, another brilliant game there. Hertig, of course, in the top 5 on the Order of Merit this year. Barry the Bookie Nelson After a 4-0 victory against Thomas Scramley, will be playing the winner of that game just mentioned, Mark Bichel or Daniel Burkhart. We have Dragan Simic, the conqueror of Groudens, will be playing Tommy Vilchnich. Really good chance for Dragan there to get himself deep into the tournament.
I'm surprised Tommy Vilchnich has managed to overcome Roman Wellinger. Hasn't been averaging less than 80 all day, has Wellinger, until the moment mattered. Matthias Pitts and Fabian Beal there. You'd think that section here is the section that's really opening up. Yeah. No, this section is playing below. Fabian Beal and Matthias Pitts, the winner will play against Frieda Lang or Matthias Numer, you'd think. That's really quite a section. One of those players is going to make a quarter-final.
One of Frieda Lang or Fabian Beal will be in the quarters.
You'd think, yeah.
Probably against Belmont, but...
It won't be against Belmont. It will be against that other section. It will be against either Simic, Barry Nelson, which is really a section where one of those players is going to make a semi-final of the Tour Finals, which is an absolutely huge opportunity. My money would be on Fabian Beal from now. I think he's beaten the big name. And this bottom half of the draw is opening up as well with some names that I'm not really too familiar with. You've got the likes of...
That's a really tricky section there, James. Marco Obst, Patrick Ellert is around for the next game. 2 Germans battling it off there who've both been really good today. Hagen Sense, Lucas Dahlmann, another all-German affair. A real sort of tricky 4 couplet there. Who comes out of that little section, James?
I think the winner of Marco Obst and Patrick Ellert will come out on top. I think Ellert is an underrated Gunge Bearsman, and I think he's going to cause a few problems for Obst. I do think Obst will have a little bit too much for him, though.
Interesting. As we get to the bottom of the draw, a little quarter here is going to be Patrick Ganter against Felix Solner. Remo Ralvarin against Thomas Conline, who, of course, we saw in that group stage coverage. Maybe a big day for Thomas, just brewing under the radar there. Yeah. You'd say he's the favourite in that little quarter.
The one player that we've not even spoken about all day as well in that very bottom section is Andy Bless. Yeah. We talked about, he's been averaging 60s. He's been averaging 50. Yeah. Andy Bless is strong favourite to come out this bottom half of the draw.
Yeah, he is.
This half of the draw is really opening up. It's going to be a tussle, I think, in the semi-final between him and Marco Obst for who gets to the final.
You would not look past Andy Bless featuring in another SDC Tour final, would you?
No.
You wouldn't bet against it.
There's lots of good players dotted around, but lots of upsets happening. So stay tuned for the last 32 games where we'll summarise all of the results that are just about to finish and give you the preview of those next few games.
Zweifel jetzt zurückweist. Rekord 2. Stefan Belmont, Sven Hoffmann. Scheinbar Lukas Senior. Rekord 3. Roger Herwig, Max Wilmer. Schreiber Rob Bauer. Rekord 4. Paradise Pixel. Schreiber Uwe Rosser. Rekord 5. Combination Marvin Silic. Schreiber Luis Camacho. Rekord 6. Fabian Biel, Matthias Matti. Matthias Abends. Schreiber Adrian Ecker. Rekord 7. Friedemann Marie Christen. Schreiber Lothar Vogel. Rekord 8. Wochenrückstätten Joel Lohr. Schreiber Dominik Ferreira. Bildergott. Loris Lauf Sven Rein. Schreiber Stefan Wilhelm. Woran Büchter. Rekord 1. Patrick Wiener Georgis. Schreiber Martin Milovic. Rekord 9. Martin Fett, Stefan Fett, Leonard Lawrence, Schreiber Martin Rekord 10. Marco Lutz, Patrick Ehlert, Schreiber Christoph Schumann. Rekord 11. Lukas Sandmann, Martin 6. Schreiber Ivo Fuhrer. Rekord 12. Thomas Feldlein, Benno Wallermann. Schreiber Silvia Schaffer. Rekord 13. Patrick Landner, Felix Söllner. Schreiber Roman Rudi. Rekord 14. Andi Gress, Thomas Eschinger. Schreiber Enrico Rissi. Rekord 15. Matthias Löffel, Adrian Vierter. Schreiber Andreas Weber.
Hello and welcome back. We are now into the last 32, getting towards the business end of the day now, James. And here we have two lesser known players on the SDC. In fact, complete unknown players besides today. We have Georgios Zukratis stepping up to throw now. And behind him, Patrick Kingelhofer. Here is Patrick, who has certainly been making impressions throughout Gothenburg 4-1. You've watched them for a couple of minutes now, James, just warming up, just practicing. First impression of the throws, first impression of the...
Really like the Zukratis throw. I think Zukratis has got a great throw, and I think he's not lost a leg in the knockout so far. So what's to say he's going to start now? Between the two men, only one leg lost so far in the knockout round. So, and we know that Killenhoff has only lost one leg all day. So I dare say that this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, it surely can't be as one-sided as all their previous other games today have been. Let's see, maybe the stats say that Patrick is the slight better player. Certainly played in more big events around Europe, that is for sure. I don't believe that Georgios has played at Q School and Challenger Tour and Super League qualifiers, etc. So
I dare say
I'm inclined to think that Patrick will have the advantage in this game.
I've got a slight lookalike for Zukratis. Can you think of an English sportsman who Zukratis looks like a bit facially? Just going to go for a certain boxer.
Boxing isn't exactly my forte, James, but let me have another look before I let you reveal.
A much younger version, of course.
Okay. So you're thinking a boxer from the sort of Well, I was thinking he looks a little bit like Amir Khan.
That's
but
exactly who I was going for as well.
He's a little bit bigger than Amir Khan, I think.
He's a taller Amir Khan, but facially, and he's got a nicer nose than Amir Khan, but hopefully Amir Khan's not listening to Streamboard 2. I've heard Amir Khan's watching Streamboard 1.
I heard he's a German speaker as well, yeah. And is a big fan of Laurie Schaub, maybe, because he's playing Sven Geiger on the German commentary board.
They're about to get underway.
But I'm sure you'd much rather be tuning in to this tasty European encounter between Gleep Georgios and German Patrick.
For everyone who is unaware so far, Groudon's out, Walpen out, Sheets out, Kukratis in.
And he's in the centre of that bullseye, winning the ball off. Let's see.
What's your score prediction, Travis?
Expecting big things from both players. I'm going to go Klingelhofer wins 4-1.
Okay.
With a 180. Doesn't 140, but a good start nonetheless.
Ruthless Ton Fiddy Merchant is Klingelhofer.
It's going to be played at a real nice tempo, this one, isn't it? Just has a little bounce to his throw, doesn't he, Patrick? I'm watching this with a slight lag, but it's almost as though he's got a sort of spring-loaded heel.
That's a tightly grouped Ton Fiddy there from Georgios Kukratis.
Just watch the little bounce from Klingelhofer here.
I have noticed the bounce. It is definitely quite obvious.
Now, recommend a young player try, but you know, Patrick's on the younger side in terms of darts players, but seems to work for him.
Could we get our first fish on the stream today?
Let's see.
What is the highest checkout so far today, Trav? Can you...
I dare say it'll be in the 160s. I'll have a look now, James. Ooh, careless bit of rustle there from Patrick.
Let's see if Kukratis can top. He's got one in.
Ooh.
Disappointing second spare. Leave 72 though.
Our highest checkout of the day, James, is a 167 from Dennis Schnetzer.
Interesting, as we see Klingelhofer start on the bullseye. 85 left. Okay, 70 left. We'll probably go treble 18.
Looked a good guide just to slide along for treble 10. I think when you're in the vicinity of that, you know, bottom right corner, treble 10 might have been the play there.
You don't know if you have to move over. Okay, interesting. So that'll be double 12.
24 left, yeah.
Ooh,
double 12 has been an absolute nightmare on this board today.
I think every single player who's gone for double 12 today has hit it into that into single 9. It is really strange. As Klingelhofer he's on double 8 left. He was on 67. And he finds it. Great dart from Klingelhofer there to go 1-0 up on Kukratis. A breaker throw.
Really nice 18 dart breaker throw. After Georgios spurned that one dart at double 12. How many more opportunities will he get in this match, you wonder? Good start from Patrick. A very compact throw, isn't it, Patrick? There's no frills and spills, no big backswing, no big follow through.
I dare say there's big backswings with either player. I feel like Kukratis' throw is very similar to Frieda
Lang. Exactly. Just thinking the same.
That twizzle to the right to give him a little bit more momentum to fling it forward. I never really recommend a player to twizzle their arm to the right slightly, because then when you release through, it can cause it to go left and right.
Yeah. Steve Lennon's probably the player who is the biggest, well, the best darts player who typifies that technique.
You do see a lot of Asian players tend to use that technique. The Indian players who have a slightly more languid arm movement.
Yeah, who have that wrist flexibility, don't they? Patrick Klingelhofer with another 140 there. Has been a real menace on the scoring as Patrick throughout today.
See, Laurie Schaub 1-0 up breaker throw on Sven Geiger. We couldn't get rid of 4 of our top seeds already, could we, Trav?
Patrick's first 9 average today, 87. Very impressive.
Laurie Schaub is putting the boot in on Sven Geiger. Very quickly could turn into an ugly one there on Streamboard 1 for Geiger.
Georgios' first 9 average only 77, so there's 10 points difference in the first 9 average of these two men. And maybe you just got a little flavour of that in the first leg there.
Hingelhofer just keeping it straight and fat.
Besides that last start, treble 17, of course.
Of course, the last start, treble 17. Good last start there from Kukratis. Keeps him interested.
So Patrick, getting towards the business end, you feel? Can't see the score, but it could be double 16. It is double 16 needed.
Double 8 required.
Hit it last starting hand in the last leg and hits it last starting hand of the second leg as well to go 2-0 up on Georgios Lukratis.
Good darts here from Kingelhofer. Stefan Bell 1-0 up on Sven Hoffman there. Rory Schaub about to go 2 up on Sven Geiger. Could we see another top seed getting eliminated this early on? What do you think?
Very possible, James. Andy Bless 1-0 down against Thomas Eichmann in the early parts of that one.
Alex Feldman 1 up on Roger Hurtig. Could we lose another top seed there?
Been impressed with Patrick in the opening parts of this. Georgios just hasn't brought his best game, has he? But the second leg was disappointing. Of course, a player who did make it into the German Super League is Marco Obst. He's 2-0 down to Patrick Ellert on board 10.
Predicted Ellert as a strong player early on in this competition. He's someone that went under the radar at the last tour finals, made it actually quite far in the last tour final.
I believe to the quarterfinals that year.
He beat the player that beat me. He beat Manuel de Frida in the last 32 in that tournament.
Yeah, a real strong German flavour to the field today, isn't there? Patrick Ellert, of course, in with a big shout. You'd say, looking at this performance, Patrick Kingelhofer will be right there come the end of the game. Liam Mendel-Lawrence, of course, can't look past him as probably one of the tournament favourites behind Belmont now.
Liam Mendel-Lawrence always goes under the radar. Another player that's gone under the radar is Rocco Fulciniti.
Averaged 100, of course. That's not going under the radar, James. That's making your case clear to all in the last round.
Some really interesting games going on at the moment. So difficult to predict what's going to happen. Laurie Schaub is 2-0 up now on Sven Geiger. A lot of work to be done for a couple of the top players. Marco Obst, Roger Hurtig, and Sven Geiger yet to get off the mark so far. As I say that, Marco Obst does pick up his first leg.
Barry Nelson 2-0 down to Mark Bichelle. Okay. Bucky will be disappointed after 2 strong wins to lose to someone like Mark Bichelle. What's he left here? Could be tops. That could be yet another combi from Patrick Kingelhofer, 78.
It is.
Another breaker throw.
3-0. We predicted this one terribly.
You use the word we there, James.
Don't pretend like before this game started, you said Giorgio Kukratis was going to win 4-0.
That's just ridiculous. I said Patrick Kingelhofer is the strong favourite on the stats and his experience. You predicted a last leg decider.
Just because we've not got the mute button on all the time. Speaking of the mute button all the time, Sven Geiger is currently 2-0 down, as mentioned, to Laurie Schaub.
Looks as though he would rather be muting that game as well. And clearing that from his mind.
Cannot buy a treble 20, could Sven Geiger. Laurie Schaub and Geiger both just averaging in those low 70s, high 60s.
Back in the treble again is Patrick. With a real ruthless scoring performance. He's been sharp and accurate on the outer ring as well.
For those who are just joining us, obviously the score is 3-0 to Patrick Klingelhofer. We do not have updated Darts Connect scoreboards currently on this game.
Yeah.
The other games do seem to be updating, so if you want to see the scores, go over to Darts Connect.
Yeah, Georgios has that one dart in the first leg, didn't he, from 72? And since then has not had another dart at double in this game.
Laurie Schaub has 6 darts from 149 to go 3-0 up on Sven Geiger. He's going to need them, though, with only 45 scored. As we see Fabian Beal 3-1 up on Matthias Pitts. Interesting one there.
Georgios' run is very firmly ran now. His race is ran, rather. after 3 lots of Russell in his last visit there from Georgios.
Sven Geiger doing his best to stay in his game as he hits 138 to leave tops after 21. Laurie Schaub's going to get 1 dart though. Oh, that's so criminal. 104 to hit the treble 20 and not get a dart is criminal. Oh, as he has a poke at 88 on the bullseye there. So he
long way behind in this leg, if I'm honest, James. He's not scored well, has he? After that opening leg.
As I think we can get updated scores now on Darts Connect.
Things have just been going downhill for Georgios. Let's have a look. He is on 179.
I don't think he's on 179. I think he's on the Madhouse now.
Sorry, we are still a few turns behind 68. Okay, yes, the Madhouse.
And we are on double 12 here for the match. And Klingerhofer wins this one 4 legs to 0 over Georgios Koukratis. Trav, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the averages were the same, but the performance very much wasn't. That was one-way traffic. In fact, Giorgio averaged a point higher than Patrick, but that was one-way traffic. Patrick was the better scorer, more ruthless on the outer ring. He's brought quite a contingent with him there, you can see. He's not come all this way for nothing as Patrick. He'll be sailing into the last 16, and I don't think his journey will end there. Really strong performance. Probably the best we've seen so far today on live Streamboard 1.
On the scoring stakes at the moment, both players playing very mediocre spares at the moment. As you see, Patrick Ellert throwing for a win over Marco Obbs. To be another winner eliminated, which would leave just 3 winners left in the draw. 4 winners left in the draw, sorry. But a lot of the winners currently on the ropes as well. Patrick Ellert, 309 points away. Loris Schaub, 235 points away. Sven Geiger, though, is a gun sparesman, so let's not rule him out. As we see Stefan Belmont teaching a lesson to young Schwen Hoffman. Laurie Schaub relying on a bit of spray from Sven Geiger. And of course, Sven Geiger obliges. 86 scored for Sven Geiger. Leaves 94. Laurie Schaub on 145. How do you see that leg finishing up? My commentator, Matt Travis, less than enthused with Swiss darts at the moment. Currently sitting here with a water in hand, not wanting to engage.
Patrick Ellert with a 14 dart hole throw, knocking out Marco Obbs.
Incredible darts from Patrick Ellert there. Marco Obbs eliminated. Keeps getting rid of all of these strong darts players. Another missed big number from Laurie Schaub ensures that he does not get a dart at double against Sven Geiger again in back-to-back legs. This is becoming slightly embarrassing for the young man. He's playing some steady darts, but just cannot get over the line due to these errors. Simple errors, and I think now Sven Geiger is favourite for the match. Stay tuned, and when these games are over, we'll come back to summarise and predict what's going to happen in the next round, the last 16 encounters. Stay tuned.
Jetzt weiter mit dem Achtelfinale. Abfahrt 2. Stefan Berger, Alice Raymond, Schreiber Georgius, Port 3. Marc Wissel, Jordan Simic, Schreiber Marco Roos, Port 4. Fabian Bühl, Rinderla, Schreiber Thomas Vögler. Bühnenbord, Ron und Stiefel Sven Lauer. Bord 1. Patrick Mingelhöfer, Gerhard Lawrence, Schreiber Adrian Fierke. Bord 5. Patrick Lehnert, Fabian 6. Schreiber Lukas Dahlmann. Bord 6. Thomas Bord 7. Thomas Grillwein, Felix Söllner, Schreiber Thomas Esching. Bord 7. Arthur West, Matthias Rothkohl, Schreiber Leo Martin. Bord 4. Der Schreiber Patrick Gatter.
Welcome back. We are now into the last 16. And Darts Connect is still telling us first to 4 legs. We will just confirm if it is first to 4 or first to 5 legs in this stage. What we do know is we'll be watching Liam Mendel-Lawrence and that man again, Patrick Kingelhoffen. Let's see. 2 very good players. Obviously, one in Liam Mendel-Lawrence with lots of experience now on the SDC. I believe 3 tour title wins. Patrick Kingelhoffen, a debutant in the SDC and his first tour final event. But I was really impressed with him in that last 32 game against our Greek representative, whose name has just escaped me.
Georgios Koukarasis.
Georgios. Thank you, James. How do you see this one going then, James? I'll just preview how they've got here to this point. Liam Mendel-Lawrence in the last 32 came through against Martin Stefan Fendt 4-2. He beat Marcel Guga, of course, on the German stream in the last 1-8 4-3 and beat Andreas Wegner in the last 64 4-0.
He has gone from glasses, no glasses to glasses to no glasses to glasses to no glasses. What do we think about that?
I think he's unsure whether he should be wearing glasses.
Yeah.
A few things don't quite look right about Liam today. He's sort of wearing a completely unbranded shirt. I mean, I know he's got multiple sponsors nowadays, Liam, being the professional darts player he is, but he's looking a little bit, don't want to say dishevelled, but he's looking a little bit not quite as professional as he sometimes does.
This game's going to be an interesting one. I don't really know how I see it going, and I don't know where Kingelhoffen will fit relative to Mendel-Lawrence's game.
A good benchmark this from Kingelhoffen to see quite how good he is.
He's not really, apart from in the group stage, beaten anyone of any calibre in the knockout rounds, really, has he?
Well, let's have a look. We've previewed how Liam got here, but let's have a look how Patrick Kingelhoffen has got here. Had it all his own way in the group, didn't drop a leg, 9 legs to 0, averaged 90 twice in those games. Of course, he was in the same group as Sven Geiger, who is still in the tournament. In the last 1-8, beat Benjamin Bergen, averaging 93. Then had too much for Mika Vattenberg. And of course, beat Giorgio Joclatis 4-0 as well. So he's only lost 1 leg all day.
Don't let Darts Connect fool you. This is an all-German affair.
Certainly is. So I'm going to push you for a prediction. Who wins? What's the score?
I think I'm going to go with Kingelhoffen. I think he's been nothing short of brilliant today. I think Mendel-Lawrence is chopping and changing with those glasses so regularly. He clearly doesn't feel comfortable. I think he's only really in this round because he's played no one really of merit. And I think that might sound harsh, but I think Liam Mendel-Lawrence knows that he's a better player than he's playing today. And I think the glasses is almost a bit, it seems a bit too much. That's just causing him to not be concentrating as much as he.
Interesting you mentioned the glasses. For me, that's a mute point. For me, the real issue with Mendel-Lawrence in the last 2 or 3 months is the darts, is the equipment. He used spring-loaded points for as long as I have watched Mendel-Lawrence. So for at least the last 12 months, to all of a sudden not be using, okay, the barrels might be similar, but he's using a new setup, which I don't think is conducive to producing his best darts. So I'm worried about the darts that he's using more so than his.
Yeah, I mean, I think
his vision or his glasses.
I think either way, I mean, he's not content. I think as someone who wears glasses, I find it incredibly difficult to go from playing with glasses to playing without. And I just can't see if he's finding it difficult to see potentially without his glasses, and then with his glasses, I think he's clearly not that content with his glasses. Otherwise, he wouldn't take them off every now and again.
Yeah. Good start from both here, though.
He's played well in the first couple of legs, and he's finding that bottom wire. And I actually think, okay, I know he likes those spring-loaded points. When that dart sits at the bottom of the bed with these points that he's got, they just seem so much more secure in the board, and it seems like he can follow them a bit more easily.
Never an issue with hitting 140s, 180s. I mean, we were looking at the stats earlier today, James. He's the top 180 hitter from the SDC Tour this year.
Will he go for this?
On the ball. I think it'd be silly not to go for it.
The second highest checkout of the tournament so far.
Ooh, he was close to single 18, Patrick.
This would level the ties check out of the tournament so far if Mendel Lawrence was to pin this 1-6-7.
Not to be for Liam Mendel Lawrence.
This round is still first to 4. It's not first to 5 as we originally thought.
Okay.
A couple of the players that we priced as favourites have lost the opening legs. We've seen Fabian Beal lose his first leg, and we've seen Belmont lose the first leg.
It seems cruel when you have 16 of the real best quality players in Switzerland and Europe, and they're really fighting it out over such a short format game. I mean, first to 4 legs is nothing really, is it? You have one bad leg and you're in trouble.
That is a ruthless opening leg from Patrick Kingelhofer there. 14 dart holder throw.
Yeah.
Mendel Lawrence ain't going to break that. As you see Beal level up against Frieda Lang. Order restored in that one.
Yeah. It seems to me this is the round really where we really have weeded out the weak. This seems to be 16 of the real highest quality players. I'm looking down all the games and I'm thinking, I would not like to be really in any of those matchups.
No.
No easy rounds here. Is there? No easy games?
No, there's no easy games at all. Yeah, I'm struggling to see a weak point in the tournament. There's a couple of players that are, I would argue, have probably been quite lucky with the draw to get to where they are. I think Mark Bichel is not in the top 16 best players on tour at the moment.
He's not, no.
But he's won his games and he's got there on merit.
Yep.
So can't argue with it.
Of course, he would have had to have played Marcel Walpen if the draw worked out differently. It didn't.
That is a very tight grouping here from Kingelhofer.
140 still controls the leg, though.
His throw reminds me, you'll think this is a bit ridiculous, but it reminds me slightly of Chris Landman in the way that he's in a kind of rocking motion when he releases the dart, and it's either perfectly grouped or it's far away from its intended target.
No, I don't particularly agree. Landman has a very exaggerated backswing and follow through.
Yeah, it's more the rocking motion and the release point. It's very reliant on a certain release point. If he hits that release point, it's bang on. If he misses that release point of kind of going up and then release,
yeah,
it's not where it wants to be.
He's had no issues on depth perception, though, has he? Which you might think would be an issue with him rocking to that extent. Had no issues on that treble line.
Great start for him so far. Really impressed with Kingelhofer today.
Yeah.
And there's that first dart we were talking about. Can he now group them tightly? There's 2.
You would not back against this being a 180 from Liam. Ooh. To 140. But it gets himself back in a leg in which he started. Really, I'm thinking this deserves 5, 6, 7, 8 legs. This deserves longer than just the 4. First to 4 format.
88 left. I would probably go for treble 16. Will he go that route or will he stay up there? Okay, stays up there. 68 left. I see Fabian Beal really put the boot in on Frieda Lang. I think it's going to be a step too far for Frieda.
So Liam, 1 treble, absolute minimum here, and he finds it. Now, what pressure will he apply? That's brilliant darts from Liam Mendel Lawrence. Treble 10 or treble 18 here. Okay,
left.
Still a 2-darter.
An easier 2-darter as well, with the darts not covering. Stefan Belmont, you can see there, is 2-1 up now on Alex Fellman.
Just keeps it fat, Patrick. So now 6 or 8. And a massive moment incoming. 1 dart to break Mendel Lawrence.
Double 16 for 2-0 lead on Mendel Lawrence and a 15-dart break of throw to go with that 14-dart opening stanza.
And it's inside.
Doesn't find it. Now, Mendel Lawrence, from when we watched him in the group, was going slightly low on tops.
He was, yeah.
What do we think?
Let's see. I think it'll be first dart or he'll miss. I think this will either be in or he doesn't check. It's low again. Down for double 10.
Inside. Not ideal. The man that's always been written off before the tournament even started, Harden Sense, didn't really think he was going to go anywhere in this tournament. Is 2-0 up and very close to getting to that quarter-final stage, which is almost seemed impossible for him.
Yeah, I mean, this length of game at 3-0, okay, I know players will lose from 3-0. Of course they will, but really, you'd have to be.
That is
My goodness me!
criminal. Doesn't even give himself 3 darts at 8-8.
Patrick Kingelhofer averaging over 100, yet cannot convert on his 4 opportunities at 8-8. So Liam, this top left corner has been tricky on the board today, and I don't know if that particularly helps.
Great.
Does it
Cushions
help?
in.
Of course it helps.
Fried Lang back in that one as well. 2 legs apiece there. That's an absolute tasty encounter. Do we know what's being streamed on the German board at the moment? Board 1?
Sven Geiger, Rocco Fulciniti, if you like a little flavour of 2 tour winners battling it out there. Geiger from this season, Rocco from the last.
Is Thomas Colheim going to be the first player through to the knockout rounds?
Maybe Andy Bless is just starting to get into 4th or 5th gear. 2-1 up now on Matthias Urtel. Can he make yet another final? And rewrite the history from last year and those missed match championship darts, of course.
Tight grouping from Patrick Kingelhofer again. Very tight grouping, as you see Stefan Belmont 3-1 up on Alex Fellman. High first start for Liam.
Great adjustment.
It's 96 enough, though, on the Kingelhofer throw.
Well, you'd assume not. But will Kingelhofer still be thinking about those missed darts in the previous leg?
As we said, Patrick Colheim did look good in the group stage this morning and is the first player through to that last 8. A man who was relatively unknown of us on the SDC here at the start of play.
Yeah.
Comes through 4-0 over Felix Solner. Is probably a slightly nice draw for him in the last 16. Solner only averaging 60.
He deserves that, James, for topping a group with Jochen Groudens. Of course, Groudens carelessly didn't top that group, did he? And paid the price, losing in the last 64.
All games seem to be on a knife edge at the moment, and I wouldn't want to call them right now.
Every leg massive, isn't it? As I've said, in such a short format game. Patrick Ellett gets his first leg on the board.
Him and Harkin Sense are averaging very far below their ability. Only mid-50 averages at the moment.
That'll be a missed darts at double-a-thon, won't it, that game, I'm sure. Oh, what a time for a 180 from Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Can he fill the bed for a second 180 in the game? Yes, he can. Liam Mendel-Lawrence with such a timely 180 there. Letting Patrick know he's in a battle. Does he stay there, James, or does he go treble 18?
Oh,
okay. Does decide to switch.
68 left. I'd go back for that treble 20, just cushioning off that guide.
I thought he would stay, didn't you?
Yeah, as I said though, with his throw is not like conducive to just following darts. I think he very much is a rhythm player. So if he's stopping anywhere, I don't see the difference really going treble 18.
20 for tops. 20 should act as a nice little barrier to the tops. Okay. Certainly not blocked. And he's low again on tops, is Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
Notice that every time after he throws the dart, a double, and it goes his way or doesn't go his way, he's always looking straight over at the camera.
He's featured in the documentary quite prominently, of course.
Missed this one inside last time. Doesn't just use that guide as well as he could have done. I can see him slightly laughing there, feeling a bit disappointed potentially, and maybe using that laughter as a means to cover the pain.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier, James, that his... I was on a pause to watch Liam Mendel-Lawrence on his favourite double 5. He won it in the last leg, but he won't win the third leg on double 5 as well.
Let's see our second player through to the knockout rounds, to the quarter-final of the knockout rounds. That, of course, being Stefan Belmont, who overcame Alex Fellman 4-1.
So Patrick back. The double 16 makes no mistake this time. I was about to say, James, his overall average was higher than his first 9, Patrick, after the group stages, which suggests to me one thing, that his finishing is very, very efficient. I think he's almost laughing at the opportunities he's wasted to be 3-0 up in this game, which I think on the balance of things would be a fair reflection of how this game's progressed so far.
In sense, getting clawed back by Patrick Ellott. I said Patrick Ellott has a bit too much quality to be blown away. 60 average is all he's got at the moment, but it's enough.
One man who has been blown away is Matthias Oertel. He averaged 81, but that was only enough to earn him 1 leg against Andy Bless. This is the quality we're talking about.
I said at one point in this tournament that 2 players will be averaging 90 both in the same game. And I think that might come on board 32 right now. Sven Geiger averaging 89 and change, and Rocco Fulciniti 91.
Rocco has had a real whirlwind of a day. His averages have been up, down, up, down. Of course, he averaged over 100, didn't he, in the last 64 game against Angela Heimreich. Down at 75 against Joel Glor in the last 32. Back up there again in the 90s, though, in this game.
You'd say Mendel Lawrence's favourite for this leg?
You would, of course.
So that would put it at 2 legs apiece if he were to win this, which then becomes very much a best-of-3 encounter, which is so hard to predict. How's Frieda Lang getting on against Fabian Biel in that leg?
81 from Liam.
3-2 down to Fabian Biel at the moment. An interesting encounter. And both players have missed darts at double, which is what I would expect from that game.
So I'm looking down the scores from Biel Lang, and the thing that strikes me is the amount of spray from both players. Frieda Lang hitting scores of 42, 53, 50 suggests to me there's an awful lot of spray from Frieda in this leg.
Yeah, 8 to put him throwing for a last leg decider. And he finds it last dart in hand. That is the composure we've not seen from Frieda Lang before, finding those last dart important doubles. Previously, I would back that to be missed.
In a word, who wins, Biel or Lang?
Lang's got the throw. I'm going Lang. He's 10 points lower on the averages, but I'm going to go Lang. I back him. It's his time. He deserves a good little deep run.
So 120 plays 140 here. Liam to throw. We know he's had his issues on tops. He's made it look a very small segment so far.
Will he do the Jochen Groudens bull 20 bull?
He won't. He will get it out at tops. Target he has been a little wasteful on. Let's see if he plays this a bit more cautiously. Okay, leaves it high.
Man who took out Jochen Groudens, Dragan Simic, through to the last 8. He's beaten Mark Bichel 4-0. As you see, Sven Geiger 3-2 up on Rocco Fulciniti. Both players averaging high 80s at the moment on that one.
Doesn't opt for the Rob Cross approach here on 140. Goes the often preferred route of a lot of players. Just trying to hit a ton. But comes up dry on the trebles, does Patrick?
We've said this multiple times. He's been low on this segment a lot. This time he's high. I've not seen him hit it once yet. Still not seen him hit it once. And on 10s, he's been inside every time.
I think this goes. The one characteristic of Liam is he absorbs pressure so well. You wouldn't be able to tell the game context with Liam. That was an important moment. Miss that and you're in deep trouble.
4 games completed, 4 games ongoing. Fabian Biel, Frieda Lang is in a last leg decider. That is the game that we will focus on. What is the score, Trav, in that last leg decider?
We knew it was Frieda's throw first. Your money is with Frieda in that one. Ooh, a slight advantage Lang as we head towards the business end in that game.
Strong advantage Lang now after Biel hits 45. 158 left for Frieda Lang.
Both players starting trebleless in this one. You sense the first treble is going to be key here. The momentum of Patrick just seems to have slowed a little.
Frieda Lang misses a dart at double 19 for a 158 outshot to win against Fabian Biel.
I worry with Frieda coming back for 38. That big 6 will look very small.
Frieda Lang, go for 6 or 10, whatever you do. Do not go aggressive at that double 19 because it will be criminal and could cost you. And that's exactly what I mean. He needs to hit that 6.
Do you think he has there, James? I think he's
hit 10 for 6. Yeah. He shanked it low and then he's gone inside and then didn't want to go inside on double 7 and he's gone outside and now left himself a very terrible double. Ooh, Frieda. Does he have the nerves? What do you think?
I think he does. I think he checks double 14, second dart.
Double 7, you mean?
Sorry, double 7.
And you've predicted it correctly, Shroud, for the first time.
Oh, booyah!
Oh,
The signature 2-arm fist pump from Matt Travis coming out.
as once a year, Rocco Fulciniti wins an SDC title. Matt Travis is also correct on a score prediction.
So back to our main event. Patrick Kingelhofer in control of this fifth leg. I've said the tempo slowed, but his trebles certainly haven't. We'll probably look for the bullseye here. Okay, stays there. Why not? When you're in a ruthless scoring mood.
Another last leg decider about to go on. Patrick Ellert and Hagen Sensed. Incredible.
No last leg decider for Rocco Fulciniti. He's averaged 100 today, but Sven Geiger has the better of him. 4-2, 95 average for Sven, laying down his title credentials.
89 for Rocco, 95 for Sven. Incredible darts, that one. Patrick Ellert and Hagen Sensed. 400 points away, both of them. Patrick Kingelhofer really shaking out here. He's not really under much pressure.
No, he's not. No. We said he might be a rhythm player. Whatever rhythm he has, he's lost. Does it matter? Does it matter, Trav? Not when you have the darting ability of Patrick Kingelhofer. 3-2 up. Now 2 opportunities to win this game.
If you notice,
knock out our 3-time champion, Liam Mendel Lawrence.
have you noticed one thing on the appearance of Mendel Lawrence that's gone during the game?
Spectacles.
They've come and they've gone.
And maybe his chances in this game have come and gone as well, James.
Yeah, I think so. Patrick Ellert really showing why he's in the last 16. Not averaging as high as he'd like to, but goes 140, 140, back to back in a last leg decider.
You don't win tournaments on the averages. These are the sort of games you just have to scrap through, aren't they? They're tricky. It's been a long day for these players.
Hagen Sense has also hit a ton and 2 ton 40s in this deciding leg. This is incredible stuff. I can't decide which way that one's going. Hagen Sense has 61 points to beat Patrick Ellert. He'll get 1 dart a double at least. I'm pretty confident. Does it go, Trav?
No, it doesn't. Hagen Sense doesn't check 61. Patrick Ellert will be back for 20. You have my assurance.
He's got the experience of age, though. You taking that into consideration?
Yes.
I think I agree with you. Oh! Matthew Travis's predictions continue to come up incorrect as Hagen Sense does check out 61 and knocks out Patrick Ellert with a 15 dart break of throw in the decider. Incredible stuff.
This game now is our last game going on in the last 16. Who would have thought it? 2 of the best players today are still slogging it out. If anyone watching on the German board, come across to our English commentary board. You're in for a treat right here.
Oh, how do you see this one going?
Wow. That's a real ropey dart from Patrick. I think it does go to a decider. I think Liam breaks in the decider. Do you remember that break against Dalman, a 12 dart break, 1-2-1? Will we see something similar today?
It's not necessarily going to the last leg decider. The man in the background giving the emotions.
I thought that was Krzysztof Ratajski in the background.
The glasses are back on again. They're coming on and off. It's ridiculous.
He needs glasses to find that treble 20 because he can't see it at the moment.
I almost feel like he needs to make his mind up with the glasses and decide whether it's right for him or not.
Oh, advantage Kingelhofer now. 2 trebles puts the boot in, and there it is.
Oh,
what a time for 180.
Kingelhofer this game. Mendel Lawrence is known for having those pressure moments. Can he clean up 240 and 6 darts?
Well, he needs to find 2 trebles now, and that's not how he starts.
There's one, I think.
Signature Russell.
I think that's in. I think that's 85. I can't see. It is 85. So he's left to finish.
So Patrick.
94 to complete yet another 90 plus average.
Finds treble 18. That's a big dart.
2 darts atop. That guy in the background is loving life. I don't know who the hell that is, but he is loving the Kingelhofen Booyahs.
composes.
And there
Fine
it
stuff.
is. Incredible darts from Patrick Kingelhofer. 4-2 win with a 94 average over Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Been very impressed with the man so far. Is he the man to stop Stefan Belmont?
I've been nothing but impressed with Patrick Kingelhofer. We've seen him twice today, and he's put in 2 brilliant shows on our live stream.
So the 8 players left in the tournament: Stefan Belmont, Dragan Simic, Friedel Lang, Sven Geiger, Patrick Kingelhofer, Hagen Sens, Thomas Colline, and Andy Bless. One of those players will win the biggest tournament in Swiss darting history with the biggest prize pot of 2,510 francs for the winner. I can't look past Stefan Belmont yet, but Patrick Kingelhofer is giving me things to think about.
Sven Geiger with the 2nd highest average of the round. Belmont, of course, still holds that mantle so far, but he's still got 3 games to win if he wants to retain his title.
That is the end of the live stream here, I believe, on Swissboard 1. Matt Travis, my co-commentator, will going solo for these next 2 rounds. However many rounds that Mark chooses to give us. So stay tuned, and there are still 2 boards going ahead.
Auf 2, Stefan und Dragan Schreiber Matthias Knochen. Und 1, Rieder Sven Geiger, Schreiber Patrick Ehlers. Und 3, Patrick Winkelhöfer, Hagen 6, Schreiber Felix Söder. Und Bühnenbord Thomas Kühnlein, 8 Plätze.
Welcome back. And it's quarterfinal time. 8 players remain. And one who we are seeing for the first time today. Is he sneaking under the radar just a little bit? 2-time SDC Tour title winner, Sven Geiger. Here he is. He will be up against Frida Lang in this quarterfinal. Our 3 other quarterfinals will feature Stefan Belmont against Dragan Simic, Patrick Kingelhofer against Hagen Sense, and finally Andy Bless and Thomas Kolnlein. And here we are. It's Sven Geiger with the throw. Kicks off with a ton. Of course, Sven was not there in Clutton, the last event of the season, in which Andy Bless managed to scoop up a weekend. He, of course, is still in this tournament. So will it be back-to-back titles for Blessy? Or could someone like Geiger spoil the party? Good start from both here. Good treble from Frida. I suggest that Frida's approach in this game will really centre around his own legs. You know that Geiger's probably going to have the advantage on his own throw, as he fills us up with a 180 there. I couldn't do my best Remo Valvaran impression there. Frida Lang replies back with 3 trebles. Treble 1, treble 1, treble 1. And Geiger not messing about here. Really good tempo to his game in the opening portion here. Leaving a handy little combi after 12. Oh dear, and the spray has caught up with Frida just a little bit here. Complemented that 85 he scored earlier. That has been about it from Frida in this leg. Favourites for Sven Geiger for the opening leg. And favourites it is. 15 dart hold from Sven Geiger. Double jug inflicted on Frida Lang. 341 points still remaining for him. But this is the leg. These are the legs that I was talking about for Frida Lang that will be the most important. His throw, his darts. And that'll determine how deep this game goes, you feel. A good day, of course, so far from Frida Lang. If you offered him quarterfinals at the start of the day, pretty sure he'd have bitten your hand off for that opportunity. He had to come through a last leg decider against Fabian Biel. Matej Plipic as well in the knockout rounds. Johannes Gumic. Okay, Andre Christen as well in there in the last 32. He's had a little bit of fortune with the draw, you could say. But he's here on my merit. Make no mistake about that. And only 3 games stand in his way to be the Tour Finals winner. Could really do with another 140 here. Frida finds one. Okay, just a ton. Keeps his nose ahead. Keeps Geiger at bay. 2 trebles. Could it be? Oh, it's a 171 from Geiger. A slight miscount, perhaps. 19s would have been the shot. We know Geiger has had a couple of issues with arithmetic in the past. But any double still gives him a shot. Good setup play from Frida. He'll be on double 8. This double 15 is not converted. Does he go for it, James, or does he split?
I think he goes straight for it. He's seriously considering it.
Yeah, he's not sure, is he? Decides, settles, and goes straight for it and finds it first dart. It's a 13 dart break from Sven Geiger. A ruthless, ruthless darts player.
He's averaging 110. We thought he wasn't playing too well today.
Frida hit 2 140s in that leg and didn't get a dart at double on his own throw. That's the power of 13 dart legs. It's a strong start here from Geiger. Another man who's made a strong start is Patrick Kingelhofer. 2-0 up on Hagen Sense in the early stages there. Dragan Simic taking the opening leg against Stefan Belmont. You'll be able to watch that game over on the German streaming section. It's Frida back in the trebles. Can't say straight. As we get our first look at Dragan Simic in the background there. Not sure what I expected him to look like, but it probably isn't that. As Sven Geiger finds one body from Geiger. 140 from Geiger. You will hear me say a lot of that over the next 5 minutes, I'm sure. His scoring has made it difficult to live with. So how Frida could do with 2 trebles of his own here. Might look at 18s to begin. Doesn't, sensibly. I like that from Frida. Some players like to maybe overstate their ability and start on the 18s on 305. We've talked about this before. It's the only single number that can leave you a finish. Frida knowing that his only real chance is just trebles.
Technically, treble 50, single 15 could leave you a finish as well, but...
Have you not left yet, James?
I was just coming to say my goodbyes to the SDC stream and to the community. It's been an absolute pleasure commentating for the last year.
Good treble 19 there from Frida.
Matt is desperate for solo commentary for a period, so I will leave him to it. Just wanted to see if Frida Lang could produce a comeback. I'll watch the end of this leg and then I will shoot.
Okay, 2 dry visits there from Geiger. And Darts Connect has just failed, as I believe. Oh, no, there's some life in Darts Connect yet. That's good. No mathematical idiocy this time from Frida Lang, starting 18s on 128. Good to see that he's maybe taken a little bit of advice, taken some of those comments on board. Geiger. Maybe in halfway house there. Didn't really go for that tops, did he?
Just playing the Faddies game.
Exactly. It was the Faddies game. Will it backfire? Frida, 86. Oh, it's the wrong treble. 83.
Criminal.
No, doesn't get a dart. Doesn't get a dart. Oh, okay. I think that is an example of some mathematical idiocy. Yeah, he's left 50 and Frida. The maths is correct. There's no need to look. Geiger on tops. Now on 10s. Ooh, that's a long way away. Okay. Will he find it? Recomposes and goes inside double 10. It's proven tricky today. 12s and 10s have not been kind on this board. Frida, 15. Big 3 or big 7. Take your pick. It's big 7 for double 4. And comes up dry. His first opportunities at double in this game have not proved fruitful. The Geiger rampage continues. Double 5, first eye in hand. It lowers the average some 20 points, but he won't care. It's 3 legs to zip. And all of a sudden, Frida Lang looks just a little bit spent in this race. You can see Dragan Simic smiling away in the background there. He's probably smiling at a little bit of magic from Stefan Belmont. Let's see what the finish that he just checked was. Ooh, has not updated. But I imagine a combination of some sort has left him a little bit sour. Another man feeling sour, Hagen Sense. 3-0 down to Patrick Kingelhofer. Will we see our third 180 from... Ooh, we won't. From Sven Geiger. Remains on just the 2. Speaking of 180s, Mr. Andy Bless, Mr. 180, 3-1 up against Thomas Colnline. No 180s hit yet for Andy Bless in that game. A little bit surprising. Geiger does leave the fish. A checkout we have seen him achieve on live stream before. We won't mention the mute episode that day. Frida a little bit left, right, and centre here. I wonder if the nerves are just taking hold of him now. Tempo of his game just seems to have quickened ever so slightly. Takes his time, rightfully pauses. Yeah, needs to leave a finish. Make sure of it. Good. Good composure. Good adjustment. I like that from Frida. Could easily have just thrown that away at the big 20 or the big 19. Not thinking about what was left. By no means a guarantee from Geiger. Will he stay there? Yeah, okay. He's looked twice at the scores as well. 90 left. Goes treble 18 for double 18. One of his favourite sections on the board. The flight's completely obscured it. It's not in. Frida will get a shot at 106. Needs one big treble. I'd stay there, Frida. Doesn't. Okay. Finds it with the third dart in hand. It's little consolation for him. Could he have stayed there? We will never know. Geiger a long way inside single 9. Across the board for double 4. Spurned more opportunities. Now, Frida. Compose. Take your time. Well executed. Yeah. Pumps himself up there. Deep breath. Little exhale. Release a bit of that tension. We saw Patrick, didn't we, at the end of that game against Liam Mendel-Lawrence, really, really slow himself down, really calm himself. I wonder if his heart rate was just pumping a little bit, and I wonder if Frida's just doing the same. Maybe just feeling the heat of this long day. And the heat of this game situation. 3-1 down. Needing a big fight back. As Patrick Kingelhofer beats Hagen Sense 5-0. Hagen Sense bageled in the quarterfinals. Every other player remaining has now won a leg. Will just the one leg be all Frida gets? They looked a little bit rushed for me, Frida. He looked as though he wanted to be on with the next turn. Geiger will make him wait now. As he readjusts from that high dart there. Applies with just 60 points. Okay, 100 from Frida. A little sly nod of the head. Ooh, 45 from Geiger. 2 trebleless visits in a row. We said that before in the second leg of this game. 2 trebleless visits are an opportunity you don't want to pass up. And Frida does just that. Passes the opportunity back to Sven Geiger, who's already holding the aces, as we've said. Looks to be 2 treble 19s. 1-3-3 there from Geiger. Oh no, 95, sorry, 1 treble. My mistake. So a ton or ton 40. The order of the day. And it's a ton. Lang still in this leg. Geiger. He will stay up there. Just 60 scored. Okay. Big moments for Frida. Wisely goes downstairs for 16s. Leave himself tops. Says to Sven, I'm waiting. I'm waiting in the wings. This is the sign of tour winners. Combinations like these. Double shots like these. Whoa. Geiger maybe walked. He took a little step forward there. Has to recompose. It's on the wire, and that is in the centre of the double 18 bed. That's 4 legs to 1. Sven Geiger. Another man who's 4-1 up is Stefan Belmont on Dragan Simic. That game's coming to its conclusion. Is this game done and dusted as well? Frida Lang hanging around, still hitting those 2 treble visits. He will need a lot more of in this one. But 140s are no match. Ooh. I was going to say for a third 180 for Geiger. That'll have to wait. And it might have to wait until a semi-final encounter for Marcel Geiger. We know that Marcel Geiger will be up against the winner of Andy Bless versus Thomas Coldenline. So it could be a shootout between Geiger and Bless for a spot in the final. Of course, we already know our first man through to the semi-finals. That's Patrick Kingelhofer. And he will be playing Stefan Belmont as he wraps up a 5-1 victory over Dragan Simic. So our 2 games in the bottom half of the draw remaining. Another 140 there from Geiger. Wrestles the advantage from Frida Lang in this leg. Can we sign off with something special here, Frida? It's just 57. You feel Geiger gets a dart here. Been very ruthless on treble 18 throughout. Ooh, okay. A little bit of spray. Uncharacteristic spray there from Sven. He threw that one with an extra bit of venom. So will he start this game the way he finished? Or finished the way he started, sorry, on double 15. Will get 3 opportunities to do just that. It may have been a miscount the first time around, but make no mistake. Sven Geiger wanted double 15 this time. And he'll go straight for it. For a place in the semi-finals for Sven Geiger. And he's gone inside. He has foregone the opportunity. So Lang for double 32 to double 32 for double 16 to extend this game. It's been a long day of darts for the players and a long day in these commentary booths. But Frida Lang, it's making that day just a little bit longer for Sven Geiger. As we see in the background there, some support for Sven Geiger's third 180. Or maybe Frida Lang. Maybe Frida Lang can come to the party with a 180 of his own. It's a 140. But just the power scoring he needs to get back into this leg. I dare say he'll need a couple more of those this leg, Frida. Let me know in the YouTube comment section if you think Friedland's got any chance of a comeback in this one. He certainly looks up against it. Had comebacks like these before. Just a ton from Geiger. So don't let the pressure slip here, Frida. You can see the frustration. You can see the anger. He knows the importance of every dart now. Knows that he can't let Sven have 3 more in hand at a double. He knows how damaging that could be. Just 60 from Frida. Follows 80 with 60. He's sticking with Geiger in this leg, but is that enough? 158. We've seen him check the 158 before. He'll stay on treble 20. Don't you worry about that. It's there. Double 19 for a 158. Oh, and a place in the semi-finals. 1 match dart. Squandered in this leg. He will now be back. That we know. Frida. Will he be signing off with a 20 scored? Geiger's got time. Doesn't need to go for this. You feel he might. He does. A few little taps on the barrel of his dart there, if you noticed. Maybe he was just thinking about that a little bit too much. Who knows? Frida, still a long shot though. 136. Now 76. Oh, Frida. Oh, just a slight slip out of his hand, you feel. No issues with the rhythm there. Scores 104. Yeah, leaves 32. But Geiger, more opportunities. Double 8, and there it is. No more opportunities required. Geiger seals the game and seals his spot in the semi-finals, where he will play the winner of Andy Bless and Thomas Colnine, who are all wrapped up at 4 apiece. And Colnine wins, comes from 4-2 behind against Andy Bless, and wins 5-4 in a last leg decider. What an opportunity for Geiger. He's missed the last couple of tour events. He's here today, and he's in the semi-final against Colnine. We can now reveal it's Colnine versus Sven Geiger. And of course, in the top half, Stefan Belmont, the defending champion, against Patrick Gingelhofer. Join us in 10 minutes or so for one of those semi-final games.
Dat always. Maar ik weet niet wat zoals dit nou. Zijn al twee jaar. Ich sitze hier, weil ich hier ins vorlesen kann. Dann schreibe aber nie verstehen. Ist mir scheißegal, was du sagst. Ja, ja, das. Folge darstellen, das ist was willst du. Guck mal, die schaut sich auch was ich meine. Diese Dinge sind gerade Wann mich noch ins oder ich ja, ich bin als 60 dachte weil das ist eigentlich nur was du das seine Minute getestet aus. Seine was gestanden ist, das letzte Stunde selbst ist schreiben
So here we are, semi-final time. We've had almost 12 hours of darts, and we're left with just 4 players. One player, in fact, started our day, Patrick Hingelhofer. We didn't know much about him then, but we certainly know a lot about him now. He's been the consistent horse in this race, you would say, in the knockout stages of this tournament. Let's just preview exactly how he got here. So, of course, in the group stages, he topped the group, featuring Jochen Groudens, Nando Schlegel, and JD Bulhanda. He then beat Philip Herren in the 138, Ernad Filivic, Remo Valvaren, Felix Soler, and Andy Bless. In fact, his averages have diminished in every game from the last 1 to 8. He's gone from 87, 85, 83, 80 to 75 in the quarterfinal against Andy Bless. But if 75 is enough for Andy Bless, then he's obviously been very meticulous with his timing. Will he need more than that here, though? You feel he might against someone like Patrick, who burst onto the scene, you'd say, in the group stages, really caught both mine and James's attention. And he's still in at these very late stages. That game against Liam Mendel-Lawrence, obviously on our streaming board, 4-2 against a player like Liam. But don't forget, the 94 average against Benjamin Bergen in the 128. He comes in with some pretty impressive track record. So here we are, first leg. Of course, it's now a first to 6 contest. The legs go up progressively, don't they? And of course, it'll be one more in the final. It'll be first to 7. The winner of this game will play, as we know, Stefan Belmont, or his name has just slipped my mind, Sven Geiger. It's been a long day and some commentary fatigue clearly creeping in there. You'll get to watch that one on the German live stream, where, of course, the final will be as well. This will be my last commentary outing for today. And let's hope it's a real treat. It started a little bit slowly from both. I'm sure both players just warming up to what is now a standard length of game for these two players you'd expect in their European darting ventures. We know that both players reside and play in Germany. So it'll be one German and one Swiss player in the final, that we know. So who's going to fly the flag for Germany? Patrick or Thomas? And I don't want to say I'm surprised that Thomas has made it this far, but from watching him in the group stages, he didn't immediately strike me as someone who would get to the semi-finals of the tournament of this amount of depth and quality. I'm not saying he doesn't possess that. But to achieve on the SDC at first go really has only been achieved by the likes of Marco Obst. He's the only person I can think who won on a debut weekend. There may be others. Mendel Lawrence, I don't think did. Took him a couple of events before he found his first victory. Thomas will be back for 32. And it's first chance to Patrick for a break. And that should be an excellent guide, you feel. Really close to the double 16 wire. Misses more. Okay, we know he had issues on this double 16 segment of the board in that game against Liam and Lawrence. First leg done and dusted. We can now let the real tussle begin. Both players should have relaxed, should have calmed slightly after that first leg. Of course, the pressure stakes always ramp up with each round we progress. Belmont Geiger just warming up on the second board there. As we say, our first 180 of the contest, and it's from Thomas Conline. So after a rather fortuitous hold of throw, he now looks in a position to break Patrick's throw and send him 2-0 up. Starting ton 40 to an 80. Nicknamed the Wild Thing. I don't want to speculate as to why. Perhaps it's the haircut. Some may say. Maybe we'll find out. Not impressed with that dart double 16, was he? Both been a little bit profligate on that side of the board. Of course, has played on the Euro Tour before, I'm reading. Back in 2019. He's nicknamed the Wild Thing because his walk-on song is The Wild Thing. Now I know. Lives in Stuttgart, on the west of Germany. Not too far away from that Swiss border. Presumably only a reasonably short travel to make it here today. And it looks as though it'll be a profitable journey, reaching the semi-finals. But Patrick Kingelhoff looked out of that leg after Thomas started ton 40 to an 80, but wraps up 67, holds his throw. An important hold of throw already, you feel that was from Patrick. These games can very quickly get away from you, that we know. Very easy after a long day of darts to dip your performance slightly. We do all too often see one-sided affairs in some of these later rounds. Another ton 80 from Thomas Conline. that experience and that darting talent really coming through. I wonder if that age factor will play a part as well, that experience, that ability to deal with the pressure just that little bit more. We know he's come through that last leg decider against Andy Bless. Stand him in good stead for this one, I'm sure. Comes up treblest as Patrick. Advantage still with Thomas here, but the 180 has not cemented his advantage. Oh, big dart at treble 18 there. Big dart from Thomas. Game really warming up nicely now. We had a little bit of a slow start to this one, but it's now catching fire. Much like his shirt, you can see the flames. It's literally on fire. Troublous again. Looks like Patrick's support in the background there. A couple of unfamiliar faces, but not an unfamiliar checkout here. It's one that the pros love. 1-2-1. This will be for the bullseye. Ooh. Yeah, he makes the same expression I do. Ooh, wasn't particularly close. 72. One dart at double six. And it's there. Thomas Conline. Another combination in the 70s. One apiece from both. And how important is that too? 2-1 up. Another hole to throw. For a while, it was under threat. As Patrick Kingelhofer hits his first 180 of the contest, 3 180s in 3 legs of darts. Brilliant standard between the two men. And really, this game is becoming more and more unclear who the favourite for it is. My heart was thinking Patrick is the player I would side with. But Thomas's consistency really can't be knocked. Definitely seems to have raised his game from the group stages. As you would expect a player of his caliber and his experience to do. Good 2-treble visit there from Patrick. Keeping himself firmly in command of this one. Yeah, it does look to be Patrick's support group in the background there. The well-dressed man with the shirt in the background. Perhaps a travelling partner of Patrick, or even a playing member today. A lot of new faces to the SDC, of course, at these tour finals. Good to see 2 new faces here. Perhaps this won't be the last we see of these 2 men. Of course, in the new SDC season, which will start in January. Be good if these 2 men are both in regular appearance. That would be nice. A welcome boost in the standard of the SDC. So 72. Can we have yet another combination in the 70s? For 3 in a row. Tops would secure it. Tops is there. Back-to-back 72 checkouts to go with the 71 from Patrick Kingelhofer. It's been a mid-combination treat on the outer ring. Which explains why those averages are just creeping up into the mid-80s. A fair reflection of this game so far. 51 from Patrick. Yeah, just clarifying that. No easy job being the scribe, being the data inputter for a game like this. In Clutton, I tried my hand at doing that announcing for the final. It was trickier than I thought. there may have been a slight mishap in the final leg where I might have declared victory too prematurely. Rather unfortunate moment. But no, hats off to all those scribes and all those players and fans that are still here. Nearly 9 o'clock Swiss time now. As we say, it's a long day of darts. It tests more than just your technique. Test all those mental faculties too. Thomas, in control of this leg too. Uses the outer ball to leave the big fish there. I'm not going to disagree with his route, and leaving the big fish on the live stream is always an admirable approach. But given he's so far ahead in this leg, another big treble surely is the play. I'd really consider that as 30 points lost, as opposed to the 5 points he's gained. Oh, but I wouldn't have been saying that if that second treble 20 was found. For a minute it was on. So Patrick, his job now is to maybe leave the fish too. Another 19 or treble. Okay, we'll switch upstairs to 20s. Comes up dry. 3 big numbers. Thomas Conline has very little pressure. Doesn't need to go treble 17. Okay, does. Good adjustment. Good adjustment. Let me tell you, that's a difficult shot. You've sprayed with your first dart. You've gone downstairs to go back upstairs. It's not an easy find, but he made it look so. We'll have time. Very deliberate there from Patrick, getting those darts out of the board. He won't be rushed. Okay. Maybe a little bit of caution in that third dart there. Knew that if he went inside on 6s, he's leaving pretty much the grimmest double on the board in double 3. A double that did get him over the line against Jochen Groudens, I believe, in the group stage. Treble 18 would have left double 8. Thomas will be back. 3 more chances at double 6. I expect this to go, and it does go first dart in hand. Continues the trend. This game just continuing with throw. 3-2 to Thomas. Let me know on the YouTube comment section who you think's winning this game. Does it have last leg decider written all over it? Or does one player run away with this game? Let's see. Good tongue volley there from Patrick. Yeah, approved by his fan in the background there. You see a couple of fans. Oh, and Jacob Dahlman in the background there too, filming a little bit of content. That's good. Of course, these two won't have featured on any of the SDC coverage before. Always just applies that little bit more pressure when you know there's cameras and video cameras sort of lurking around the corners. You know that it's all being captured and all being stored and published. Obviously, this game live on YouTube and Schaffhausen TV. Good ton from Thomas. So Patrick, he'll be thinking 9 darts from here, I suspect. He'll be thinking back-to-back tons and then check 50. Oh, this makes the equation a lot easier now. Ton 40 from Patrick, his second ton 40 in the leg. Halves his score. Down to 110. Where's the treble from Thomas? Treble 18? No, stays there. Okay. Just 3 big numbers. Okay. Patrick on 90. Opts to stay. Okay. Don't mind that. Finds treble 18 last starting hand. Great darts from Patrick. I know at this level it's not about big number hitting, but I think he stayed on the 20s there just to secure himself the big number. Oh my goodness, but big numbers don't matter. Tops for a 154. Oh, just on the bottom wire. How close was that? I think everybody knows it. I think Patrick knows it. He might not have been watching, but he could hear, he could feel, he could sense how close he was to losing that leg. Double 4 to save his skin. Last start in hand. It's nowhere near. So Thomas back for double 10. All the hard work was done in the last visit. 1-3-4. Will he spurn? Will he take the opportunity with both hands? Oh, it's the curse of the top left corner. Double 5. Missed yet again today on our live stream. 4 darts have come and gone for Thomas Conline. But Madhouse is no place of fun either. And oh my goodness me, that's as far away as his dart at 4s. Couple of poor darts sneaking in from Patrick. Would you expect that at this level? And it's more missed darts. Adding to the already tense atmosphere in this one. So who's the favourite for it? Both on double 2. We talked about this before. Maybe Frida Lang could use this advice. Just shake that pressure off. Try and relax. Try and calm. There's no sense of calm in that. First dart, double 15. First dart bust. Thomas surely can't squander. 3 more, and he does. Patrick can't look, can't shbake in the background. More deep breaths. Is the pressure weighing heavier on Patrick than Thomas? Something to work with. And work with it he does. An all-important hold of throw. I'll use a little phrase from my co-commentator Dan Burnett. That leg was like the Ice Age. Whatever that comment means. Cold and frosty, perhaps. It certainly wasn't hot Spears, was it? But one man playing hot Spears right now is Stefan Belmont. 4-1 up against Sven Geiger. And all but the formalities will suggest that he will be in back-to-back SDC Tour Championship finals. We said he was the short price favourite earlier today. Only having lost 1 game on his SDC travels. Doesn't look as though he's in the mood for losing today. So this game effectively becomes just a group stage shootout now. It's a first of 3 encounter. Patrick was the better of the 2 players in his group stages. He found those short moments of quality when he needed them. Can he call upon a little bit of quality here for a breaker throw? Oh, that singles 4, that dart at treble 18 is really not a moment of quality. And those missed doubles at the end also suggest there's a little sense of panic, maybe creeping into both players. It's a long way away from treble 19 as well, by Thomas standards. Really interesting game unfolding here. Good treble. Good treble from Patrick. We really need to up our scoring boots here. It's a 92 scored, yeah. The Schleber needs to be on his toes here. As a little bit more rustle is creeping into the game. The spray from both players here is making the calculations a little bit trickier. Oh, Thomas. Thomas in trouble. As Patrick, a applies the trebles, even a ton at this point, is a real heavy weight around your neck. As Thomas has scored less than 200 points in 15 darts this leg. 81 won't really enroad that. 83, sorry. I criticise the Scriba in one breath and then make an error in the next. So Thomas should be leaving a finish from there. Can he get another treble and really leave it handy? Can. Ton 40 from Thomas. Right back in the leg in which he started. 88 for Patrick. 20s will be the preferred. Single one. Leaves 87. Treble 17. And double 18. Takes his time, recomposes. Shakes off those nerves again. One dart, double 18. Checks and checks again. And shakes again. Knows the importance. Oh, okay, Patrick, you're talking yourself out of this double, not talking yourself into it. Prove me wrong. And put it in the centre of the bed. Double 18. It's not there. It's not there. As I say, I think he talked himself out of that rather than talking himself into it. 93. Treble 7, leave 72. Plenty of options here. Could be treble 16. Double. Another double 18. Oh, it's on the bottom wire. Oh, Thomas Colnine, what an effort. Both men on 18. Oh, and Patrick. Oh, finds his composure there. No delay, no messing to break a throw. An advantage now is firmly with Patrick Klingelhofer. I'll apologise now for his name pronunciation. It's not an easy one for an English speaker. His equation in this game has just become a lot more simple. 2 legs now stand between Patrick and the final. A really cruel bounce out there. You could see it hit the barrel of the dart on the right-hand side of the treble 20. It's been a week of bounce outs, hasn't it? We know that at the respective World Championships, we've seen a few cruel darts on the floor. Really is unfortunate. And at this stage in the contest too, can hardly be afforded. Just finding his way into treble 7 and single 7 all too often now, isn't he, Thomas? Patrick doing his best to keep straight. Does. You suggest 3 big numbers will probably be enough for him here. Again, players at this level won't want to just keep to big numbers, but given the pressure, given the cooking environment in which Thomas is in, does really well to find a last dart treble there. Does really well to find a 1-2-5 and keep his nose just ahead in this leg. Advantage with Patrick, but only just. And it's just 3 big numbers. As we're getting quite a crowd in the background now, we know the outcome of our second semi-final. We know that the winner of this game will be playing Stefan Belmont in the SDC 2023 Tour Championship Finals. But will it be against this man here, Patrick Klingelhofer? He's making his case. He leaves double. He leaves 92 to put himself 1 leg away. Really needs another treble here, Thomas. Okay, opts for the ball. 111 scored, leaves 72. It's been checked twice in this game already. 92 for Patrick. Making a habit of taking his time on these. 72 options. Looking at staying at treble 20. Whoa, has he opted for treble 14 for double 15? Surely a miscalculation from Patrick. A bit of carelessness there, you'd say. Scored 46. So Thomas, 72. 16. One dart. Big 16 for double top. A nice rhythm about this. Will it go? It's low. Patrick will be coming back at 46 and 2 darts. Okay, big 14. Doesn't opt for 6 or 10. One dart at double 8. He's missed chances in the game at this section of the board. Doesn't miss any more. Third dart in hand. Finds double 8. We have that signature fist bump after we've had after every leg. Oh, but will that be the last fist bump of the game? Patrick one leg away. This game was poised at 3 apiece. Thomas missed his chances. Patrick has pulled ahead. And he's on the brink. It hasn't been the best. It hasn't been the prettiest. Patrick won't care. Patrick will be more than a match for Stefan Belmont in the final. You've heard it here first. If that is the case, Thomas not going away for his fourth 180 in the game. There it is, 180 number 4 for Thomas Conline. Not going away without a fight. Good steady spears from Patrick. This leg isn't the one for Patrick. This is a free hit, this leg. He can play with a real small sense of weightlessness in this leg, can Patrick. And then really recompose for the next on his own throw. Again, Thomas into single 7. It's been the storyline of the last 3 or 4 legs. He's found trebles to keep himself in it, Thomas, but too much spray. While this man's been laser straight. 3 tons, back to back to back. Breathing right down Thomas's neck. 60 won't be enough now. Big numbers will not be enough now, Thomas. Good last start treble. Leaves 94. But Patrick, 201 remaining. And there's treble 20. Might look at the outer bull here. Let's see. Stays up there. Okay. And finds the ton 40. I just needed confirmation. I've got it. It's 61 remaining. Do or die for Thomas. Went treble 20 double 8. Doesn't find it. Throws his last start away. Is he resigned to his fate? 61 points between Patrick Kingelhofer and the final. The man in the background gets his phone out. He wants to record these winning moments. Let's not put too much pressure on the man now. Too good. Too good, Patrick. 3 for double 4. 1 dart. Here it is. Double 4. And it's there. Patrick Kingelhofer. 61. Another mid-range combination. Oh, held his nerve, the better of the 2 men. It was nicely poised at 3 apiece. But a little bit of extra quality and consistency pulled Patrick through to the final, where he will play Stefan Belmont. It's been an absolute pleasure covering the SDC Tour event finals. And I wish both players all the best in the final. Of course, we haven't seen Stefan Belmont feature on our live stream just yet. He is being reserved. He's been kept in waiting for the final. I wish Patrick all the best. And I wish defending champion Stefan the best too. I hope for a brilliant final. I'll be watching along on YouTube. And I'm sure you will all be watching along as well on the German stream board. That is going to be all from myself and co-commentator James, whose lack of commitment, I'm sure, has not gone unnoticed in this final. In this semi-final, I should say. But that wraps up our SDC English Streamboard 1 coverage of Tour finals.